Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on this Tuesday morning, August 20th. I always enjoy being here with you to give you those breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events to get your day started. And we begin this morning with the very latest with your political headlines, taking you out live this morning to Chicago. You're getting a live look there inside of the United Center. The Democratic National Convention officially kicked off in Chicago. Monday night's keynote speaker was the man who thought he would be anticipating the party's nomination this week, President Joe Biden. Fox's Connor Hansen joining us from inside the United Center in Chicago with more on the president's speech.
Planning to talk about his vision for another 4 years in office here at the Democratic National Convention. But his speech turned into more of a passing of the torch to the next generation. President Biden entering the United Center in Chicago to a standing ovation, trying to energize Democrats here and across the country.
Are you ready to vote for freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America?
Biden highlighted what he says are his administration's top accomplishments. The president making the case for why Kamala Harris is best suited to continue the work they've done over the past 3.5 years.
She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity, enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story.
Monday night's speech comes a month after Biden dropped out of the presidential race following a poor debate performance, low poll numbers, and pressure from leaders within his party. But the president emphasized the time is now for a new generation of leaders.
Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us.
This week, President Biden and other high-profile Democrats are trying to emphasize their vision for America over that of former President Donald Trump, who is also hitting the campaign trail hard this week with his own message.
If Kamala gets in, the United States will rapidly become a deindustrialized third world nation, like so many others have become.
President Biden won't be sticking around the convention all week. After his speech, he planned to travel to California, but that won't be the end of the big Democratic names throughout the week. We'll still hear from two former Democratic presidents, Barack Obama and Bill Clinton. In Chicago, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much for that detailed recap. And don't forget, right here on Live Now from Fox, throughout the week and, of course, throughout today, we will have live, unfiltered, and uninterrupted coverage of the DNC 2024 taking place in Chicago. We did kick that coverage off yesterday, and we will continue with that coverage today. Again, the site of the DNC this year is Chicago, giving you a live look now. 6:01 here on the East Coast. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, you're getting a live look there at their skyline. And as we work to keep you informed this morning, we're going to check in with our content partners over at Fox 32 Chicago, as they do have extensive coverage this morning, and they do have reporters there setting up the stage for day 2 of the DNC. Let's listen in.
Joe Biden headlines the first night of the Democratic National Convention, how he passed the torch to the vice president.
While history was being made inside the UC, I should say, a chaotic scene unfolded right outside the building. We will tell you why.
August is about to trick you. Mike is here to tell you why you don't want to be fooled by these cool mornings. Hey, thanks for joining us here. Good to see you, as always. I'm Natalie Bumke in this hour for Anita.
Great to have you, Nat. Anthony Ponce here at 5 on the nose on your Tuesday morning. Let's check in with Mike Kaplan to find out about this trickster morning situation. Good morning, sir.
You know, just when you think it's going to stay cool, we have some real hot weather on the way this upcoming weekend. Good morning, everybody. Like yesterday, we have a little bit cloud cover out there this morning, but those clouds are going to be going away a little bit later, and temperatures are going to get into the 70s. Right now at O'Hare, it is clear at the airport, 60, northeast wind at about 6, that dew point nice and low at 52. I think we're going to max out in the mid-70s today, 67 at 9 with a few clouds on the cool side at noon, and then cloud-free at 4 with a temperature of 73 degrees. At least the weather was cooperating, even if maybe the traffic situation isn't as perfect as we'd want it to be, especially in the city. Gabriella, good morning to you. What are the slowdowns so far?
Good morning, Michael. Right now, really, we only have one slowdown, and that's on I-55 going northbound. It's near 355 because of some overnight road work. That should be wrapping up right about now. Other than that, we have one crash. It's near the Thornton area. It's northbound route 394 near Thornton Lansing Road. A right lane is blocked. I hear that IDOT is on scene taking care of that. So let's talk about what's happening north of the loop. We have some closures away from the United Center in McCormick Place. A portion of State Street, Delaware Place, Rush and Walton Streets are closed around some of the hotels. Reports say that these streets should open by tonight, but just something to note if you are traveling around this area for your morning commute. Natalie, Anthony.
Thanks, Gabby. President Joe Biden closing out the night one of the Democratic National Convention with a powerful address.
Yes, he delivered the keynote, passing the torch to Vice President Harris. Biden highlighting what he says are his administration's top accomplishments. President also making the case for why Kamala Harris is best suited to continue the work that they have done over the past 3.5 years.
Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career. We've not only gotten to know each other, we've become close friends. She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity.
President Biden will not be sticking around Chicago all week or the convention. He's expected to travel to California.
A planned protest turned chaotic with fences ripped down and a confrontation with police during day one of the DNC. Joni joins us now with the latest. Good morning, Joni.
Good morning, Natalie. You know that there's a group that's very open about causing disruptions during the DNC. 4 people were arrested after chaos erupted at the protests yesterday. Chicago police now re-examining their strategies for crowd control and their response, and they're expected to talk about it at the briefing today. The protest march stepped off the assigned route down Washington, then on to Park 578, where some demonstrators took out tools and broke through the metal fences of the secure zone. Hundreds of police then moved in with riot gear, and it became physical. Fox 32 crews were pushed into barriers with nowhere to go. Police Superintendent Larry Snelling was on the front line.
Here's what we need to do. I need you guys just to back up, please, because we're going to start now moving along this fence. We need to get our officers in here. We appreciate the coverage, but we want to make sure that you're safe also.
Well, the protest organizer said he didn't know how it got out of hand or who was responsible for all of that. The city does have a temporary courthouse for these very kinds of situations. It's at Belmont and Western, but there were very few arrests and no injuries reported. Reporting live at Union Park, I'm Joni Lum. Back to you.
All right, Joni, thank you. 5:04, the convention attracted all sorts of big Democrats to the stage, including former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Former First Lady spoke about the legacy that she hopes the party can leave by electing Kamala Harris as president. Anita is going to join us at 5:30 with a recap on Hillary Clinton's speech.
Vice President Harris and her running mate Tim Walz will be in Milwaukee today for a rally. Before leaving Chicago, the vice president made a surprise appearance at the DNC. She expressed her appreciation to President Biden and pledged to triumph at the ballot box in November.
People from every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward.
Harris is expected to address the convention on Thursday. And Rainbow Push Coalition founder, lifelong civil rights activist Reverend Jesse Jackson was honored on stage at the convention. He was greeted with a hero's welcome by the crowd at the United Center. Alongside him, his son, Congressman Jonathan Jackson, Reverend Al Sharpton, and Democratic Party officials. Sharpton called Jackson a mentor and a lifelong friend.
The activism that I have done, leading marches for people that were victims of police brutality and racial violence, our fighting around voting rights issues, our dealing with economic equity, now dealing with DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. All of that I learned from Reverend Jackson.
Reverend Jackson stepped down last year as president of Rainbow Push.
Day 2 is set to be filled with lots of big names as well. And one of the biggest names, he will be coming back home. We expect to hear from former President Barack Obama later tonight. And then later this week, former President Bill Clinton, along with vice presidential candidate Tim Walz, will both be taking the stage. And a reminder here, you can find everything you need to know about the DNC in one location. We have the info on street closures, CTA reroutes, protests, and the convention itself, the speaker lineup. That's all online for you at fox32chicago.com/DNC.
The Trump campaign is hitting a pair of swing states today. Former President Trump will be in Michigan. He's expected to hold a news conference on crime. Meantime, Trump campaign allies are expected to host a press conference in support of the former president's Make America Safe Again in Chicago agenda. The group says they will address Vice President Harris's criminal policies. The Trump Tower will host a Republican dignitary each day of the DNC. Congressman Byron Donalds will speak later this morning. Well, today, Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance will return to Wisconsin.
Yes, this visit comes after Vance and former President Donald Trump were in Pennsylvania, with Trump attacking Harris's economic plans.
We don't need lectures on the economy from a candidate pushing communist price controls. Kamala has no idea what the hell she's doing.
While Harris and Walz will be at Fiserv Forum, Vance plans to visit the Kenosha County Courthouse this afternoon. There, he is set to hold a press conference on crime and safety in Kenosha.
5:07, Mike Kaplan is here. And Mike, Mike sends us a great weather email every morning with love. And I was just reading that. And I mean, it's going to be what, close to 50 downtown this evening?
Well, I think it'll stay a little bit warmer downtown. I think it'll be in the upper 40s overnight in some suburbs. I think it'll be more like mid to upper 50s. But that is remarkably cool for this time of year. And just like yesterday, we're seeing a little bit of cloud cover out there early this morning. And just like yesterday, it's going to go away. We've got 65 at Midway. That's the warmest number. Looks like 50 at Michigan City is our cool spot. 61 at Waukegan, 56 at Woodstock, Kankakee 55, and in Joliet it is mainly clear and 59. Now, compared with 5 a.m., several degrees cooler than 24 hours ago. 5 degrees cooler at O'Hare and Aurora, 10 degrees cooler at Valparaiso, and we will see temperatures, I think, finish a few degrees cooler than yesterday's 77. I think we'll hit 74 for the official high at O'Hare, maybe a couple of degrees warmer as you head southwest into Grundy, Kendall, LaSalle County, and it will likely stay a couple of degrees cooler near the lakefront. Our model showing only upper 60s around Michigan City, New Buffalo. I think you can still get to at least 70 degrees there. Point is, it's going to be cooler than normal. And look at tonight. Now, right downtown near the lake will stay close to 60, but look at all these 40s scattered about, even in the Kankakee River Valley. It is going to feel more like late September than mid-August, and that's why. High pressure coming in right over Lake Superior. It's going to keep that kind of north to northeast wind thing going for us for a couple of days, but the winds will be dying off, so we won't have quite as much chop on the lake. No sign of any precipitation makers for us for the next several days. I really think we're smooth right on through the weekend, and the warming trend behind that front, that's going to get going, well, in pieces. Starting a little bit Thursday, you'll feel it more so on Friday, and then big time Saturday and Sunday. Today, looking good. Partly sunny this morning, mostly sunny the rest of the day, pleasant with a high temperature of 74. Natalie and Anthony?
All right, Mike, thank you so much. 74 sounds nice. 5:09, a warning concerning the race for the White House.
Who's targeting emails associated with the vice president and former president's campaigns?
And the latest guidelines on when to keep students home from school this year when they feel.
And we appreciate our content partners over at Fox 32 Chicago. Very detailed coverage this morning, giving both sides of the aisle. They showed what you can expect for day 2 of the DNC 2024 taking place in Chicago. Also sharing what the Republican side will be doing as the DNC takes place. They gave a good stage setter of what we can expect from former President Donald Trump and his running mate, J.D. Vance. But don't forget, right here on Live Now from Fox, live, unfiltered, and uninterrupted coverage of the DNC. You got night one yesterday of that uninterrupted coverage with our content partners here at Live Now from Fox over in Phoenix, as they showed you those speeches uninterrupted, and we plan to do the same today. Now at 6:12 on the East Coast, let's go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, a quick transition, a brief one, just to highlight what's going on out in the Middle East. We have some updates as it relates to the Israel-Hamas war, giving you a live look, southern Israel looking into Gaza. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Right now, we want to transition to some breaking news we are following as it relates to conflict in the Middle East. After months of stalled talks, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in the Middle East this morning, attempting to broker a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas. It's all in an effort to stop the fighting and, of course, get those remaining Israeli hostages home that are still in Hamas captivity. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan joins us this morning with the latest on these discussions from Tel Aviv, Israel.
Following hours of meetings with Israel's president, prime minister, and defense minister, Secretary of State Antony Blinken says Israel has agreed to the current proposal for a ceasefire and hostage release in Gaza. Now he's calling on Hamas to do the same.
The next important step is for Hamas to say yes, and then in the coming days for all of the expert negotiators to get together to work on clear understandings on implementing the agreement.
Now the issue remains of how to implement the deal, and there are serious disagreements between Hamas and Israel. One includes Hamas calling for an immediate ceasefire and withdrawal of Israeli forces. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu wants a total victory, meaning the IDF would continue fighting in the Gaza Strip until Hamas is no longer seen as a threat in the region. There are major concerns in the region that if an agreement is not reached, it could lead to Iran or proxy Hezbollah attacking Israel.
There is, I think, a real sense of urgency here, across the region, on the need to get this over the finish line.
Meanwhile, Hamas taking responsibility for an explosion overnight in Tel Aviv. The man killed was a bomber whose explosive device detonated early before he reached a more populated part of the city.
What's most crucial now is that everyone refrain from taking any actions that could fuel further conflict
On Tuesday, Secretary Blinken will travel to Cairo, Egypt, where talks will continue with negotiating teams from Egypt and Qatar. In Tel Aviv, Israel, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thank you so much for that detailed report. And as we continue to follow this breaking news headline, Blinken in the Middle East this morning to help broker that ceasefire agreement. We know that the Israeli government held an update to share what they expect to happen from the ceasefire negotiations, also sharing the latest in their efforts to bring those remaining hostages home. Let's listen in.
We start today with sad news of our fallen IDF soldiers, 692. Since the start of this war, Major in the reserves Yotam Yitzhak Peled was 34 years old and from Rosh Ayin. He was killed in battle in the center of Gaza. And Sergeant Major in the reserves Mordechai Yosef Ben Shoam was also 34 years old and from Geva Binyamin. He too was killed in battle in central Gaza. These are both devastating losses. All of us here in Israel send condolences to these dear families of our heroic fighters who fell in combat from terror attacks, and also our civilians. There are no words of mine that can assuage the pain, the terrible pain of their family and friends. We embrace these bereaved families in their most difficult hour. We are committed to the testament of the fallen to continue to absolute victory over Hamas. May the memories of our fallen heroes be a blessing forever. Next on Secretary of State Blinken's visit in Israel today, meeting with our president this morning, the Prime Minister, the Defense Minister, together with other senior ministers and officials. The Prime Minister met with the Secretary in his office in Jerusalem today. It was a positive and good-spirited meeting, a 3-hour-long meeting. The Prime Minister reiterated Israel's commitment to the latest American proposal regarding the release of our hostages, all the while taking into account Israel's security needs. Israel greatly appreciates the efforts of the US to dissuade Hamas from its refusal to agree to a deal for the release of our hostages. The Prime Minister stands firmly by the principle that the IDF will physically remain on the Philadelphia corridor, the border with Egypt, to prevent the resupply of Hamas's deadly weapons. The negotiations continue. We are working to create a framework agreement based upon the principles presented by the US in May to get our people home and achieve the other goals of the war. Just in the last 24 hours, we have seen Palestinian terror attacks. Gidon Peri, a 38-year-old Israeli father of 3 and a husband, was murdered by a Palestinian work colleague. Why? Simply because he was a Jew and an Israeli. Last night, a terror attack in Tel Aviv with Hamas claiming responsibility. This was a significant terror attack which was averted yesterday in Tel Aviv. The Palestinian with a backpack loaded with explosives exploded his charge that he was carrying before he managed to reach a more heavily populated area. This is often the way with Hamas. On the eve of potential deals to create quiet, to create peace in this region, they always try and have these terrorist outrages in order to inflame the region. It's unfortunately classic strategy, which we've become used to from the dedicated monsters of Hamas. This morning, IDF soldiers were attacked in Ya'ara, on the border with Lebanon by Hezbollah terrorists with drones. Now an update from COGAT and their work coordinating aid into Gaza. COGAT just today released another example of the systematic abuse of civilian and humanitarian infrastructure by Hamas. Yesterday, Hamas fired rockets from launchers embedded near 2 schools and a field hospital in southern Gaza. But all the while, aid continues to enter every day via all the crossings. Since the beginning of the war, more than 46,000 trucks have delivered more than 900,000 tons of humanitarian aid into Gaza. That's 80% more food compared to prior to October the 7th. on immunizations against polio in Gaza. 95% plus Gazans have been immunized against polio. And Israel is working with the World Health Organization and UNICEF to get 1.3 million other vaccines into Gaza. And more info on this is available on the COGAT website and XFeed. So that's the end of our briefing today. We'll now take your questions, which you should put in the chat together with your news outlet. Thank you very much. First question here from Joel Pollack at Breitbart News. Firstly, Joel asks, Secretary of State Blinken said it was the last opportunity for a hostage deal. What makes it the last, or is that a political deadline? And secondly, President Herzog made clear that Hamas was refusing a deal. Why did Blinken appear to blame both sides? Thank you very much for those questions, Joel Pollack from Breitbart News. Look, I think those are questions for Secretary of State Blinken, but the Prime Minister has said that, you know, for this deal, many had claimed for months that Hamas would never agree to give up on its condition to end the war and remain in power as a condition for the deal, and proposed giving in to Hamas's demands. The Prime Minister said that they were wrong then, and they are wrong now. The Prime Minister made clear at the start of yesterday's Cabinet Minister that our negotiations team strongly insisted on this fundamental demand, vital to achieving the goals of the war. Of course, the talks are ongoing and Israel is committed to them, but the Prime Minister's made clear that Hamas has changed its position. The Prime Minister insisted that Israel remain in the Philadelphia corridor in order to prevent terrorists from rearming. Israel also insisted that on advancing a deal that will maximize the number of living hostages, and to enable the achieving of all of our war objectives. Israel is conducting these negotiations with a firm eye on the vital security interests of Israel, as opposed to those who advise that Israel just give in. Israel is engaged in these negotiations for the release of our hostages because it is a national mission of the highest order. The Prime Minister has made clear that Israel is fully prepared to be flexible for this noble mission, but be in no doubt these are very complex negotiations. Hamas is a murderous terrorist organization that is both simultaneously obstinate and at the same time uninhibited in its wickedness. Hamas did not even send a representative to the talks in Doha. Now, the Prime Minister has made clear that strong military and diplomatic pressure on Hamas and Sinwar are the way to secure the release of our hostages. Thank you. I'll take the next question from Hannah Julian in a moment. Jim Williams, I saw a question but seems to have disappeared, so perhaps you can put that again into the chat. But in the meantime, Hannah Julian from the Jewish Press has asked, is there an update on the talks specifically from Cairo? Also, when those talks conclude, if there is no agreement, what happens next? Thank you for that question, Hannah. I've given you an update that we have right now from regarding the hostage release negotiations, which we are currently engaged in. We thank our American partners for pushing these forward. We are indebted to them. But once and again, it is always Hamas which walks away at the final moment. Again and again and again, this has been shown over the last 10 months. We are in favor of negotiations and for them to be concluded successfully, and Hamas keeps walking away. Okay, that seems to be the last question here, unless there are any more other questions. No? Good. Well, in the meantime, thank you for joining us today. We'll have another briefing tomorrow at the same time. So please do stay safe, and thank you for joining us. Bye-bye now.
And so that was the very latest from the Israeli government holding that briefing amid ceasefire talks. And again, we know that Antony Blinken is out in the Middle East for those talks. You're getting a live look now at 627 on the East Coast out at the southern Israel Gaza border. But we also know there's conflicts going on in Lebanon as it relates to Hezbollah. You can expect around 8 o'clock this morning Eastern time to get a news conference from that area. We're told it relates to a humanitarian crisis. No word if that news conference will be in English, but if it is, we will bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Now it's 627 on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, giving you a live look out in Sicily as we are following some breaking news headlines out in this area. The details when we come back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your breaking news headlines this Tuesday morning, right now taking you out off the coast of Sicily as we see that rescue efforts are still underway this morning. Now at 6:30 on the East Coast, you're taking a live look as rescue teams and divers, they continue their search this morning, returning to the site of a storm-sunken super yacht off the coast of Sicily there. They are searching for 6 people, including a British tech magnate, Mike Lynch. They are believed to still be trapped in the hull. We're told these rescues will continue to happen, even though debris had blocked access below deck during the initial search. So good news this Tuesday morning as they are making some leeway in their search. They are able to get around that blocked area, but you can see there along the port how rescue teams are coming together. Windy conditions this morning. You can see some SSI divers there with that flag there. Let me see if we can get any audio on this feed, as we do know, I don't know if it'll be in English, but we might can hear some of the audio on the feed to give you a sense of what's happening in this area this morning. So no audio we can make out, just windy conditions, as you could see there from the flag on that boat. But we will continue to give you updates as these teams and divers continue to search this Tuesday morning for these 6 people. As we get more updates in, you'll be the first to know right here on Live Now from Fox. As we continue with your international headlines right now we're going to transition and take you out to Dresden, Germany, where this morning, before we came on the air, the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, she gave a speech at a ceremony for the European Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. Let's listen in.
region. Around the globe, this is highly recognized. We build extremely powerful computers.
Die weltweit führenden Anlagenbauer für Chips kommen hier aus Europa.
Microchips are coming here from Europe, so therefore I paid a visit to the top companies all over Europe, Leuven, Eindhoven, those are the cities, and of course also here in the city of Dresden. I still remember the groundbreaking ceremony for the new Infineon plant 1 year ago. Behind all of these successes, we have much of effort, a lot of hard work. Silicon Saxony, therefore, offers everything that makes Europe so attractive for investors and innovators. Here in this region, more than 2,500 companies of the chip industry are based. So here you have an impressive collaboration between young startups and global corporations. We can monitor just that here in this region, but also we witness collaboration between companies and universities. This region does have an attractive labor force with more than 75,000 employees in the chip sector. And the people of Saxony have known for a long time what it takes to produce first-class chips. They're familiar with working in clean rooms. They're used to putting on their special work clothes, and in many cases you have a deep running love for this demanding profession that was already inherited by these young skilled persons from their parents, and they want to pass this passion on to the next generation. Here in Dresden, all of us can clearly see that Europe is so much more than simply an attractive market. It is a unique place for both growth and innovation. Sehr geehrte
Industrial strength that we have built our European Chips Act. It has been 3 years now since we set the goal to double Europe's share of global chip production up to 20%. And since then, we have seen new state-of-the-art chip factories break ground across Europe. If you take Crolles near Grenoble, or Catania in Sicily, and now another here in Dresden, this new fab qualifies under the European Chips Act as a so-called first-of-a-kind factory facility. In other words, it will manufacture products that are not present or planned in any other facility across Europe. And this means that this facility is also entitled to national financial support. So good news, just this morning I had the opportunity to authorize state aid from Germany to this project to the tune of 5 billion euros. And indeed, since we launched the European Chips Act, it has already attracted commitments of public and private investments in the order of 115 billion euros. So this is a true investment revolution for Europe's chip sector. And this is just the beginning. Boosting our industrial competitiveness is a central pillar of the new 5-year program of the European Commission that I put forward in July. First, I will propose a new European competitiveness fund as part of our new budget. It will invest in strategic technologies, and it will contribute to our important projects of common European interest, the so-called IPCIs or IPSIs, of course including in the field of chips and advanced packaging. The next European Commission must be and will be an investment commission. Second, in the first 100 days of the new mandate, I will propose a new clean industrial deal. One of its central goals will be to ensure access to cheap, clean energy, wonderful to hear that you're completely renewable, and raw materials, And the third element is that we will establish a union of skills. We want European workers to have the training they need for the quality jobs that you are creating, for example, here. So we must remove all the obstacles that are still slowing us down, and we must invest more in what makes Europe so attractive for companies just like you, for example. We all know that the global race for the technologies of tomorrow is on, and I want Europe really to switch gear. Meine Damen und Herren.
So that quick remarks there, press conference out in Dresden, Germany, the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen there speaking out in Dresden on the semiconductor industry on the right side of your screen. Top stories we're also following related to international relations. That top right box, a live look at the Israel-Gaza border as ceasefire talks do resume this morning. And then that bottom box, a live look out in Sicily as the search for 6 people resumes this Tuesday morning. We do know that this does relate to a sunken ship, so we will continue to follow that. But as we continue to follow those breaking news headlines, right now giving you a live look out in Egypt. You see Secretary Blinken there. And again, we did follow this headline as we came on the air this morning that he is out in Egypt for those ceasefire talks to help broker a ceasefire agreement. The shot is frozen right now, but we will continue to follow this feed. So a very quick shot. You can see the camera moving around. The camera will not be allowed to be inside of the room as they hold this discussion. You can only imagine some of the things that will need to be kept off the record this morning, as this does relate to people's lives at stake. We do know that there are still hostages in Hamas captivity, but just wanted to show you that feed as we got it into our Live Now from Fox Studio. As we do know, this is a breaking news alert we are following this morning. Secretary Blinken in the Middle East to help with those ceasefire agreements. Now at 6:39 on the East Coast, we're going to go ahead and go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, transitioning though, as we continue to follow your top stories and headlines this morning, we will be coming back out to discuss the latest with the Democratic National Convention. Today marks day 2, giving you a live look inside of the United Center there in Chicago. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes with the details. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Now at 6:41 on the East Coast, we transition to another top story we are following. This one relating to day 2 of the DNC. We know day 1 wrapped up last night with some remarks we got to hear from President Joe Biden as he passed the torch to his VP, Kamala Harris. We also had a surprise speech from her. As we are now gearing up for day 2 and setting the stage, we're going to check in with our content partners over at Fox 32 Chicago as they do have team coverage this morning, sharing what you can expect. Let's listen in.
Right now on Good Day Chicago, safety a #1 priority for law enforcement for the Democratic National Convention. We're going to have details on a new temporary court facility they set up.
A house fire on the south side leaves 2 firefighters injured. What we know so far.
And I'm Anita Blanton, live here from the floor of the United Center, home of the Democratic National Convention this week. After quite a night, they are still doing cleanup this morning, but they are also getting ready for another big night featuring 2 names that Chicagoans know very well, and this political party still loves.
All right, welcome back to Good Day Chicago here in studio at 5:30 on day 2 of this convention. I'm Anthony Ponce.
I'm Natalie Bumpke, sitting at the anchor desk because our beloved Anita Blanton is live at the United Center for us this morning with day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. And Roseanne Tellez is on standby, ready to go as well.
First, let's get a check of the traffic situation. I know things are getting kind of dicey, especially around the UC and McCormick Place. I'll send things over to Gabriella to give us an update here at 5:30. How we looking?
Good morning, Anthony. Yeah, so let's discuss these street closures around the United Center, which you can see on the OEMC map here. Let's bring it closer if we can. The big closures around the United Center are Damon, Washington, Warren, Madison, Adams, and Paulina. But here's a detour which you can follow kind of in red here. It takes you off of Ashland and west towards Western Avenue and eventually back to Ashland. So a big loop around the west side of the United Center to take you back. Over by McCormick Place, 21st Street starts the perimeter to the north, Michigan Avenue to the west, 24th Place along the Stevenson, and MLK Drive to the east. So Natalie, Anthony, there's a lot going on. Know that there's some restrictions again towards I-55 or near DuSable Lakeshore Drive, and also some changes on the Kennedy. I'll keep you updated all morning on when things change.
Thanks, Gabby. The Obamas will return home to take the stage tonight at the Democratic National Convention.
Yes, they come on the heels of a spirited night 1 at the convention. Anita is live on the floor of the UC with a preview. Another big day. Anita, good morning.
Yes, props to the cleaning crew because they have been in here as we have been setting up, still vacuuming and getting this site of the United Center ready for another big night ahead, another big day. But they had a night of unity, really, and support behind the presumptive Democratic nominee, and that would be Kamala Harris. Many top Democrats from across the country standing on the stage behind me, those who we know very well and those who are looking to make a name for themselves, unlike many we have seen before, and trying to praise her credentials. Let's go over a little bit of how we got to the point of everyone being on stage, though. We'll rewind a bit in the day, because if you were out and about in the city, which I know a lot of people really don't want to do right now with all of the security up around the city, but I did step out for history's sake when I heard a long line of sirens behind me, and I could see people looking over overpasses to look at the motorcade that was going by. You could see the motorcade for Kamala Harris going through the city, making its way, arriving at the United Center for the first night of the convention. The vice president going right by our cameras, in fact, as you can see here in this video, waving before a big night for the party. It was a packed house on night 1 of the DNC. There was a rare moment when Harris herself came out and spoke briefly to the crowd, giving a tribute to President Biden. Of course, the night really was in large part about him and his legacy, thanking him for his lifetime of service. But before his speech, an official passing of the torch, Vice President Harris got a huge endorsement from the woman who tried in 2016 against the very same opponent, Donald Trump. Hillary Rodham Clinton talked about her support for the abortion rights debate that is happening right now in our country and for her work as a prosecutor. She also slipped in a dig, of course, at her former opponent, Donald Trump.
As a prosecutor, Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history, the first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions.
So making jokes there, but of course no joke is the issue at hand for the Democratic Party. Hillary Rodham Clinton also speaking last night about the difference in running as a woman against President Trump, saying that she sees similarities in the way that Kamala Harris is mocked about her looks or her laugh. She also said that the Democratic Party cannot be complacent in this moment. And I would hearken, since we are in the United Center, where many of us watch the Chicago Bulls, back to a Republican strategist who I listened to also, who said at this moment it's kind of like a basketball game, and both teams have been playing really hard, and you have one team that felt they were down that's starting to make a comeback. The energy was shifting in this room, and you could feel that last night. The president, once he did come up, President Biden, to speak, he talked, of course, about his legacy. He talked about the fight ahead for the Democratic Party, but he also took a moment to talk about the protesters outside these walls. And he said that they have a point, the protesters on the street, and that the war between Israel and Hamas needs to end. I know you have more on the protests that were going on outside of these walls.
We certainly do, Anita. Thank you for your reporting again this morning. Multiple arrests were made on Monday when protesters tore down fencing near the United Center.
Roseanne is right near the corner of Western and Belmont, and I understand, Roseanne, there has been something set up near where you are?
Well, that's right, Anthony. No one wants to see any more arrests or anything of the nature of what went down yesterday outside United Center. But if it does, this is where those protesters will be brought. Any protesters related to the DNC will come here. This is where they'll be processed, get an attorney, and face a judge. This temporary setup put in place at the old courthouse at Belmont and Western, intended to deal with large numbers of protesters if needed. Well, Monday there were only 4 arrests, and those happened near Washington and Wolcott, and they were related to the breach of fencing near the United Center. While they were being processed, some of their fellow protesters waited just outside this building, saying they planned to be there for their friend's release.
We have done this before for jail support, and we have been here all night. We are always prepared to stay here all night for our fellow protesters, however long it takes.
Now, those protesters, that group outside, said they did contact the National Lawyers Guild to get an attorney for their friends, who they claim were actually trying to get protesters back in the non-restricted area. They were trying to get protesters out. That's what they say. We still don't know whether or not those protesters have been released. But once again, this is the operation. This is the setup to deal with any more problems that are related to the DNC. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Roseanne. Happening today, another Thornton Township meeting is expected later tonight, and the budget is on the agenda. They're expected to discuss an ordinance that would regulate event expenditures and budget approvals, and a retail credit card policy for Thornton Township. This follows the feud between township trustees and controversial Thornton Township supervisor and Dalton Mayor Tiffany Henyard, who has been accused of using public money for personal gain. We're going to let you know what happens, as we do here at Fox 32. 2 Chicago firefighters are recovering this morning after being injured, battling.
So great coverage there from our Fox 32 Chicago team as we are gearing up for day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. You're getting a live look now at 6:51 on the East Coast outside of the United Center. I'm glad we were able to get this shot thanks to my producer, Taylor Anderson, getting this shot in for us. We did see inside of the center, but now giving you an outside look. But hey, let's say you're just now tuning in and you want to see inside. We got you covered, giving you a live look now inside of the United Center. And we just heard there from reporters on the ground that the cleaning crew has been inside getting everything sparkly and up to code for you as we continue to watch. And don't forget, right here on Live Now, live, unfiltered, extensive coverage. We kicked it off yesterday, but we will continue today with that coverage. The 2024 DNC taking place in Chicago. So as we get those exclusive interviews, those speeches, you'll get that right here, live, raw, and uninterrupted. 6:52 the time now on the East Coast. We're going to go ahead and go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. Coming back and continuing with your breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events of your Tuesday morning. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Now at 6:54 on the East Coast. We continue with your top stories and headlines this Tuesday morning. The Democratic National Convention set up its first night to feature speeches from the last Democrat to lose to Donald Trump and the last one to beat him. Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden were scheduled to be the main speakers in Chicago on Monday night, even as protesters against the war in Gaza churned a few blocks from the convention hall. The vice president making an unscheduled appearance on stage, paying tribute to Biden ahead of his own address to the convention. She told the president, quote, "Thank you for your historic leadership, for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you'll continue to do," end quote. Well, joining us live this morning to further recap day one of the DNC, also setting the stage for day two, none other than political analyst Rich Rubino. Rich, good morning to you. Always a pleasure having you here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me on.
A pleasure to have you. So for those that were unable to watch the speeches and day one and night one of the Democratic National Convention, could you catch us up, please?
Yeah, and there were a lot of speeches, everyone from Jamie Raskin, the congressman from Maryland, to Congresswoman Crockett from Texas, some of the kind of more obscure names. I think AOC got up there and gave a rousing convention speech, got a lot of applause. But really the showcase was Joe Biden delivering his remarks. It was really a way for the Democratic Party, I think, to say goodbye to Joe Biden in a very positive way. That is, Joe Biden gave a speech, talked about his accomplishments, took credit for the 800,000 manufacturing jobs. Really, I think he was really trying to make the case for Vice President Harris to run with, talking about the accomplishments that have been made by the administration. I think that one thing that I took away from this is Vice President Harris is not going to be running away from Joe Biden. Oftentimes, vice presidents try to distance themselves from the incumbent president, to try to say, like Al Gore back in 2000 would say, I'm my own man, and would not campaign with Bill Clinton. Vice President, at least toward the end of the campaign, Vice President Harris in this particular campaign was very much trying to tether herself, if you will, to Joe Biden. She even got up there and gave a speech, which I think was very much surprising. That you have, at least she gave a quick She gave a quick speech up there, which I think is very surprising to many Americans that she did that. Usually, the first day of the convention, the candidate tends to kind of stay a little bit quiet, but it was a very interesting night.
Great points you're making this morning, Rich. And I'm glad you did mention that, actually, about Harris and showing her support for Biden and not distancing herself. And I think she's doing so. Many of the viewers feeling the same way. She's doing so to kind of show that it was the Biden-Harris administration, as far as what they are calling the good things that happened during those 4 years. With her being the VP for Biden, she touts many things that they are saying. If you ask Trump, he might say differently. But she is touting many things and saying she was part of the reason that those good things happened in office. So very glad you mentioned that.
Yes, and it's very interesting when president and vice presidents, for example, go back to 1968. Hubert Humphrey tried as best as he possibly could to try to distance himself from President Johnson without completely disassociating himself with President Johnson. In 1988, George H.W. Bush tried to run on the Reagan-Bush record, as President Reagan was relatively popular at the time. Al Gore in 2000, very interesting. Bill Clinton, I think, wanted to campaign more with Al Gore, but Al Gore was trying to show that he was his own man. In part, he picked Joe Lieberman as his vice presidential running mate, and Lieberman was the first major Democrat in the United States Senate to really condemn Bill Clinton's behavior in the Monica Lewinsky imbroglio. But it's very interesting in this particular case, because the president has a job approval rating of under 50%. And you would think that the vice president perhaps would try to distance herself a little bit from that, but she does not seem to be doing that. Rather, she seems to be running toward Joe Biden. We'll see if she changes her tune in the next couple of months, but also there's a possibility that she might be counting on that perhaps Joe Biden's job approval will actually increase now that he's seen more, I think, as an elder statesman than a politician simply seeking re-election to his office.
Well, Rich, day one wrapped up last night. We are now getting ready for day two of the DNC. Many people looking ahead, and some are excited that the Obamas will be in the room tonight with some speeches as well. How important is former President Obama's speech as it relates to VP Harris and having that support? We already know, we heard the phone call, right, where he did give his verbal support. But the speech tonight in front of millions upon millions of Americans, how important is that?
It's very important. It reminds me a little bit of actually the person who's speaking tomorrow night, Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton back in 2012. Remember, there was a very bitter primary between Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton back in 2008. But Bill Clinton in 2012 was a very good soldier for the Obama campaign, campaigned in places that perhaps President Obama was not particularly popular. This time around, it's the same thing with Barack Obama. Barack Obama is very popular in the country the way Bill Clinton was in 2012. Consequently, he'll be able to spend a lot of time both between his speech here and also going into parts of the country that perhaps the Biden-Harris administration is not particularly popular, at least in parts of those 6 or 7 actual states that are really showdown or swing states this time around. It'll be very interesting to see how he discusses his own administration, and also how he tries to say that Joe Biden and Vice President Harris trying to discuss their administration and trying to discuss why he thinks that Vice President Harris is the best candidate for the job. But he's somebody that I think every House member and Senate member in vulnerable congressional districts, because of his high job approval rating, they may not want Vice President Harris there. They may not want Joe Biden there, but I think they would want Barack Obama to campaign for them.
Rich Rubino, always a pleasure. We appreciate your candidness and your expertise, your perspective on all things political here on Live Now from Fox. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Anything we need to be keeping a watchful eye for as day two is kicking off for the DNC?
Yes, it's just interesting when Joe Biden got up there and gave a speech and he addressed directly the Gaza protesters and said basically that they have a point. This is very interesting. I think the Democrats are trying to head off. They don't want these comparisons to 1968, where the Democratic Party, where there were riots in the streets because the party would not accept a peace plank on the Vietnam War, and then which landed up really having deleterious effects on their nominee, Hubert Humphrey. That time around, the Biden and both President Biden and maybe Vice President Harris in their own address on Thursday night will try to address it and basically say that they support a ceasefire and that they, in some respects, sympathize with the protesters to try to tamp down the potential for the protest to really accelerate outside in Chicago.
Rich Rubino, thank you so much for setting the stage as day 2 kicks off, and we will continue our coverage here on Live Now. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you as well.
Thank you so much. And as we continue here on Live Now, Rich setting the stage so eloquently, as he always does, giving you a live look out in Chicago, the site of the 2024 DNC, now 7:01 here on the East Coast. A beautiful skyline shot as we just hit 1 minute past the 7 o'clock hour. We're going to check in now with our content partners over at Fox 32 Chicago as they continue with their stellar coverage this morning, setting the stage and sharing what you can expect with the speeches tonight. Let's listen in.
Chicago at 6, learning from day 1. Joni is live with how the city prepares to avoid the chaos for protesters during the first hours of the Democratic National Convention.
She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity.
A presidential stamp of approval. There's President Biden making the case for a Kamala Harris presidency, live from the DNC stage.
And tonight, 2 people with increasing footprints and memories across this nation and, of course, here in the city of Chicago. Get ready to take the stage here at the United Center. I'm Anita Blanton, live at the United Center with more on what to expect on day 2 of the Democratic National Convention.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm Natalie Bumpke at the anchor desk here for Anita.
Yes, who's live on the UC floor. I'm Anthony Ponce. Day 1 in the books. Now we look to day 2 of the DNC. We've got Anita on the floor of the convention center and Joni standing by ready to tackle today's headlines. But before we get to those two, first, let's turn to Mike for a check of our forecast. Can we do the Control-C, Control-V, and just copy and paste yesterday today?
Very close, Anthony and Natalie. Good morning, everybody. And just like yesterday, we're starting with some cloud cover. That is looking actually fairly ominous over the city right now, but this is going to be scattering out. We're going to get a whole lot of sunshine here, just as we did yesterday. But I'll tell you what, temperatures aren't going to be as warm as they got to yesterday. 77 was the high. Today, more like a 74. It'll be 67 at 9. With a few clouds around. On the cool side at noon, clearing out with 71. And then at 4 o'clock should be cloud free. Temperatures will be in the low to mid 70s with delightful low humidity. All right, we've got our helicopter up and flying after a little bit of confusion over flight rules. But so far, nothing to see, right, Gabriella? Kind of quiet.
That's right, Mike. And there's a lot going on because of the DNC. So we're taking it hour by hour with what they could do with the helicopter. But they are going to be up. You're going to see them here at 6:15. But talking first about our overview map, luckily no major crashes to report of right now. But we are starting to see traffic build up a bit, especially on the Kennedy. You're going to start to slow down on Nagel Avenue all the way to Montrose. 40-minute drive from O'Hare to downtown. About 25 minutes back to the airport. 30 minutes on the Eisenhower. Looking good there, as well as the Stevenson. Really good on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Byrne Interchange. Only 20 minutes with a little bit of stop and go after the Bishop Ford. Well, on the Bishop Ford after Stony Island. Natalie, Anthony, I'll keep you updated with traffic all morning long. Right now, we're looking okay.
All right. Thanks, Gabby. I was hearing from some law enforcement there that some of the delegates had to get off those shuttle buses and just walk to the United Center because some of those protests. And it is day 2 of the DNC in Chicago. There are no planned protests for today.
Yeah, but it can always be kind of an ad hoc situation as things develop spontaneously at events like these. Joni will have more on last night's drama in just a moment. But first, a look ahead to what we can expect tonight as the former president from Chicago, we're talking about Barack Obama, is going to be taking the stage along with former First Lady Michelle Obama. Anita Blanton is live on the convention floor of the United Center with a little preview for us. Anita, good morning.
Good morning to both of you. It has been buzzing here in the United Center, partly because the show went on so long last night. President Biden not even taking the stage till almost 11 o'clock last night, but also because of the big night that they are preparing for ahead. Yes, this evening, former President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle will take the stage. Of course, they are no strangers to Chicago. They are no strangers to the Democratic National Convention, this party that loves them so much and formerly had them as president. So we know that they have already given their full support to Vice President Kamala Harris early in her campaign. I mean, people were kind of counting the days until they would actually vocally support her. If you can believe it, President Obama made his debut on the DN stage now 20 years ago. He was a relative unknown, went from Illinois over to Boston, gave a speech, and people were left saying, well, who is that man? Well, today he is expected to make the case for why the U.S. should vote for Kamala Harris in November. He knows better than most, of course, what she is navigating in the race, whether it comes from ethnicity or background being a common talking point that opposing parties use to hammer on throughout the campaign. He is also expected to honor this man that you're looking at right here, though, his former running mate, President Joe Biden, who took the stage last night. Again, not until almost 11 o'clock. President Biden received a massive standing ovation from the audience, many of them chanting, "We love you, Joe," you know, and it set the stage to pass the baton to his vice president, and from Biden-Harris administration to a Harris-Walz administration.
As your president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward, not going back, to stand against hate and violence in all its forms, to be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity, demonizing no one, leaving no one behind, and becoming the nation that we profess to be. We need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives. And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump. And elect Kamala and Tim.
Now, President Biden went on to say that democracy prevailed after January 6th, and now it has to be preserved. Both President Biden and former President Barack Obama are known for being lawmakers who were able to reach across the aisle from time to time to get things done. Experts expect that President Obama's speech this evening will in large part, one, pay homage to his former running mate, also to talk about the need for more civility in politics moving forward, but then, of course, to make that case for Kamala Harris moving forward. And we'll be able to see tonight, again, how this room fills in as the day progresses. I can tell you that as we were leaving yesterday, people were already starting to get here. The security lines were getting longer and longer, and we expect to see much of the same today.
Okay, Anita, thank you for that.
And we appreciate our Fox 32 Chicago team for that extensive coverage. 7:09 here on the East Coast, and giving you a live look outside of the United Center there in Chicago, the site of the DNC. We will continue with our extensive coverage throughout the day, live, raw, and uninterrupted. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, giving you a live look out in Atlanta, Georgia, we'll be checking in with none other than Mark Teichner, getting some updates on some last-minute changes from the Georgia Election Board. The details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox and giving you a beautiful skyline shot out in Atlanta, Georgia, as we are staying on politics this hour, learning some last-minute changes from the Georgia Election Board. Have some people crying foul. The changes require counties to take extra steps before certifying their election results. Joining us live this morning to further explain, Fox 5 Atlanta's Mark Teichner joining us live from the state capitol. Mark, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. And this is the latest in a series of controversial moves by this election board. They say they're just trying to make sure that all of the election results are secure and are on the up and up. But opponents say this could open up the situation to possible shenanigans by local election officials who aren't happy with the way the Georgia results end up. Last-minute changes made by the Georgia Election Board. Monday, the board voted 3-2 to approve a plan requiring local counties to review election results and look for discrepancies before they can be certified.
These are all very important things that we want our boards to review and expect them to review.
Opponents say the changes could create delays and chaos, allowing local election officials to refuse to certify their results.
If they are desperate now, just wait and see truly what will happen in the November elections.
Earlier this year, 3 pro-Trump Republicans got a voting control of the board. The former president called the trio his, quote, pit bulls fighting for honesty.
Is an important step to find some form of uniformity and acknowledgement that we do hear some of the other concerns.
Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger called the election board's moves misguided, saying making changes this late in the process could lead to voter distrust.
We're already conducting the election for all intents and purposes. It is too late to be making changes like this. If these were good ideas, they should have been proposed 6 months ago.
The election board was also trying to force the Attorney General's office here in Georgia to open up yet another investigation into the 2020 election results. But he sent them a note yesterday basically saying he's not going to do that because he doesn't think they have the legal authority to direct him to move forward with that investigation. Reporting live from Atlanta, Georgia, I'm Mark Teichner for Live Now from Fox.
Mark Teichner, always stellar reporting. We can always rely on you for the most up-to-date and accurate information. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
You too.
Thank you so much. And giving you another live look at a skyline shot out in Atlanta, Georgia. 7:14 now here on the East Coast. We're going to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour when we come back following more breaking news headlines and top stories of your Tuesday morning. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Now at 7:17 on the East Coast. We now transition to a breaking news headlines we're following this Tuesday morning. After months of stalled talks, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in the Middle East this morning, attempting to broker a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas. It's all in an effort to stop the fighting and get Israeli hostages home. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan joining us with the latest on these discussions from Tel Aviv, Israel.
Following hours of meetings with Israel's president, prime minister, and defense minister, Secretary of State Antony Blinken says Israel has agreed to the current proposal for a ceasefire and hostage release in Gaza. Now he's calling on Hamas to do the same.
The next important step is for Hamas to say yes, and then in the coming days for all of the expert negotiators to get together to work on clear understandings on implementing the agreement.
Now the issue remains of how to implement the deal, and there are serious disagreements between Hamas and Israel. One includes Hamas calling for an immediate ceasefire and withdrawal of Israeli forces. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu wants a total victory, meaning the IDF would continue fighting in the Gaza Strip until Hamas is no longer seen as a threat in the region. There are major concerns in the region that if an agreement is not reached, it could lead to Iran or proxy Hezbollah attacking Israel.
There is, I think, a real sense of urgency here, across the region, on the need to get this over the finish line.
Meanwhile, Hamas taking responsibility for an explosion overnight in Tel Aviv. The man killed was a bomber whose explosive device detonated early before he reached a more populated part of the city.
What's most crucial now is that everyone refrain from taking any actions that could fuel further conflict.
On Tuesday, Secretary Blinken will travel to Cairo, Egypt, where talks will continue with negotiating teams from Egypt and Qatar. In Tel Aviv, Israel, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thank you so much for that detailed report, and giving you now 7:19 here on the East Coast, a live look at the southern Israel-Gaza border. And Alex sharing that Tuesday, which is today, Secretary Blinken will be traveling to Cairo, Egypt. He just arrived there moments ago. I want to pull up the feed for you now so you can see him walk in there. So he's about to walk through those doors right there, arriving in Cairo, Egypt. Again, arriving for those ceasefire agreement discussions. He's there to help broker a deal. You see him walking in. I'm going to pop up the audio so we can listen in and watch together.
This is perfect. That's very good. That's very clever. So the audio is muffled and they're just discussing amongst themselves. Again, this just happening moments ago out in Cairo, Egypt. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken arriving in Egypt as a part of his latest Middle East tour to push forward talks aiming to end the 10-month Gaza war and bring about a release of hostages. Blinken set to hold talks with the Egyptian president and foreign minister in the coastal city of Al Amin following a visit to Israel, where he met with the prime minister Benjamin Netanyahu and other officials. You're getting a look at that arrival that just happened moments ago. Let's see if we can hear anything again.
So yeah, nothing we can hear. Again, the media now leaving. So we will continue to follow this story right here on Live Now from Fox as we work to keep you informed with the latest on conflict related to the Middle East. 7:22 the time now here on the East Coast. We're going to go ahead and take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, transitioning again to your top political headlines, as it is a top story this morning, a better look now at the United Center, the site of the 2024 Democratic National Convention. The sun finally up out in Chicago, giving you a better look there at the United Center. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time now 7:25. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in, giving you a live look out in Chicago. The United Center on your screen, the site of the 2024 Democratic National Convention. If you're just now tuning in, maybe you haven't seen a look inside, giving that to you now. The Democratic National Convention officially kicked off in Chicago. Monday night's keynote speaker was the man who thought he would be accepting the party's nomination this week, President Joe Biden. Fox's Connor Hansen inside the United Center in Chicago with more on the president's speech, also recapping day one of the Democratic National Convention.
1 month ago, President Biden was planning to talk about his vision for another 4 years in office here at the Democratic National Convention. But his speech turned into more of a passing of the torch to the next generation. President Biden entering the United Center in Chicago to a standing ovation, trying to energize Democrats here and across the country.
Are you ready to vote for freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America?
Biden highlighted what he says are his administration's top accomplishments, the president making the case for why Kamala Harris is best suited to continue the work they've done over the past 3.5 years.
She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity, enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story.
Monday night's speech comes a month after Biden dropped out of the presidential race following a poor debate performance, low poll numbers, and pressure from leaders within his party. But the president emphasized the time is now for a new generation of leaders.
Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us.
This week, President Biden and other high-profile Democrats are trying to emphasize their vision for America over that of former President Donald Trump, who is also hitting the campaign trail hard this week with his own message.
If Kamala gets in, the United States will rapidly become a deindustrialized third world nation, like so many others have become.
President Biden won't be sticking around the convention all week. After his speech, he planned to travel to California, but that won't be the end of the big Democratic names. Throughout the week, we'll still hear from two former Democratic presidents, Barack Obama and Bill Clinton. In Chicago, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much for that detailed recap. And telling the crowd, quote, "I gave my best to you," President Joe Biden gave that lively speech to mark the end of the first day of the Democratic National Convention Monday night. Well, now with the stage set for day 2, the Democratic Party is keeping an eye out on the future. Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor in Chicago this morning with the latest on what voters can expect for day 2.
Tonight, this arena will be packed for day 2 of the Democratic National Convention, where organizers say they want voters to get to know Kamala Harris. The vice president is still fine-tuning some of her policy positions, trying to strike the right balance between honoring her boss's legacy or putting some distance between them.
A roaring standing ovation for a president passing the torch. Night 1 of the DNC saw President Joe Biden address his party publicly for the first time since dropping out of the race for the White House last month.
And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down. That's not true.
After an emotional entrance as he hugged his daughter Ashley, Biden stressed the future of democracy is in the hands of voters.
Are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz?
Aides close to the Bidens insist there is no bad blood. And it was clear Monday night the first family is focusing on their graceful exit.
Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage.
With the reins passed over to Harris, the Democratic Party voted Monday night to approve its 2024 platform, calling for tax increases for corporations and the wealthy, as well as addressing climate change, abortion rights, and much more.
We are moving forward.
The Harris-Walz campaign says their ticket supports American families and workers. But during a counter-programming speech in Pennsylvania on Monday, former President Donald Trump said that's a lie.
Kamala puts America last. I put America first.
Today's convention theme is a bold vision for America's future, and there will be more political star power in the room tonight. Former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama will take the stage tonight. In Chicago, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much. And as we continue with our detailed coverage this morning, now 7:30 here on the East Coast, giving you a live look at the Chicago skyline. We will continue to give you that extensive coverage with our Fox 32 Chicago team as they are now gearing up for their half-hour segment. Let's take a look.
On your Tuesday morning, day 2 of the DNC. Thank you for joining us. I'm Anthony Ponce.
And I'm Natalie Baumke, in for Anita Blanton, who is live at the Democratic National Convention for us this morning. All eyes were on Kamala Harris Monday as she arrived in her motorcade. We're going to talk about the work that it took to make moments like this happen in Chicago.
And the stage is set. There it is. Live look inside the United Center. We're going to talk about what is on the agenda for day 2 of the DNC.
And speaking of Anita, she is ready for round 2 there at the convention. She got more on the governor's speech that he's going to be giving tonight, Governor Pritzker.
That's
representing
right.
Illinois.
And not only do we have Anita Blanton on the ground there, Roseanne Tellez is also out live for us this morning at a location where they've set up something new in response to some of the chaos that's going on. We're going to be checking in with both of them in just moments, but first we want to send it over to Mike Kaplan to figure out how Tuesday is going to look. Boy, what a beautiful view behind you, sir.
That amazing. Oh my gosh. Yesterday was a spectacular day. We started with some cloud cover, especially near the lake. Then it became sunny. Guess what? Got it again. A little bit of cloud cover over the lake. You see the planetarium silhouetted there in the foreground. But a spectacular day is on the way, provided you don't mind it being a little bit cooler than normal. We have numbers now away from downtown in the 50s. 57 at Chicago Heights, Joliet 58, Woodstock down to 53, but it's 61 at the lakefront at O'Hare. Michigan City, you've dropped to 48 degrees, but we'll all get into the 70s later today. A little bit of a bump on the way tomorrow. Gabriella Primus is keeping tabs on traffic and anything you may need to navigate around. Do we have any big problems out there yet, Gabby?
Mike, we don't have any big problems out here yet. This is 355 Skyfox over. Traffic moving pretty smoothly in this area, as well as our other tollways around Chicagoland. Now, look, we do have a flying restriction around most of downtown Chicago because of the DNC going on. But there's not only those street closures by the United Center, by McCormick Place. We also have some that are north of the Loop. So a portion of State Street, Delaware Place, Rush, and Walton in this area here are closed around some of the hotels. Reports say streets are closed until tonight, but expect rolling closures, Natalie, Anthony, in this area and others as our VIP guests travel around our great city.
Thank you. Following Monday's speech from Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson last night, Governor J.B. Pritzker will take the stage tonight at the Democratic National Convention.
Anita Blanton joins us live now from the convention floor with the very latest. Anita, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, so we told you earlier in this hour about the Obamas getting ready to speak for tonight. It will for sure be a packed house in here once again. But we also want to take some time to talk about one of the men who really was at the center of getting this convention here to the city of Chicago in the state of Illinois. And that would be our own Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, who has been a driving force really in getting the DNC here. And now nearly 3 years after they began to chart on this path, thousands are here in the Windy City. We're expecting about 50,000 people here throughout the week for this massive convention. And the governor knows that all eyes are on Chicago this week. So we spoke with Congresswoman Robin Kelly about what it took to get this convention here to Chicago and what it takes to host it.
I was a part of the team that presented to the DNC when they came here, so to find out that we were selected was really wonderful. I'm more tired because I'm hosting all these things and running around like a chicken with my head cut off, but I'm excited to welcome, my colleagues here.
All right, so we talked about two of the people who were involved of bringing everyone here. That would be Congresswoman Kelly and then also J.B. Pritzker, our governor. Well, let's talk a little bit more about the team because it for sure was a team effort. The New York Times has reported that we also owe a lot of kudos to Senator Tammy Duckworth, who we even heard from at one of the breakfasts yesterday morning, kind of walking people through what it took on her part to really champion the cause of getting this convention here in Chicago. We also owe a bit of thanks, if you will, if you're happy that it's here, to Representative Mike Quigley, who also deserves some kudos for speaking up and trying to get it here and securing this nearly $20 million for security from the Department of the Chicago Department of Police and also the Department of Security, the National Department of Security for this convention. For sure, it's even been a team effort when it comes to security, both nationally and both here locally as well. And we've seen the results of why you need that much security in the area. Just yesterday, you were speaking about the protests, and you will a little bit more. So ahead of the governor's speech, we know that he was, of course, vetted to possibly be on the ballot with Vice President Kamala Harris. We know that he was very integral in terms of even when President Biden was still seeking the next term. So we'll hear more from him again coming up tonight. He for sure has a big name in this party, and we'll see what his future holds as well as they move forward with this race and also in the days after. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Anita. We appreciate all your live coverage out there. It's so good to have her as our eyes and ears there on the ground, even though the convention is not going to kick up its heels until this afternoon, a little later on this evening. She's still hearing things, you
yes,
know,
indeed.
on
yeah,
the convention
it's kind of a
floor
24/7 operation over there.
Well, multiple arrests were made on Monday. Anita alluded to it when protesters tore down fencing near the UC.
So Roseanne is near Western and Belmont, where now a temporary court facility is processing protesters. She joins us live to tell us more. Good morning, Roseanne.
Well, that's right. Good morning, Anthony. Should we see more incidents like those arrests yesterday, Chicago police hope to fast-track the process here at Area 3. This is actually an old courthouse at Belmont and Western, as you said, the temporary setup intended to deal with any large numbers of protesters who may be arrested if needed. They would be processed here, meet with an attorney if they decided, and face the judge all right here. 4 people were arrested Monday near Washington and Walcott after protesters were seen tearing down fencing along the security perimeter right there near the United Center. Now, while they were being processed here, fellow protesters said their 2 friends had been marching for Palestine when it was agitators who tore down the fencing.
We were only there to peacefully protest. I know specifically my friend only went out into the rioted area in order to get people to come back.
Now, that protester said that the group actually contacted the National Lawyers Guild to assist their friends. No word on whether they were released or not. But we understand dozens of judges have cleared their calendars for the rest of the week to deal with any protesters who are brought here to Belmont and Western. Back to you now in the studio.
Thank you, Roseanne. At 6:38 now, let's turn it back over to Mike Kaplan, who's checking the forecast.
And it's looking good, provided you are like Anthony and not like Natalie, because she wants the hot weather.
Yes, she does. She's going to have to wait a couple days.
It's coming, Nat Bomb. You just wait this weekend. Here's the deal today. This will put a smile on Mr. Ponce's face. We're headed for low to maybe mid-70s today, well below the seasonal average of 82 today. I think we'll hit 74 degrees, maybe a couple degrees warmer in far western portions of Chicago land. Near the lake, and especially in, say, Michiana, you may not get out of the upper 60s today at places like Michigan City, Berrien Springs, and Baroda. But I think all of us are going to see plenty of sunshine, despite the fact we do have a little bit of cloud cover out there right now. Now, check out the lows for tonight. Once again, it's going to stay a little bit milder in the city, upper 50s to maybe around 60 right downtown. But look at all these 40s showing up in the suburbs. I think it's going to be a cooler start to the day tomorrow than what we've had this morning. Yes, there's some cloud cover near the lake right now, or downwind of the lake. You don't have to be adjacent to it, but that's going to move away. We have a lot of sunshine to look forward to today. Temperatures will be in the low to mid 70s. Swimming conditions still not good, but getting a little bit better here with the winds dying down later today and tomorrow. 20 minutes before 7 o'clock. Don't go away. More of Good Day right after this.
So great extensive coverage there from our Fox 32 Chicago team. Now 7:40 here on the East Coast, and giving you a live look inside of the United Center, the site of the 2024 Democratic National Convention. Many of you all early risers like myself have to be at work at 4 a.m. Eastern. So maybe you didn't see some of the speeches last night. I want to go through kind of a round robin to play out some of the speeches and some of those remarks that stuck with many of the viewers last night. We have several, but I do want to start with VP Harris, as she had a surprise speech last night. Take a listen.
celebrating our incredible President Joe Biden, who will be speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you for your historic leadership, for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you. Thank you, Joe. And looking out at everyone tonight, I see the beauty of our great nation. People from every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward. With optimism, hope, and faith, so guided by our love of country, knowing we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Let us fight for the ideals we hold dear, and let us always remember, when we fight, we win. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Good night, everyone.
It was a brief speech there, a surprise speech from VP Harris on the right side of your screen, giving you some of those live looks out in Chicago this morning. Hillary Clinton also speaking there at day one of the DNC. Let's listen in.
In this room, just like there is across the country. Something is happening in America. You can feel it. Something we've worked for and dreamed of for a long time. First, though, let's salute President Biden. He has been democracy's champion at home and abroad. He brought dignity, decency, and confidence back to the White House.
and he showed what it means to be a true patriot. Thank you, Joe Biden, for your lifetime of service and leadership. A new chapter in America's story. You know, my mother Dorothy was born right here in Chicago before women had the right to vote. That changed 104. You know, my mother Dorothy was born right here in Chicago before women had the right to vote. That changed 104 years ago yesterday. Think about it. Tennessee became the final state to ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. The state legislature was deadlocked until one lawmaker's mother, a widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. "No more delays," she wrote. "Give us the vote." And since that day, every generation has carried the torch forward. In 1972, a fearless black congresswoman named Shirley Chisholm she ran for president. And her determination let me and millions of others dream bigger, not just because of who she was, but because of who she fought for. Working parents, poor children, the last, the least, and the lost. In 1984, I brought my daughter to see Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president. If we can do this, Jerry said, we can do anything. And then there was 2016, when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president. And nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams. We refused to give up on America. Millions marched, many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here. I wish my mother and Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, "Keep going." Shirley and Jerry would say, "Keep going." Women fighting for reproductive health care are saying, "Keep going." Families building better lives, parents stretching to afford child care, young people struggling to pay their rent. They're all asking us to keep going. So, with faith in each other and joy in our hearts, let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. The story of my life and the history of our country is that progress is possible but not guaranteed. We have to fight for it and never, ever give up. There is always a choice. Do we push forward or pull back? Come together as we the people, or split into us versus them? That's the choice we face in this election. Kamala has the character, experience, and vision to lead us forward. I know her heart and her integrity. We both got our start as young lawyers, helping children who were abused and neglected. That kind of work changes a person. Those kids stay with you. Kamala carries with her the hopes of every child she protected, every family she helped, every community she served. So as president, she will always have our backs, and she will be a fighter for us. She will fight to lower costs for hardworking families, open the doors wide for good-paying jobs, and yes, she will restore abortion rights nationwide. Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history, the first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions. Situation room. But we also know, as Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room and stood for America's values. I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as Commander-in-Chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, Hillary Clinton on your screen. She gave a speech at day one of the Democratic National Convention. Prior to her, I played out VP Harris's remarks. We won't play her speech in full, but for those of you early risers like myself, I wanted to give you a kind of a feel of what happened last night if you weren't able to watch. And then, of course, on the right side of your screen, some live looks. You have the Chicago skyline. You have a live look outside of the United Center in Chicago. Also a live look inside of the United Center, the site of the 2024 Democratic National Convention. Now it's 7:55 on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, checking in with Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor, who's setting the stage for day 2 of the DNC. You're also in for a special treat. Mo Vela joining us this morning. He's the former senior advisor to then Vice President Joe Biden. We'll be speaking with him right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. We continue with your top stories and headlines this Tuesday morning, staying on top of politics this hour and giving you a live look inside of the United Center there in Chicago, the site of the 2024 Democratic National Convention. Telling the crowd, quote, "I gave my best to you." President Joe Biden gave a lively speech to mark the end of the first day of the Democratic National Convention Monday night. Well, now with the stage set for day 2, the Democratic Party is keeping an eye out on the future. Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor joining us from Chicago with the latest on what voters can expect.
Tonight, this arena will be packed for day 2 of the Democratic National Convention, where organizers say they want voters to get to know Kamala Harris. The vice president is still fine-tuning some of her policy positions, trying to strike the right balance between honoring her boss's legacy or putting some distance between them.
A roaring standing ovation for a president passing the torch. Night 1 of the DNC saw President Joe Biden address his party publicly for the first time since dropping out of the race for the White House last month.
And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down. That's not true.
After an emotional entrance as he hugged his daughter Ashley, Biden stressed the future of democracy is in the hands of voters.
Are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz?
Aides close to the Bidens insist there is no bad blood. And it was clear Monday night the first family is focusing on their graceful exit.
Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage.
With the reins passed over to Harris, the Democratic Party voted Monday night to approve its 2024 platform, calling for tax increases for corporations and the wealthy, as well as addressing climate change, abortion rights, and much more.
We are moving forward.
The Harris-Walz campaign says their ticket supports American families and workers. But during a counter-programming speech in Pennsylvania on Monday, former President Donald Trump said that's a lie.
Kamala puts America last. I put America first.
Today's convention theme is a bold vision for America's future, and there will be more political star power in the room tonight. Former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama will take the stage tonight. In Chicago, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much. And joining us live this morning to further discuss what we can expect for day 2 of the DNC, former senior advisor to then Vice President Joe Biden, none other than Mo Vela. Mo, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. It's wonderful to be with you. Thanks for having me.
Always a pleasure to have you. So, look, first thing I want to ask you, are you well rested? I know day 1 took place yesterday, and it ended kind of late.
You know, not only did it end late, but I just couldn't go to sleep, to be really honest with you. I was so pumped, invigorated, and excited, and also emotional, frankly. My former boss and dear friend and the First Lady, you know, I actually wept, to be honest with you. What a career, what a life of service to our nation. And I thought that he received the gratitude and appreciation and love that he has earned and that he deserves. So I barely slept.
Well, you weren't the only one, Mo. We saw plenty of teary eyes as we were playing out the speeches live right here on Live Now from Fox. They say it was him officially passing on the torch to then, well, now VP Harris, but if she does become president, we know she is currently campaigning. I want to ask you, what was the mood in the room? Because, of course, when there was a lot of talks of asking President Biden to no longer campaign for the upcoming election, a lot of people were pointing the finger at Nancy Pelosi, and they were saying that he didn't have any support, that people were wanting him to step down from campaigning because they felt like he wouldn't do a great job. But based on what people were saying with those speeches last night, it seemed like quite the opposite.
You know, look, I think at the end of the day, yesterday, I think in one appearance somewhere, I said that yesterday and last night would be Joe Biden Appreciation Night in America. And whether you agreed with him, whether you encouraged him to get out of the race, encouraged him to stay in the race, whether you don't agree with his policies or not, the one thing we can all agree on, frankly, is that he dedicated his entire adult life to our country. You know, how can you not be appreciative of that. And so I don't think there's any bad blood. It's not in his nature to hold grudges. And he said so in his speech, as you just played. I thought the vibe in the room was one of love, gratitude, and frankly, hopefulness for the future. We're just gonna err on the side of joyful. Our opponent is nothing but hateful. And so the contrast could never be more stark.
Mo, a lot of people excited for day 2, which is today, of the DNC. A lot of eyes on the Obamas as we are anticipating to hear from former President Barack Obama. If you could explain what it means for Democrats, for the former president to take the stage and officially give that endorsement. We heard that phone conversation where he gave that endorsement verbally to VP Harris, but to hear it publicly on the grand stage, what does that mean for the Democratic ticket?
Well, remember, when Barack Obama ran, we are now feeling the same palpable type energy among the masses across the country that we felt for the first time, frankly, when Barack Obama ran. And so this is going to be electric tonight. It's going to be exciting. And to watch the first African-American president, his historic presidency, now endorse the first woman of color to be the nominee for president is just going to be amazing. Nothing short of spectacular. And so I think tonight's I've got goosebumps just saying it. So to watch it tonight, to hear him also pass the torch is just going to be beautiful. And again, inspiring. So I would tune in if I was somebody out in America, so that you can watch again another little piece of history being made every night this week. Is just going to be electric.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people felt that way listening to Hillary Clinton speak about VP Harris from woman to woman. And then she also spoke to Harris and her criminal justice background as well. What about those women out there? Speaking of Hillary Clinton, we know that when, if we look on the other side of the aisle, when we had Nikki Haley running, a lot of people, once Nikki Haley stepped down, they were looking at Biden and then trying to figure out what will women for Nikki Haley do. Now some of those same women are looking at VP Harris.
You know, this is a great question. On the very first interview, within an hour of the president deciding not to run for re-election, I made a public appearance on media, and I said within an hour of that announcement that the difference in this election will be the American women. And I stand by that. I believe that more now than ever before. I think women are going to vote in historic numbers. They're going to come out in droves. They're going to volunteer in extraordinary ways for this campaign, not just to elect a woman, but because when you stop for just 1 second and think about the fact that Donald Trump is proud that he took away a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. Think about that for 1 millisecond. That I think women will revolt, as they should. They will take a stand by going to the voting booth, and they will vote in historic numbers and elect the first woman to be president of the United States. It's going to be amazing.
Mo Vela, we can always rely on you for your candidness and your expertise on these topics. We appreciate you taking out the time to join us here on Live Now. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Some of the viewers wanting to know, how does campaigning play a part, with VP Harris being at this event, also needing to hit the campaign trail? We know it's kind of like a double-edged sword. Like, you want to make sure you're there for those that got you to this point, but you also need to hit the campaign trail and speak to the voters.
Yep. Absolutely. Well, and on that note, she's heading to Wisconsin, right, up to Milwaukee, I believe, today to do a campaign rally in the middle of the convention. So what you're saying is more expert than I am an expert. You're spot on. And she must have heard you, because she's going to go up and do a rally today in the middle of this convention. Look, one thing, Democrats, I'll leave you with this thought. Democrats, women, everybody supporting Kamala Harris needs to understand she is the underdog in this race. This is a marathon, not a sprint. You've got to run until you cross the finish line. We learned in 2016, you can take nothing for granted. Our democracy is on the ballot. I know it sounds cliche, but it is the dadgum truth. And so to everyone watching and listening who wants to save our democracy, who enjoys the freedoms of our democracy and the benefits and the rights that come with this amazing country, this is on the ballot. You must vote. And so that's the last thing I'll share with you today, but she must have heard you. She's going to do a rally today.
Look, we appreciate your passion, getting everyone fired up. Many people anticipating the speeches tonight. Again, you can get those right here on Live Now from Fox. Movella, thank you so much. Maybe you can go back to sleep. We know that your hours are kind of shortened because of the late night last night, or probably another late night tonight as well. Thank you so much. Be safe out there. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Giving you a live look inside of the United Center, the site of the 2024 DNC, and you can see final preparations underway this morning. Again, this happening in Chicago, the site of the 2024 DNC, giving you a live look at the skyline. Now at 8:09 here on the East Coast, we're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, checking in with our content partners over at Fox 32 Chicago. Team coverage this morning, getting you prepared for day 2 of the DNC. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and giving you that beautiful skyline shot. 8:12 here on the East Coast, out in Chicago, the site of the 2024 DNC. And if you're wondering, where is it taking place? Well, there you go, the United Center, the site of the DNC this year. Our content partners over at Fox 32 Chicago, stellar detailed team coverage this morning to get you excited and amped up about what you can expect for day 2. They continue it with their team coverage now. Let's listen in.
And more Good Day Chicago starts right now. I'm going to hand it over to you guys.
Another busy day, day 2 of the DNC.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Anthony. Right now on Good Day Chicago at 7, crews are working this morning to put up new fencing near the United Center after protesters breached an area on day 1 of the DNC.
And I'm Anita Blanton, live inside of the United Center, where cleanup is still underway after a jam-packed night 1 of the 2024 Democratic National Convention, a passing of the torch, if you will. So now the party formally runs forward with a brand new ticket and new star power that Chicago knows well on the way.
Day 1 also featured an appearance from Vice President Kamala Harris. We'll have much more on what she had to say.
We have team coverage all morning from inside the United Center, as well as our team reporters, Roseanne and Joni, covering those protests. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, thanks for joining us. Good Day Chicago at 7. I'm Brian Jackson. Happy to be with you this morning.
And I'm Natalie Bumpke. Glad you're here, as always. And we got a lot cooking in the weather department.
We sure do. Beautiful weather yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Today, a little bit even cooler than yesterday. I was 77 yesterday. I don't think we'll get there today. I think we'll max out right around 74. There is a little bit of cloud, just like yesterday. Some cloud cover this morning. Temperatures will be in the mid to upper 60s here in the next couple of hours. By lunchtime, 71, still on the cool side, but it should be cloud-free at 4 o'clock with a temperature of 73. Here's a view of our beautiful city. We have partly cloudy skies. At O'Hare, it's mostly cloudy and 61. Gentle north wind at 7, and that dew point nice and low. Feels super comfortable out there. Not so comfortable where a truck has been afire. Gabriella, where is that?
Mike, this is northbound Tri-State at 95th. Crews worked fast on this car fire. We saw it up in flames just about 5 minutes ago. Now they're still on scene and still blocking 2 lanes, 2 of 5 lanes on the Tri-State at 95th. Traffic right now from 127th all the way to this area. Let's see how big our delays are. Looks like 20 minutes, over 20 minutes now on the Tri-State from the Bishop Ford to the Wisconsin state line. The normal drive time is 69 minutes, so you have to add 22 minutes on top of that. Some other drive times if you're heading inbound to the city this morning, looking good still on the Kennedy at 30 minutes from O'Hare to downtown. About the same on the Eisenhower, 25 on the Stevenson, and still fairly light on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Byrne interchange, just about 25 minutes. Natalie, Brian.
Developing right now, crews are working to put up new fencing near the United Center after last night's breach just outside of the perimeter.
Joni is live with the latest. And Joni, I hope our viewers were able to see our stellar Fox 32 coverage last night as those fences were being torn down by those protesters.
It was incredible footage, captivating television, and a problem for the security here. Day 2 of the convention brings a second layer of fencing being installed here at Washington Boulevard and Wood Street. The crew here installed the first wall of fencing last week, and now a second wall is going in. When they first came around here last week, it appeared that these iron fences were erected, slid into place, and then anchored by these concrete barriers. But today we are seeing a little more detail, especially since the work is so close to us here at Wood Street, where they're locking them in and then screwing them down from the top. It seems like there's a little stronger attachment here. No fence expert, but it seems like they are really working to get them in place where no one can take them apart, as happened yesterday. This is where the protesters took apart the fences and carried them out of the secure zone. And so now they're going to have to go through 2 layers before they can do anything like that. Chicago police kept them away from the United Center. It was a peaceful march that turned into a scene that required elevated police action yesterday. Protesters brought tools to the march route and knocked down the iron fences that are anchored by concrete barriers. The breach attracted dozens of police officers in riot gear who formed a wall to keep demonstrators out of the restricted area. There was some pushing as police tried to move the protesters, reporters, and cameras out of the area. A couple of people rushed in, but they were detained by police. And Superintendent Larry Snelling was on the scene. He said authorities are going to have to reassess the security fencing. He said that 4 people were arrested yesterday. We expect that he will talk about security at the daily briefing of the DNC over at OEMC headquarters. But out here, we're watching the assembling of more fences, more concrete, a twice as thick barrier for protesters. This is the point along the protest route where they would have had to turn north away from the United Center, and they did yesterday. They went to Maypole, 1 street north, went to that park that had a speaker's platform, but somehow made it over here to take down fences. No security inside the area was breached. Everyone was safe at the DNC. There is a group that has openly advertised that they are here to disrupt the convention, and yesterday there was some activity, but they're responding to it this morning. Reporting live near the United Center, I'm Joni Lum. Back to you.
Thank you, Joni. Time is now 7:04 this morning. We're officially now for day 2 of the Democratic National Convention.
Anita Blanton is live on the convention floor now with more. Good morning, Anita.
Good morning to you both. Yes, if day one of the convention was any indication as to what we can expect tonight, there are a couple of things that I would remind everyone of. It's probably going to be a very long night, and two, that people will probably leave these walls very electrified as they did last night, maybe a little tired, but still electrified. That was one of the common themes that I saw from people online who were commenting about having been inside here for the speeches that took place. So we heard from several speakers last night, those whose names we know very well and those whose names, well, we don't know at this point in time, but they're trying to make a name for themselves through this time on a very big podium. And so at the end of the night, we heard from President Biden himself, who was introduced by his family. We heard from his daughter, Ashley Biden, who called him the OG girl dad. And then we heard from Dr. Jill Biden, who took to the podium to talk about her husband's legacy. The First Lady was by President Biden's side when he, of course, served as vice president in the Obama administration. Last night, she maintained a long tradition of First Lady speaking at conventions of this magnitude. The first was actually Eleanor Roosevelt in 1940. And so during her address last night, Dr. Jill Biden honored her husband's more than 50 years of service and endorsed his current Vice President Kamala Harris, for the nation's top spot.
Joe knows that our nation's strength doesn't come from intimidation or cruelty. It comes from the small acts of kindness that heal deep wounds, from service to the communities that make us who we are, from love of a country that shines with promise and renewal. Kamala Harris knows that too.
So one of the more personal moments from last night, as Dr. Jill Biden was speaking, she talked about the relationship between their son, Beau Biden, and Vice President Kamala Harris when they were both attorneys general, and the fact that Beau Biden said at the kitchen table one time that they needed to watch Kamala Harris, that she had something special. And you see where that relationship has taken these two families today. So let's talk about tonight. We are expecting to hear from Governor J.B. Pritzker, who, of course, at one point in time was rumored to be in contention for a possible spot as the vice president on this ticket, who we will still continue to speculate in terms of what his future aspirations are politically. And then we will also, in this moment where the Democratic Party tries to reintroduce Kamala Harris to the American public, we will hear from two people who need no introduction to the Democratic Party or to the city of Chicago or the nation, and that would be former President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle. We'll hear from them as well later on this evening.
Anita, thank you. And Vice President Kamala Harris made a surprise appearance on the first night of the Democratic National Convention. She walked on stage to Beyonce's Freedom. She thanked President Biden for his service to the country while also looking ahead to November.
People from every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward.
Vice President Harris is expected to address the convention on Thursday.
And President Biden closed out night number one at the DNC with an emotional speech. Just a month ago, the president was planning to talk about his vision for another 4 years in office. Instead, his speech last night turned into more of a passing of the torch to the next generation.
Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career. We've not only gotten to know each other, we've become close friends. She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity.
Later this week, we will hear from former President Bill Clinton and vice presidential candidate Tim Walz.
I'm Anthony Ponce here at the Live Desk. Mayor Brandon Johnson also took the stage. He was one of the very first speakers of the day, and he opened his speech by declaring Chicago the greatest city in the world. He talked about some of the trailblazers from Chicago, including former President Barack Obama, civil rights icon Reverend Jesse Jackson, and journalist Ida B. Wells, along with women's suffrage activist Jane Addams. Mayor Johnson also talked about his support for Vice President Kamala Harris and for Minnesota Governor Tim Walz.
As the son of a family that worked to make ends meet, I know that Kamala Harris, the daughter of a mom who worked hard every single day, she is going to look out for the interest of everyday people. I know that as a fellow former social studies teacher, that Governor Tim Walz will never shrink from standing up for our democracy and for those most in need. And as a black man, raising a little black girl on the west side of Chicago, I know that my daughter Brayden will see not only a reflection of herself in the White House, but she will experience the deepest part of American values.
Later this week, we will hear from former President Bill Clinton and vice presidential candidate Tim Walz. Natalie?
Anthony, you can always find coverage of the DNC on air and online. We are streaming all the important updates on security and closures, as well as political analysis of this historical event right here in Chicago.
The Trump campaign is hitting a pair of swing states today. Former President Trump will be in Michigan. He's expected to hold a news conference on crime. Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance, he's going to be in Kenosha today, where he'll also be talking about both crime and safety.
7-Eleven now, and instead of getting a giant Slurpee, we've got Mike Kaplan at 7-Eleven. Give us a look at that forecast.
I have not had a 7-Eleven Slurpee in forever. Forever. You got to get just enough to get a brain freeze. That's how you know.
You got to mix a bunch of different flavors, too. That's the key.
All right. We have a little bit of cloud cover out there, just like we saw yesterday at this time. Here's the view looking south from our camera.
So we appreciate our Fox 32 Chicago team for that detailed coverage. As they transition to their weather-related headlines, we're going to stay on topic of politics with the DNC. Towards the end of that report, we were talking about the Chicago mayor giving that opening speech for day one and night one of the DNC. I want to play his remarks for you now.
World, Chicago, where Ida B. Wells and Jane Addams organized to deliver real transformative change across this country. Chicago, where Reverend Jesse Jackson united people from all different backgrounds to keep hope alive. And to a community organizer on the south side of Chicago, Barack Obama rose to the White House, reminding us that, yes, we can. And now Chicago, this city of hard work and caring people, is where Democrats will celebrate President Joe Biden and nominate Kamala Harris for President of the United States of America. As the son of a family that worked to make ends meet, I know that Kamala Harris, the daughter of a mom who worked hard every single day, she is going to look out for the interest of everyday people. I know that as a fellow former social studies teacher, that Governor Tim Walz will never shrink from standing up for our democracy and for those most in need. And as a black man, raising a little black girl on the west side of Chicago, I know that my daughter Brayden will see not only a reflection of herself in the White House, but she will experience the deepest part of American values. Think about it. What will it take to build the middle class and make it easier for families not only to get by, but to get ahead? It will take someone with toughness to stand up for us. And let me tell you, America, Kamala's got it. What will it take to defend our fundamental rights and our freedoms? It will take someone with leadership who would fight for us. And let me tell you, America, leadership, Kamala, she's got it. And what will it take to defeat MAGA Republicans and move our country forward and not backwards? It will take everyone. And let me tell you all, Kamala, she's got us. From Mississippi to Pennsylvania to Delaware, Kamala Harris, she's got us. From Michigan to Wisconsin to Nevada to California and right here in Illinois, Kamala Harris, she's got us. To the child care workers, to the tip workers, Kamala Harris, she's got us. And to make sure that this country ensures that families will have access to real affordable housing, to create a pathway to the American dream, Kamala Harris, she's got us. Together we can build a better, brighter future. And there's no better place to start that than right here in the greatest freaking city in the world, the city of Chicago. God bless you all. Thank you.
So that was the Chicago Mayor, Brandon Johnson, giving the opening night speech for day one of the DNC. And on the right side of your screen, we have a live look out in Chicago. We have the skyline, an outside look of the United Center, and an inside look as well. Now at 8:29 on the East Coast, going to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, giving you an inside look of the United Center, the site of the 2024 DNC. And you can see preparations are already underway. You can see some people there on the floor getting things together for day two of the DNC. And we continue with our team coverage this morning with Fox 32 Chicago. Let's take a look.
Inside, where we'll be speaking to our own Anita Blanton very soon. Rainbow Push Coalition founder and lifelong civil rights activist Reverend Jesse Jackson was honored on stage at the DNC. He was greeted with a hero's welcome. Alongside of him, his son, Congressman Jonathan Jackson, the Reverend Al Sharpton, and Democratic Party officials. Reverend Jackson stepped down last year as the president of Rainbow Push. A British tech millionaire is among 6 people still missing after a super yacht sank during a storm off the coast of Sicily. Officials say that there were 10 crew members and 12 passengers on board when the sudden storm blew through and overturned the yacht. The boat's wreckage now sits in more than 160 feet of water. The Italian Coast Guard rescued 15 people and so far has recovered 1 body. And some wild weather in Connecticut, where firefighters jumped into action to rescue people from a restaurant during some flash flooding. Some parts of the state received as much as 10 inches of rain overnight on Sunday. Authorities say at least 2 people have died.
I seen cars off the road. It was like devastating, like what you see down in Florida or other states. This is like mind-boggling right now.
There's a lot of personal debris on here, so not only are you seeing the destruction of the the natural resources, you're seeing people's personal items here, and it's very sad.
And parts of New Jersey and Long Island also saw flash flooding. We're continuing more with coverage of the DNC. We're going to check in with Anita live at the United Center. We're going to also be speaking with political analyst Tom Seraphin and former Illinois Republican Chair Pat Brady, all about some of the messaging from Democrats on night 1 of the convention. Also, the Bears will wrap up their preseason this week. We'll tell you what the head coaching staff is saying about Caleb Williams and if he's going to play in this final preseason game on Thursday night.
I want to see a little bit of number 18 on Thursday night. Look at this picture-perfect start to the day. Blue skies, a few cumulus clouds out there. Temperatures in most areas are in the upper 50s to low 60s. We've got 64 at Midway, 58 at Joliet, 61 at Waukegan. Headed for the low to mid 70s today. 90s, we're not done with those yet. I've got the full forecast coming up.
All right, so it seems like our Fox 32 Chicago team, they did step away for other coverage, but that's okay. We're going to stay on the DNC, 8:35 here on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and go to our third break of the hour. When we come in, you're in for a special treat. We're getting to hear from a DNC delegate, Heather Pierre, who is live out in Chicago. A lot of excitement surrounding this DNC. We'll be right back speaking with her after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox 837 here on the East Coast. We continue with your top political headlines this Tuesday morning, giving you a live look outside of the United Center, the site of the 2024 Democratic National Convention. Today marks day 2, and you're in for a special treat this morning. Joining us live to further explain what we can expect for day 2 is DNC delegate Heather Pierre. Heather, good morning to you. A pleasure having you join us here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
A pleasure to have you. So first question for you, what is the mood like? What is the atmosphere? Day 1, kicking things off. Share the excitement with us this morning.
Oh, day 1 was absolutely amazing. It was extremely emotional. It was the all-stars of the Democratic Party last night. We're exhausted, a little sleep deprived, but it was absolutely amazing.
Heather, I know this is your first time being a delegate, correct? If you could share for those that don't understand the role of a delegate and the importance of a delegate, please.
Delegates from Florida are based upon your congressional district, and those are the people that are within the Democratic Party that are supposed to represent the needs of the community. First and foremost, we, on the popular side, all the Democrats voted for the nominee for president and vice president, and we cast that official ballot at the convention to make it official. It's the state level of what we would consider the Electoral College. In addition to that, this is where we also vote on the party platform for the upcoming year.
So very important, and a very important role as it relates to the election process. So Heather, I know you mentioned a lot of people are sleep deprived. I actually spoke to the former senior advisor for, at that time, he was the vice president under the Obama administration, Joe Biden. He said he was a little teary-eyed when he heard President Biden speak. What were your emotions like hearing from him as he pretty much passed the torch to VP Harris?
Yesterday was very emotional for a lot of us. For me, and, just representing the both people and for the humble beginnings to be in that room. I'll estimate there are over 100 million registered Democrats in the United States of America, and only about 5,000 of us were selected. There was a young man that was emotional because he had met President Biden, and President Biden has a speech impediment. So as a person with disabilities, it encouraged him. So it was teary-eyed. We all were crying because we had a lot of time together yesterday, going through Secret Service and doing those things. So the conversations were a little deeper yesterday. Everyone shared their lived experiences, and there were tears all over yesterday.
And for many people, those same emotions will transition over today as we are anticipating to hear from former President Obama. He was seen as the first person of color to take the Oval Office, then passing that torch to now the first woman of color. How do you feel being in that room, being amongst history?
Just in utter disbelief, internally grateful. Reverend Jackson, we spoke about Shirley Chisholm, and so they really honored the legacy of the Americans who happen to be Black, Americans nonetheless. And Reverend Jackson, to me, being there, paved the way. He was unable to speak yesterday, but just his very presence. And so I am just in the moment of history and just amazed and astonished of this wonderful opportunity.
Heather, we appreciate your candidness and your passion. And as you describe Reverend Jackson, we actually saw the video of him being wheeled out on stage, further showing, I've heard you speak before saying there's no excuse not to get out and vote. And seeing that Reverend Jackson does have those health concerns, and he still made it out there, right? He still came out. He still got the crowd riled up and excited. It just further shows that how much your voice, your vote matters.
Exactly. I think there's a disconnect. And so for me, just a regular, ordinary person, right? An ordinary woman, being there, having access and realizing one man, one vote and the importance. So our message is clear. We just have to go out there and tell everyone you are valued. So when people feel as though their vote don't count or they're not valued, in the democratic process, I think that is a large part of the lack of voter participation.
Heather Pierre, truly a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you so much for taking out the time. We know you're currently there. You probably had to step out of a meeting or a breakfast. So I appreciate you taking out the time to speak candidly with the viewers here on Live Now from Fox this morning. Anything else you'd like to add before we let you go?
I just want to say I'm elated for the opportunity. The message was about love, joy, and hope. It was positive. Regardless of where you come through, we're all Americans in the spectrum. Anything is possible in America. One of the greatest country, regardless of its faults. And just thank you so much for having me this morning.
Absolutely. You be safe out there. Enjoy yourself. And hopefully we can speak back with you again once you get back and get well rested from your experience. Thank you so much, Heather. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I will. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Giving you a live look inside of the DNC 2024, the site there, United Center out in Chicago. We will continue to bring you this live, raw, and unfiltered coverage throughout the day right here on Live Now from Fox. You might not be there in Chicago, but you can definitely feel like you're in Chicago with our live, unfiltered, and uninterrupted coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. Going to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, noticing that our Fox 32 Chicago team, they have an interview and panel discussion underway breaking down the first night of the DNC. We'll be checking in when we come back from this quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we continue with our live, raw, and uninterrupted coverage of the DNC. Today marking day 2. You're getting a live look, 8:46 here on the East Coast of the Chicago skyline. And also, I want to give you all a different look. We get so many cameras into our Live Now from Fox studios, giving you another live look outside of the United Center. We're working closely with our Fox 32 Chicago team this morning, as they pretty much had team coverage upon every half hour, giving us a look inside of the United Center, also giving us a look as to what's going on. You're not in Chicago, you might be in Florida like myself, but you certainly get the feel as if you are there with the great coverage they are doing and the detail of it all. Right now, I want to check in with them as they have a panel discussion that's about to take place, breaking down the first night of the DNC, also previewing what we can expect tonight for day 2. Let's listen in.
Day 2 of the Democratic National Convention about to get underway.
On day 1, we heard from President Joe Biden, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
Joining us this morning, political analyst Tom Serafin and former Illinois Republican Chair Pat Brady. I want to start with you two gentlemen about President Biden's speech last night. We saw a president that we've not seen in a while. He was focused. He was energetic. But he also made a point that I know a lot of Republicans are pointing to this morning by saying that the protesters that were there outside the DNC have a point. And some say that he was basically grouping them with the Hamas terrorists in that statement. So I want to start with you, Tom. What did you make of the president's speech last night? Was it effective?
Well, he had a lot to get off his chest, you know. Yes. Unfortunately, in New York, it was, almost midnight. I mean, it was after 11 o'clock before he went on. I wish they had put him on in prime time. I don't know if that was intentional, to wait till the last minute of the evening. It didn't make any sense to me. I thought he was kind of over the top a little bit. It wasn't really what I would have liked to have seen him do. He's wonderful. He's a wonderful gentleman when he's calm and he's relaxed. And, I think he was trying to push it too hard. I mean, but you're right about the Hamas situation. I know the Israelis are having an event, but they can't have it in the city of Chicago because they're worried about security. So they're outside the city of Chicago celebrating and coming together here in the city of Chicago. So.
And Pat, what was your take on the president's speech?
That was too long. And listen, this is a great unifying. The Democrats are on a roll right now. Yesterday was fantastic inside the convention center if you're a Democrat. But the reality to me was that Secretary Clinton up there for 17 minutes. For the life of me, I mean, if you're trying to win those 6 or 7 states that matter, which I believe the messaging should be just to them, and I get the politics of getting your party unified, but what appeal is Hillary Clinton to some suburban person in Philadelphia that may come out and vote? I mean, she's one of the least popular politicians that has ever run for president. The only one that was less popular was Donald Trump, and she lost to him. So point one, but point two, Joe Biden, I agree with Tom. He could have given a 15, 18-minute speech, list off his accomplishments, and get behind Kamala Harris. But, the people in the UC loved it. But I don't know how the rest of the country looked at it.
Yeah, the speech was about an hour long last night and got started really late. About
the energy got sucked out of the room too. I thought it was as bad as Trump's speech was in Milwaukee.
Yeah, it was
by the end of it, people are looking
long, and it was too late. We were all there, but you lost a lot of people. They were leaving early. People had to go to work the next day. I just didn't understand what went behind putting him on the air so late. That didn't make any sense.
It was. The feed we were getting, it was so delayed, and they should have cut some of it. I mean, they cut James Taylor. I know that's your favorite guy.
Yes, it is. And he likes my wife.
Well, getting back to some of Getting back to some of the points from last night, some of those attacks of former President Trump kind of focused on both abortion and COVID. Do you feel like that was the right move?
Yeah, they were playing, they're looking for the women's vote. I mean, the Republican convention, and my good friend was there, Hulk Hogan, and you had all these characters on stage, that masculine, they're looking for that white male out there, and the white males are leaning by 10 points in Pennsylvania, 15 points in Michigan to Donald Trump. So these people are now looking for the women's vote. And I think it's kind of crazy to have a vehicle outside where you're giving away free vasectomies, and I don't know if that interests you.
I didn't stop there, but no.
I mean, those are things that just were beyond me. I mean,
Well, it's weird as J.D. Vance people carrying around sperm cups. I mean, there's weirdness on both sides.
Yeah. So, I mean, it was a lot of fun. Everybody was there. You're rubbing shoulders. 1 minute you're turning around, you're talking to Chuck Schumer. Next minute you're talking to somebody else. So it's a lot of fun inside. To get into the building, it takes about an hour and a half, 2 hours to get through security and everything else. To get out, you couldn't get a ride anywhere. Most people, especially if they're disabled, they had a hard time moving from point A to point B. They have logistics problems, but the safety issue, there's no problem with that. I mean, the city of Chicago is doing a nice job moving traffic and moving people away from the center. But once you're within the corridor or the perimeters, you got a problem trying to go point A to point B, which is the reason they have all that security.
Yeah, you guys have, I think, the back backstage pass that a lot of people would want, but most of us don't. And so, you know, they are on the national stage right now. All eyes are them. This is their chance to sell their message. The latest poll that I saw was more Americans trust former President Trump than they do Vice President Kamala Harris on the economy and immigration. What do the Democrats need to say, to do, to get voters on their side in the next 3 days?
Well, that economy number is tightened up. In fact, there are a couple polls that actually have Democrats ahead on that. The immigration's a great point, that they're going to have to address that. But I don't think we're going to hear any substantive policy. We've got, what, 78 days. All this is going to be, it should be, if I were messaging for the Democrats, is an introduction of Kamala Harris to the country. Most people really don't know that much about her. So do a bunch of soft stuff the next couple days and have her get out and give a decent speech, which she's very capable of doing, and roll out from there. But just watching what happened yesterday, I mean, the Republicans and the former president got to quit calling her stupid and questioning her ethnicity and things like that. They need to get back on those two issues, and I think they'll do better. But right now, Trump's in a tailspin. And these guys have a lot of momentum, and they're fired up about their candidates, and it's going to be 3 days of infomercial for free for them.
And speaking of that momentum, tonight we're going to hear from former President Barack Obama and Michelle Obama. We haven't heard all that much from them since Kamala Harris has kind of taken over the top of the Democratic ticket. What do we expect from those speeches tonight?
I think you're going to see a repeat of 2008. Joy, love, and peace and hope. They win on that message in November. They don't win if they have to litigate the border situation, the economy. I have a good friend, Nick Mazzarella, always tells me it's always about the economy, the economy, the economy, and it will go down the stretch. And it's going to. Do people have money in their pocket? So, but the joy and the love is the energy behind the Democrats right now. They don't have the facts with them, but they sure have the energy. They have the momentum.
And this comes down to a couple 100,000 votes, literally. Yeah. And they've got to focus on getting those people out and motivating those people. And that's why for the life of me last night I watched them. I'm like, you know, if I'm watching and I'm not a Democrat, I'm not sure that seeing Hillary Clinton talk grievance why she didn't win is necessarily effective.
No, it's all about the youth. If they can get those people from the age, 19, 20, 21, up to 35 to vote, and they weren't voting, they weren't thinking about voting when Joe Biden was the candidate. Without Joe Biden and now with Kamala Harris, they're really kind of energized, and you're seeing some of that. If they can get that vote out, which is difficult, but if they get that vote out,
people have gone to their graves waiting for young people to turn out. Other than Brandon Johnson.
Yeah, well, we haven't gone there yet.
Well, he was at the 1860 convention.
Oh, wow. Okay,
Abraham Lincoln gave a great...
He pulled that one out. He pulled that out.
All right, thank you both. We appreciate the humor and
maybe not,
the analysis. Here's a look at what's coming up on Good Day Chicago at 8 and 9. We've got
So a great panel discussion there with our content partners over at Fox 32 Chicago and giving you a live look inside. No one there just yet besides those that are cleaning up and setting up and making preparations. But we know tonight this room will be packed as it was last night for night one of the DNC. Today, though, marking day 2. And I can tell you all, with that panel discussion, a lot of people this morning are talking about several of the speeches that happened. One of those speeches was Hillary Clinton. If you're an early riser like myself, maybe you didn't get to hear it, so we're actually going to play that for you now.
Hillary Clinton.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Something is happening in America. You can feel it. Something we've worked for and dreamed of for a long time. First, though, let's salute President Biden. He has been democracy's champion at home and abroad. He brought dignity, decency, and competence back to the White House. And he showed what it means to be a true patriot. Thank you, Joe Biden, for your lifetime of service and leadership. And now we are writing a new chapter in America's story. You know, my mother Dorothy was born right here in Chicago before women had the right to vote. That changed 104 years ago yesterday. Think about it. Tennessee became the final state to ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. The state legislature was deadlocked until one lawmaker's mother, a widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. "No more delays," she wrote. "Give us the vote." And since that day, every generation has carried the torch forward. In 1972, a fearless black congresswoman named Shirley Chisholm she ran for president. And her determination let me and millions of others dream bigger, not just because of who she was, but because of who she fought for. Working parents, poor children, the last, the least, and the lost. In 1984, I brought my daughter to see Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president. If we can do this, Jerry said, we can do anything. And then there was 2016, when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president. And nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams. And afterwards, we refused to give up on America. Millions marched, many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here. My mother and Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, keep going. Shirley and Jerry would say, keep going. Women fighting for reproductive health care are saying, keep going. Families building to afford child care, young people struggling to pay their rent. They're all asking us to keep going. So, with faith in each other and joy in our hearts, let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. The story of my life and the history of our country is that progress is possible but not guaranteed. We have to fight for it and never, ever give up. There is always a choice. Do we push forward or pull back? Come together as we the people, or split into us versus them? That's the choice we face in this election. Kamala has the character, experience, and vision to lead us forward. I know her heart and her integrity. We both got our start as young lawyers, helping children who were abused and neglected. That kind of work changes a person. Those kids stay with you. Kamala carries with her the hopes of every child she protected, every family she helped, every community she served. So as president, she will always have our backs, and she will be a fighter for us. She will fight to lower costs for hardworking families, open the doors wide for good-paying jobs, and yes, she will restore abortion rights nationwide. As a prosecutor, Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history, the first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions. Room. But we also know, as Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room and stood for America's values. I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as Commander-in-Chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans. She reveres our Medal of Honor recipients. She won't be sending love letters to dictators. She will defend democracy and our Constitution and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic. Think about it. The Constitution says the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares. cares about kids and families, cares about America. Donald only cares about himself. On her first day in court, Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people. That is something that Donald Trump will never understand. So it is no surprise, is it, that he is lying about Kamala's record. He's mocking her name and her laugh. Sounds familiar. But we have him on the run now. So, no matter what the polls say, we can't let up. We can't get driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes. We have to fight for the truth. We have to fight for Kamala as she will fight for us. Because you know what? It still takes a village to raise a family, heal a country, and win a campaign. And America needs every one of us, our energy, our talents, our dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we've put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all, I want to tell you what I see through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us. What do I see? I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health, our lives, our loves, our families. To work with dignity and prosper, to worship as we choose or not, to speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom to look our children in the eye and say, in America, you can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States. For one of us, it falls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love. I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment, that we were here and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through. The future is here. It's in our grasp.
right, we're just listening in there to former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton as she was one of the speakers last night at the Democratic National Convention as it did kick off there in Chicago. And of course, we are going to continue to bring live, raw and uninterrupted coverage. We did want to pop up this programming note here. You'll be able to count on us here at Live Now from Fox. We will bring those speeches to you in full. We are expected to have a few events later today as well with the Trump campaign that we are going to bring to you as well. So we hope you will stick with us when you look for your coverage on the election and the Democratic National Committee. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we have some updates on the conflict in the Middle East, as well as a lot of live events. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name's Christy Matino. It is 9:16 here on the East Coast, 6:16 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for being here with us on your Tuesday. We are continuing to follow conflict out of the Middle East as talks for a ceasefire continue there. And we want to give you the latest as a Secretary of State Antony Blinken flew to Egypt today. He is pushing for areas of possible progress on a Gaza ceasefire and hostage release deal in talks planned for later this week, with major areas of dispute left unresolved still. Blinken arrived in Egypt from Tel Aviv, where he said Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had accepted a U.S. bridging proposal, which is aimed at narrowing those gaps between the two sides after talks last week paused without a breakthrough. He urged Hamas to also accept the proposal as the basis for more talks. The Palestinian militant group has not definitively rejected the proposal, but has said it backtracks from areas previously agreed upon and has accused Israel and its U.S. ally of spinning out the negotiations process in bad faith. We did have a Fox News reporter who has a little bit more on this to give you some more context. We are going to turn to that right now.
President, Prime Minister, and Defense Minister, Secretary of State Antony Blinken says Israel has agreed to the current proposal for a ceasefire and hostage release.
Appears the audio is not working on that story for us, so we are going to turn to the Israeli press briefing, which was just held about maybe 20 or so minutes ago. This is with Israeli spokesperson David Mencer. We are going to play that out for you right now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Shalom. I'm David Mensa, Israeli government spokesman. So for this press briefing, a quick update from me, and then to your questions, which you should put in the chat, all of which will take this Tuesday, the 20th of August, day 319 of the October 7th war. Dreadfully sad news to share regarding our fallen soldiers and the recovery of hostages killed by Hamas. We start today with the sad news of our fallen IDF soldiers, 694. Since the start of the war, Chief Warrant Officer Mahmoud Amaria was aged 45 from the northern Bedouin village of Ibtin. He was a soldier in the Bedouin Trackers Unit. He fell in combat in northern Israel from Hezbollah fire. Lieutenant Shachar Ben Nun was aged 21 from Petah Tikva. He fell in combat in southern Gaza. These are both devastating losses. All of us here in Israel send condolences to these dear families of our heroic fighters who fell in combat from the terror attacks, and also our civilians. There are no words of mine that can assuage the terrible pain of their families and their friends. We embrace these bereaved families in their most difficult hour. We are committed to the testament of the fallen to continue to absolute victory over Hamas, but also Hezbollah. May the memories of our fallen soldiers be a blessing forever. Now, on our recovery of the bodies of our hostages. Firstly, the families of our dear hostages were informed. Then the Prime Minister shared that overnight our brave forces returned the bodies of 6 of our hostages that have been held by the murderous Hamas terrorists. Avram Munda, age 79. Alex Danzig, age 76. Chaim Peri, age 79. Yagev Buchstav, age 34. Yoram Metzger, aged 80, and Nadav Popplewell, aged 51, all of blessed memory. The Prime Minister expressed the emotion, I think, shared by almost all Israelis, I think, that our hearts grieve over this terrible loss. All of us convey our heartfelt condolences to the dear families. The Prime Minister thanked the incredibly brave IDF and security service fighters and commanders for their heroism and their determined action. Their individual funerals will take place today and tomorrow. We say this loud and clear. The State of Israel will continue to make every effort, both diplomatic and military, to return all of our hostages, the living and the deceased. Now, we've been asked numerous times this morning, so I will share with you our latest assessment of our dear hostages. 109 men and women, including the elderly, children and infants, 109 remain hostage held by Hamas in Gaza. 36 are no longer alive. 73 are considered to be alive. We will not stop, not for a moment, from working in every way possible to bring back all the hostages, the living to the embrace of their families, and the dead to be laid to rest with the honor and decency denied to them. This is Israel's highest moral duty. Now on the hostage release deal, following Secretary Blinken's visit yesterday and the negotiations for this hostage release deal, Israel appreciates the efforts of the United States and the mediators to dissuade Hamas from its refusal to agree to a deal for the release of the hostages. The negotiations continue in order to form a framework agreement based upon the principles presented by the United States in May in a manner that will enable the return of the hostages while achieving all of the other war goals of this war. Now an update from COGAT and their work coordinating aid into Gaza. In the last day, in fact, in the last hour, COGAT and the IDF revealed that Hamas used the Mustafa Khaft school compound in Gaza City as a command and control center to plan and execute attacks. Hamas systematically violates international law and operates from within civilian infrastructure and shelters in Gaza, exploiting the Gazan civilian population for its terrorist activities. Our Air Force conducted a precise strike on the terrorists who were operating within the Hamas Command and Control Center, embedded inside the Mustafa Khaft school compound in Gaza City. Hamas terrorists used the Command and Control Center to plan and execute attacks against IDF troops and the State of Israel. Now, prior to the strike, numerous steps were taken to mitigate the risk of harming civilians, including the use of precise munitions, aerial surveillance, and additional intelligence. The Hamas terrorist organization systematically violates international law and operates from within civilian infrastructure and shelters in Gaza, exploiting the Gazan civilian population for its terrorist activities. But the IDF will continue to operate against the Hamas terrorist organization in defense of the civilians of Israel, as well as for a better future for the civilians of Gaza. Now, aid continues to enter every day via all the crossings. Since the beginning of the war, more than 46,000 trucks have delivered more than 900,000 tons of humanitarian aid into Gaza. That's 80% more food compared to prior to October the 7th. So that's the end of our briefing today. I will now take your questions, which you should put in the chat together with your news outlet. Thank you very much. First question here is from Joel Pollack at Breitbart News. And your question, Joel, is President Joe Biden said last night in his address to the Democratic National Convention that the pro-Palestinian protesters on the streets of Chicago, who included some openly waving the Hamas flag and one wearing, sorry, could you just scroll up? There we go. Excuse me. Pro-Palestinian protesters on the streets of Chicago, who included some openly waving the Hamas flag and one wearing a swastika, had a point, in inverted commas. Biden never once mentioned the word Israel in his address. What's Israel's reaction? Thank you very much for that question, Joel. Well, firstly, let me say about the US. They have been side by side with us for decades and decades, and not least during this war. So we say very, very clearly to the people of the United States, but especially to the government and to the president, in common with our prime minister and all Israelis, it's Israel and our security services that remain on high alert because of the aggression which we're facing here in this country. And we have no stronger partner in the world than the US. For that, we are extremely grateful. The US government and our government here, we express our thanks to our allies standing together, united with us in the face of these hate-filled threats, not only on the streets of Chicago, but we know where the funding for these threats come from. We know that they come directly from the Iranian regime and its terrorist proxies. In particular, the government expresses its gratitude to President Biden and the American people for his leadership, for their steadfast commitment in words and deeds to the safety and the security of this country. As the president said, our own president here in Israel, together we stand side by side in the defense of the free world. Now, the international community stands together with Israel, not with these protesters, to curb the dangerous ambitions of Iran, which states its intention to destroy the state of Israel and threatens both regional stability and the free world. Next question here is from Jim Williams at Zenga International News Service, Washington, D.C. You gracefully pay honor to the brave IDF soldiers who have given their lives to protect not only Israel but the world. Is this the largest loss of life by the IDF in any previous war? Thank you very much for that question, Jim. I'd have to get back to you to precisely answer that question. Certainly the losses we faced on October the 7th and in the immediate aftermath are the largest day of Jew killing, unfortunately, since the Second World War and the Holocaust. But I'd have to come back to you precisely, if I may, on the question of fallen IDF soldiers. Next question here is from Reuters. Someone called May here from Reuters. Can you comment, please, on Channel 12 reports that the Prime Minister, in contrast to his comments in English following his meeting with Blinken, told the hostage families that it's... So you're asking here, let me take your question again. From Reuters, can you comment, please, on Channel 12 reports that Netanyahu, in contrast to his comments in English following his meeting with Blinken, told the hostage families that it is not certain that there will be a deal and under no circumstances will we leave the Philadelphia corridor? Thank you for that question, May from Reuters. Look, the Prime Minister, I'm not sure where you're getting your information from, but whether in English or in Hebrew, the Prime Minister has been crystal clear. Let me lay out our position as put out by the Prime Minister. You know, many times it has been claimed for months now that Hamas would never agree to give up on its condition to end the war and remain in power as a condition for a deal. And some asked us to give in to Hamas's demands. Now, the Prime Minister has said that they were wrong then and they are wrong now. The Prime Minister and our negotiations team strongly insisted on this fundamental demand, vital to achieving the goals of the war. Hamas has changed its position. Prime Minister insisted that Israel remain in the Philadelphia corridor in order to prevent terrorists from rearming. This is the vital oxygen which Hamas need to rearm. It comes through the Philadelphia crossing. It comes through corridor. It comes through that border, the tunnels, and other ways on that border with Egypt. Now, the Prime Minister has insisted on advancing a deal that will maximize the number of living hostages to enable the achieving of all of the aims of this war. Now, we're conducting these negotiations with a firm eye on the vital security interests of Israel, as opposed to those who advised us just to give in, for Israel just to give in. We're engaged in these negotiations for the release of our hostages because it is a national mission of the highest possible order. The Prime Minister's made clear that Israel is fully prepared to be flexible for this noble mission, but be in no doubt, these are very complex negotiations. Hamas is a murderous terrorist organization that is both simultaneously obstinate and uninhibited in its wickedness. Now, Hamas didn't even send a representative to the talks in Doha. The Prime Minister's made clear that strong military and diplomatic pressure on Hamas and on Sinwar are the way to secure the release of our hostages. I hope that that's made it crystal clear for you, May from Reuters. Next question here I can see is from Lior Soroka of the Washington Post. Netanyahu met today with bereaved families and families of hostages from the Gvura Forum. According to the families as cited in the Israeli media, Netanyahu told them it's not certain that there will be a deal. He, Netanyahu, will not give up on the Philadelphia corridor. Can you relate to their comments? Thank you, Lior. I think that's practically the same question as asked just a moment ago. So I've already answered that question. Of course, it goes without saying that if Hamas do not agree to a deal, as the Americans, as we read in the media, then that is not, we will do everything that we can to secure the release of our hostages and a hostage release pause. And we've also made very clear what the aims of this war are. The Philadelphia crossing, I've just made very clear about the importance of the Philadelphia corridor, the Philadelphia corridor. It is from there that Hamas gets its additional fighters, additional terrorists can pass through there. Arms, deadly arms, weapons, rockets, missiles, all of the deadly weapons which they use to fight us, to try and destroy this country, they come through the Philadelphia corridor. We're shutting off that corridor, and the Prime Minister's made extremely clear why that corridor is of ultimate importance to stop those weapons shipments and terrorist shipments coming through those tunnels. Okay, I think that's the last question. So thank you for joining us today. We'll have another briefing at the same time tomorrow. Please do stay safe, and thank you for joining me. Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was an update there. The Israeli government giving a briefing as ceasefire talks do continue there in the Middle East amid the growing conflict with Gaza and Israel. We did want to pivot right now and just put up this poll we have here on your screen. You can scan that QR code to vote or go to livenowfox.com/connect. We want to know what issue matters most to you this election. Is it crime? Is it reproductive rights, education, or maybe it's something else? You can put that other box. So I do want to just leave this up here for maybe another 30 seconds or so, give you guys a chance to scan that QR code or go to livenowfox.com/connect. You can now vote. And if you do vote, we will see those bars there change in real time with your vote. So if you would like to cast your vote on what you think matters most to you this election, we'd be happy to hear from you, the viewers of Live Now from Fox. Again, you have a lot of options there: healthcare, economy, immigration. So we did want to pop that up on the screen, and hopefully you will vote and we can share your results here on Live Now from Fox. We do have to go away for a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we have an exciting space launch that is happening that we want to take you out to. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us here on your Tuesday. Before the break, we did pop up this poll on your screen, and we wanted to show you guys did vote just within the 2-minute break there that we took. A lot of you are saying the economy is most important to you this election, or one of the things that is most important to you this election. You can still vote. I will be popping this up throughout the next several hours here or so. We'd love to hear from you. You can go to livenowfox.com/connect, or you can scan that QR code in the upper right hand of your screen. Again, would love to hear what you, the Live Now viewers, think matters to you this election season. We also did want to pop up this image here. This happened just moments ago. A SpaceX launch there for a Falcon 9 launch of 22 Starlink satellites to low Earth orbit from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. We do have some audio of this. This is about maybe 8 minutes long. You're going to hear the audio popping in and out a little bit, and we're going to just listen into that for a few minutes here, as it isn't very long, but it is pretty cool. So let's turn up the sound there and listen in.
Power and telemetry nominal.
Vehicle supersonic. Max Q. Evac chill has started.
If you are tuning into Live Now from Fox, this happened just moments ago. SpaceX launching 22 Starlink satellites into orbit there. Again, this video is pretty short, so we did want to bring it to you. We are going to pop back up the audio again. It does come in and out. You can hear those comments intermittently, but we are going to play this out for just a few more minutes here.
Edge of cutoff.
Stage separation confirmed.
And back ignition.
Fairing separation confirmed.
Again, if you are listening in, we are just playing out this video because the mission does complete, and you'll be able to see it in just about a few minutes here or so. Again, this is the SpaceX Falcon 9 launching at 22 Starlink satellites. This happened just moments ago at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida with a liftoff that was targeted at around 9:20 a.m. Eastern Time. Those visuals are super cool. I am a big fan of space content such as this, so we did want to bring this to you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, this does come to completion, and it is pretty cool to watch. So we did want to just play out maybe a few more minutes of this, and then we will pivot back to other top stories around the country and the world.
Stage 1, FTS is saved.
Stage 1, entry burn startup.
We are watching as SpaceX successfully launched a Falcon 9 rocket carrying 22 Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit this morning. That rocket did lift off around 9:20 a.m. Eastern Time from Space Launch Complex 40. That's at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. We are going to watch this to completion. There is just under 2 minutes left of this. This mission marks the first flight for the first stage booster supporting the mission. Let's turn back up the sound and listen in.
Stage 1, transonic. Stage 1, landing burn. Stage 2, terminal guidance. Stage 1, landing light deploy. Stage 1, landing confirmed.
Stage 2, FTS is saved.
Pretty cool video there. Again, we were just watching as SpaceX launched 22 Starlink satellites into orbit just a few moments ago there. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we have more coverage of the Democratic National Convention as Night 2 does kick off in Chicago. That's just 2 minutes away. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are continuing our coverage of the Democratic National Convention, which does kick off tonight for night 2 there in Chicago. And an emotional President Joe Biden delivered his speech last night, followed by a long-standing ovation over his decision to cede the stage to Vice President Kamala Harris. Biden said he did not have any ill will about dropping out and instead called on the party to unite around Harris. Meanwhile, though, outside the convention, we saw pro-Gaza protesters break through the barriers outside the United Center. But police say the inner security perimeter surrounding the convention site was not breached. Now we're looking ahead to night 2 as meetings begin this morning and the main event starting a bit later tonight. Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor has more for us on what happened last night and what we can expect today.
Tonight, this arena will be packed for day 2 of the Democratic National Convention, where organizers say they want voters to get to know Kamala Harris. The vice president is still fine-tuning some of her policy positions, trying to strike the right balance between honoring her boss's legacy or putting some distance between them.
A roaring standing ovation for a president passing the torch. Night 1 of the DNC saw President Joe Biden address his party publicly for the first time since dropping out of the race for the White House last month.
And all this talk about how I'm angry with all those people who said I should step down. That's not true.
After an emotional entrance as he hugged his daughter Ashley, Biden stressed the future of democracy is in the hands of voters.
Are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz?
Aides close to the Bidens insist there is no bad blood. And it was clear Monday night the first family is focusing on their graceful exit.
Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage.
With the reins passed over to Harris, the Democratic Party voted Monday night to approve its 2024 platform, calling for tax increases for corporations and the wealthy, as well as addressing climate change, abortion rights, and much more.
We are moving forward.
The Harris-Walz campaign says their ticket supports American families and workers. But during a counter-programming speech in Pennsylvania on Monday, former President Donald Trump said that's a lie.
Kamala puts America last. I put America first.
Today's convention theme is a bold vision for America's future, and there will be more political star power in the room tonight. Former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama will take the stage tonight. In Chicago, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Thank you to Rebecca Castor there with Fox News. We are giving you a live look inside right now at the United Center. You can see not many people there right now. Of course, that is going to change a little bit later tonight. We are expecting some events to pop up here, some media briefings ahead of the DNC Night 2 that should start here hopefully within the next hour. And of course, we're going to keep an eye on that and bring that to you live and in full here on Live Now from Fox. We do have to sneak in one more quick two-minute commercial break this hour. When we come back, we are going to have those live events as well as more coverage. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Matino. So glad you're with us here today. Did want to pop up this poll again that we have been showing throughout the morning here about hearing from you what matters most this election season. You can still vote. You can go to livenowfox.com/connect, or you can scan that QR code that you see in the top right corner of your screen there. We would still love to hear from you. As you can see, economy really winning there, as we do know. That is one of the top issues, as we've seen in Fox News polling. Immigration also up there in second place as well. But you're also saying climate change, reproductive rights, crime, all good topics there that we'd love to hear more from you about. And again, we'll continue to pop this poll up and show you the results. For right now, we did also want to pivot back to our DNC coverage there, as the DNC has given media credentials to 200 content creators. So think TikTok, Instagram, anyone that creates content for those social media platforms. Our Corel O'Hara spoke to one of the content creators who is at the DNC and was given those media credentials. We did want to play out this interview for you here, as it is pretty interesting. Let's listen in.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here at Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Carla Hara. I do want to continue on speaking on the DNC and a different topic when it comes to this particular convention. That is the invitation of many digital content creators now attending the convention. So here on your screen, you're taking a look at a photo of basically the platform where all of these content creators will be participating in there. And joining us now is one of those content creators we do have on our program here, Brian Acosta-Aria, a content creator now in Chicago ahead of the DNC. Brian, good to see you, and thanks for joining us. Let's start by you giving our viewers a little bit of a notion as to what you do as a content creator.
I am a TikToker. That is my main platform. Thank you again for having me. This is really an awesome opportunity in the towards the end of the day on my second day in Chicago. I am a content creator from New Jersey. I run a motel, and I talk about my family business.
Wonderful to hear that. I guess the next question would be, how did you get involved with this whole process with the DNC, and why did you decide to participate?
Well, one of my mutuals, their handle is Under the Desk News, had posted it on their TikTok page that the DNC was looking for content creators this year to cover the convention. And, you know, I didn't really think twice about this kind of an opportunity to tell a story that I haven't told before.
We're going to continue to show this, some looks from inside of the United Center over there in Chicago. Brian,
cool.
How did that credential process go for you? What was it like? Who contacted you? How did you get to this point?
Well, there was a website, if I remember correctly, and a form, obviously, to fill out with all of your information. And then I didn't hear back from them for a few weeks. And then I got an acceptance letter. Or email rather, and that was pretty much the process. I'm sure there was a vetting process. Actually, I know for a fact there was a vetting process. Speaking to some of the team today, and so they didn't just pick a random name out of the hat. They had to check all of our socials, I'm sure, and see if we were the right fit.
I'm sure there is a whole security process that goes behind that, but still, you have made it in there with that select group. You had mentioned that you've been there in Chicago. Today is your second day, I believe. So how has kind of this content creation been going for you so far?
It's everything that I do normally back in New Jersey, which is post every day and post about what I am seeing. You know, I post about my motel and the different issues it is that I have running a small business. And so now I am just chronicling my journey. And so yesterday there was a big media event, which I was honored to be there with every outlet in the entire country, pretty much over at the Navy Pier. They had a big media welcoming event, and the mayor was there. I got to shake his hand, and that was wonderful. And I vlogged the whole night, pretty much. I had my camera out, talking to different media outlets, and it was pretty much like a big party. You know, the city of Chicago was very welcoming to have all sorts of media there to cover this very historic event. And today, we got a sneak peek inside of the United Center, anyone that was available early this morning. And so we got to see the space. That rendering was pretty much true. Yeah, they got us right in that spot. I'm one of those little gray figures with my phone up. And it was pretty tight. It was very, very impressive.
I guess I wanted to ask you a little bit more about that because, see, I have FOMO. I'm here inside of a studio, but you're down there on the ground. What's it like inside of the United Center?
Oh, man, it's unlike anything I've ever been a part of in my whole life. It's exciting. There's tons of spaces for us content creators to sit and take a break. You know, they have specific spaces for us to kind of do our thing, kind of do our editing thing with strong Wi-Fi and charging ports and things of that nature. And then we're back out onto the floor.
I'm sure they pretty much have everything you need to make sure that your followers stay updated. Brian, what are you most looking forward to on your journey here with the DNC? What are you looking at in terms of this content that you're going to be posting? It is a 4-day convention. Any particular day that you're most excited about?
Obviously, I'm excited like everyone else is about primetime. You know, when the doors officially open and we can cover the different speeches and things of that nature. But so far today, I met AOC today. She was randomly there. I met also the DNC chairman, Jamie Harrison. And that was a complete surprise. So I'm ready to be surprised with the types of political figures and recognizable faces that I've only seen on TV or read in a newspaper.
It is really exciting stuff. A bit of like celebrity moment sometimes when you see these high-ranking officials down there, especially for such a big convention. Brian Acosta area content creator, one of the ones that has been invited to be down there and document his journey at the DNC. We appreciate your time here at Live Now from Fox. Enjoy.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate you having me.
Of course. I do also want to play a little bit of this event that happened earlier this week. So President Biden actually addressed some of those content creators that are going to be out there in the DNC. Let's watch.
And with all due respect, they don't read the same newspapers or watch the same television I do. They listen to all of you. Listen to all of you. Look, I want to welcome you to the White House, and I'm glad you're all here. The fact is that you are the future. You are the future. And to my grandchildren ranging in age from 30 down to, well, the little one isn't watching yet, but to 14, you are the source of their news. And there more people want to go into your business than any other these days. What do you think when I retire? Where do you think I'm going? I got contacts, man. You don't think I'm kidding. Anyway, look, my staff tells me that the creator economy is valued at $250 billion. I'd like to talk to you about borrowing some money from you all. And that is expected to double in the next few years. You know, folks, look, you're tired of hearing me talk about it, but I talk about these inflection points in history, how history gets changed by mostly technology, and it changes it drastically. And think about it. Think about, I wonder if any of you, when you started in this side of the equation, you thought it's going to have the consequence it has. I really mean it. Think about it. It's staggering. And they're changing not only what people listen to and what they put their faith in, but what they're doing, they're also changing the idea of what's consequential and where they go and what. And you know, one of the things that I found, at least as I've tried to stay current, is that you all understand that you have an obligation to record what you think is true and say what you think is true. But we, you know, we've sort of divided into competing camps.
Now, I know I only look like I'm 40. You can smile. Okay.
All right, thank you to my colleague Corella Hara there. As she was sharing that story, we spoke to one of those content creators that did get media credentials at the DNC, and we are going to work on trying to set up another interview with that content creator as well now that the DNC has kicked off. We did want to give you a live look inside right now as we are awaiting another night to start here to kick off. You can see it is empty there right now, but a little bit later tonight, that will not be the case. We are expected to have a number of live events from the DNC, and we will play those out for you tonight as we hear those speeches live, raw, and unfiltered. We are going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of this hour. When we come back, we do have more coverage of the DNC as well as other top stories from across the country and the world. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Your time now at 10:08 on the East Coast, 7:08 on the West Coast. We are waiting for some live events to start here. We're going to give you a live look right there inside the United Center there. As you can see, still empty right now. We are awaiting a briefing here at about 10:30 or so from the Women's Caucus from the DNC. So as soon as we see that pop up or any other live event from the DNC, we will bring that to you. Did also want to give you another look there outside of the DNC. We do get a lot of live feeds into our newsroom here, and you can see this is another one of them. So we've seen an inside, we've seen outside, and we are going to continue to bring news from the DNC all night long. We do hope you do turn to us for your coverage. I did want to pop up this quick programming note here. One of the things we do best at Live Now from Fox is we bring you live, raw, and unfiltered content. So what does that mean? That means that we bring you these speeches in full, no commercial breaks, so that you can listen for yourself and make your own decision. Limited commentary. We do want to have you join us there as we do continue to cover the DNC over the next few days or so. For right now, we did want to turn to Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen. He is on the ground at the DNC. He recorded this for us just a little bit ago. He gives us a preview of what night one entailed and what to expect for night two.
1 month ago, President Biden was planning to talk about his vision for another 4 years in office here at the Democratic National Convention. But his speech turned into more of a passing of the torch to the next generation. President Biden entering the United Center in Chicago to a standing ovation, trying to energize Democrats here and across the country.
Are you ready to vote for freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America?
Biden highlighted what he says are his administration's top accomplishments. The president making the case for why Kamala Harris is best suited to continue the work they've done over the past 3.5 years.
She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity, enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story.
Monday night's speech comes a month after Biden dropped out of the presidential race following a poor debate performance, low poll numbers, and pressure from leaders within his party. But the president emphasized the time is now for a new generation of leaders.
Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us.
This week, President Biden and other high-profile Democrats are trying to emphasize their vision for America over that of former President Donald Trump, who is also hitting the campaign trail hard this week with his own message.
If Kamala gets in, the United States will rapidly become a deindustrialized third world nation, like so many others have become.
President Biden won't be sticking around the convention all week. After his speech, he planned to travel to California, but that won't be the end of the big Democratic names throughout the week. We'll still hear from two former Democratic presidents, Barack Obama and Bill Clinton. In Chicago, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Thank you to Connor Hansen there. I also did want to play out an interview from just a little bit earlier this morning as my colleague Janae Francine, she interviewed one of the DNC delegates there, Heather Pierre Joseph. So we do have that we're going to play out for you right now.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox 837 here on the East Coast. We continue with your top political headlines this Tuesday morning, giving you a live look outside of the United Center, the site of the 2024 Democratic National Convention. Today marks day 2, and you're in for a special treat this morning. Joining us live to further explain what we can expect for day 2 is DNC delegate Heather Pierre. Heather, good morning to you. A pleasure having you join us here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
A pleasure to have you. So first question for you, what is the mood like? What is the atmosphere? Day 1, kicking things off. Share the excitement with us this morning.
Oh, day 1 was absolutely amazing. It was extremely emotional. It was the all-stars of the Democratic Party last night. We're exhausted, a little sleep deprived, but it was absolutely amazing.
Heather, I know this is your first time being a delegate, correct? If you could share for those that don't understand the role of a delegate and the importance of a delegate, please.
Delegates from Florida are based upon your congressional district, and those are the people that are within the Democratic Party that are supposed to represent the needs of the community. First and foremost, we, on the popular side, all the Democrats voted for the nominee for president and vice president, and we cast that official ballot at the convention to make it official. It's the state level of what we would consider the Electoral College. In addition to that, this is where we also vote on the party platform for the upcoming year.
So very important, and a very important role as it relates to the election process. So Heather, I know you mentioned a lot of people are sleep deprived. I actually spoke to the former senior advisor for, at that time, he was the vice president under the Obama administration, Joe Biden. He said he was a little teary-eyed when he heard President Biden speak. What were your emotions like hearing from him as he pretty much passed the torch to VP Harris?
Yesterday was very emotional for a lot of us. For me, and, just representing the both people and for the humble beginnings to be in that room. I'll estimate there are over 100 million registered Democrats in the United States of America, and only about 5,000 of us were selected. There was a young man that was emotional because he had met President Biden, and President Biden has a speech impediment. So as a person with disabilities, it encouraged him. So it was teary-eyed. We all were crying because we had a lot of time together yesterday, you know, going through Secret Service and doing those things. So the conversations were a little deeper yesterday. Everyone shared their lived experiences, and there were tears all over yesterday.
And for many people, those same emotions will transition over today as we are anticipating to hear from former President Obama. He was seen as the first person of color to take the Oval Office, then passing that torch to now the first woman of color. How do you feel being in that room, being amongst history?
Just in utter disbelief, internally grateful. Reverend Jackson, you know, we spoke about Shirley Chisholm, and so they really honored the legacy of the Americans who happen to be Black, Americans nonetheless. And Reverend Jackson, to me, being there, paved the way. He was unable to speak yesterday, but just his very presence. And so I am just in the moment of history and just amazed and astonished of this wonderful opportunity.
Heather, we appreciate your candidness and your passion. And as you describe Reverend Jackson, you know, we actually saw the video of him being wheeled out on stage, further showing, I've heard you speak before saying there's no excuse not to get out and vote. And seeing that Reverend Jackson does have those health concerns, and he still made it out there, right? He still came out. He still got the crowd riled up and excited. It just further shows that how much your voice, your vote matters.
Exactly. I think there's a disconnect. And so for me, just a regular, ordinary person, right? An ordinary woman, being there, having access and realizing one man, one vote and the importance. So our message is clear. We just have to go out there and tell everyone you are valued. So when people feel as though their vote don't count or they're not valued in the democratic process, I think that is a large part of the lack of voter participation.
Heather Pierre, truly a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you so much for taking out the time. We know you're currently there. You probably had to step out of a meeting or a breakfast. So I appreciate you taking out the time to speak candidly with the viewers here on Live Now from Fox this morning. Anything else you'd like to add before we let you go?
I just want to say I'm elated for the opportunity. The message was about love, joy, and hope. It was positive. Regardless of where you come through, we're all Americans in the spectrum. Anything is possible in America. One of the greatest country, regardless of its faults. And just thank you so much for having me this morning.
Absolutely. And you be safe out there. Enjoy yourself. And hopefully we can speak back with you again once you get back and get well rested from your experience. Thank you so much, Heather. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I will. Thank you so much.
Well,
again, that was my colleague, Janae Francine there, speaking to DNC delegate ahead of day 2 there of the Democratic National Convention. We did want to pop this up again. We have been showing this poll here throughout the morning. Did want to give you guys just one more chance to vote for us there. You can scan that QR code or head to livenowfox.com/connect. We'd love to hear from you to see what issues matter the most to you this election. Looks like the economy is winning there, but we do have those other options that a lot of you voted for too. Immigration is a big one for a lot of you as well. We do love to hear from our Live Now from Fox viewers. So if you'd like to still vote, you can. And for those of you that have voted, we thank you very much for your participation. We are going to go away for a quick 2-minute break. We do have a live event that is scheduled to start here. I'll give you a really quick live look in there ahead of the DNC there. We are expected to hear from the Women's Caucus. They will be speaking hopefully here in just about 10 minutes or so. That'll be up after this 2-minute break. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Your time, 10:21 on the East Coast, 7:21 Pacific. We did want to give you this live look again as we are awaiting the Women's Caucus there at the DNC to start this briefing here that is supposed to start in just about 9 minutes or so at 10:30 Eastern Time. We are going to watch that for you and bring that to you as soon as we see someone pop up there. But for right now, we are going to head over to Chicago, our Fox station there, Fox 32. They do have some continuous coverage on this, and we are going to tune into there right now and listen in for a little bit as they give a more local perspective.
Hello, we are hopefully going to see an earlier bedtime for tonight. Let's hope for all the folks who were here so late, really until this morning. Some people I've been speaking to here that left at 12:45, 1 a.m. after a long day one. So day two may have a bit of a slower start, but for sure they are hoping it has a raucous ending to it. This will be another big night of heavy hitters for the Democratic National Convention with none other than, as you said, former President and First Lady Barack and Michelle Obama, who need no formal introduction here in the city of Chicago, but I'm sure they'll still get one anyhow. This evening, they'll be taking the stage as Chicago natives. Apart from the phone call between them and Vice President Kamala Harris last month, you know, they've been noticeably quiet since the Vice President came to the top of the ticket. Remember, they're essentially the bridge between a Biden-Harris campaign, which, of course, was Biden being a former running mate of theirs, to a Harris-Walz ticket, with Harris being a friend for many years to them. We spoke to political experts Tom Serafin and Pat Brady about what and who they should be aiming to reach tonight.
And this comes down to a couple 100,000 votes, literally, and they've got to focus on getting those people out and motivating those people. And that's why for the life of me last night I watched them. I'm like, you know, if I'm watching and I'm not a Democrat, I'm not sure that seeing Hillary Clinton talk grievance why she didn't win is necessarily effective.
No, it's all about the youth. If they can get those people from the age, 19, 20, 21, up to 35 to vote, and they weren't voting, they weren't thinking about voting when Joe Biden was the candidate. Without Joe Biden and now with Kamala Harris, they're really kind of energized, and you're seeing some of that.
An energized younger base. So if you're looking to energize a younger base, you're also talking about the future, not just of America, but of course your party. So let me just take you through a few of the names that we are expecting to hear tonight. Of course, that could mean that we're in for a very long night, but let me go over a few. We will hear from our very own Governor J.B. Pritzker. We'll hear from Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. We'll also hear from Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro and Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. If you're kind of thinking along as I'm saying those names that, we've talked a lot about all of those people just recently. Yes, each and every one of them was thought at one point in time to possibly be a running mate for Vice President Kamala Harris with this ticket, ultimately choosing Minnesota Governor Tim Walz to go along for the ride here. So we will see how the night goes. Again, wishful thinking, but maybe it'll be a little bit earlier. But all of those people kind of have a little bit of motive to maybe make this moment their own, as well as really hone in why the Democratic Party should be sticking behind a new Vice President Kamala Harris Tim Walz ticket.
Thank you so much, Anita. Time is now 9:17 this morning. Checking back in with Kaylin. A beautiful live look outside for everybody from out of town. They picked the perfect week to come here to Chicago because it has just been magnificent weather for everybody out there, Caitlin.
Refreshing for everyone out and about, walking to restaurants, checking out the city. It is going to be another beautiful.
All right, sorry to interrupt there. We do want to sneak in a quick break really quickly as we do see a briefing about to start there at the DNC. We'll be back in just 2 minutes with that live, uninterrupted coverage. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We did have a live event just start at the DNC. A briefing is being held, so let's turn over there and listen in.
Welcome to day 2. I am Harris Walls Communications Director Michael Tyler, joined here with the Convention Executive Director Alex Hornbrook, as well as Congressman Garcia. I am not going to waste any time. I'm going to kick it over to Alex to kick us off here as we get into the programming around day 2 here in Chicago.
Thank you, Michael. Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the 2024 Democratic National Convention. So last night we heard about the transformative accomplishments and results that the Biden-Harris administration has delivered for the American people. We had so much energy and enthusiasm for our president and our ticket from our speakers and the audience reaction that we recognize that did put us a little bit behind schedule, but we are working with, we made some real-time adjustments last night to ensure we could get to what the delegates and the viewers really came for, which of course is President Biden, and we're working with our speakers and making some other adjustments for this evening, including beginning at 5:30 to make sure that we stay on track for that tonight. But what you're going to see tonight is the broad, diverse, deep coalition of support for President Biden and the Harris-Walz ticket, including, of course, Chicago's own President and Mrs. Obama. We'll also hear from some other key leaders, including Leader Schumer, our incredible hosts here in Illinois, Governor J.B. Pritzker and Senator Tammy Duckworth, Senator Bernie Sanders, Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham, Mayor Giles of Mesa, Arizona, and of course the person who knows the Vice President best, Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, will be able to speak to the strength and the leadership that she will bring to her presidency. And we're very excited for everyone to see our celebratory roll call, which will be held tonight and will be rooted in some of the most beloved traditions of our roll call, giving every state a chance to, and territory a chance to shine, while also introducing a number of new, innovative, exciting elements that will harness and display the energy and excitement behind the Harris-Walz ticket, which we will be displaying all week here in Chicago and then out on the road to victory in November. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Michael.
Thank you, Alex. And again, welcome to day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. Alex provided a brief overview of some of the speakers tonight and through afternoon and early evening. We will share more details for your planning purposes throughout the day. Today, we'll showcase the full strength of our party. But it's not just what we're doing here in Chicago. It's the work on the ground in the states that we know wins elections. I just want to talk about that briefly. We're building an operation that's built to earn the 270 electoral votes we need to win. The entire convention this week will showcase the broad and diverse coalition that elected Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in 2020, and that will send the Vice President and Governor Walz to the White House in 2024. It's even more proof that our campaign is working to earn, not ask for, not expect, but earn every vote between now and November. We're not taking a single vote. We're not taking a single community for granted. We're investing early to reach voters where they are. Young voters, black voters, Latino voters, AAPI voters, Republicans that are putting country over party, and everyone who will make up this winning Harris-Walz coalition. We're leaning on our trusted messengers in every community to convey our vision, to ensure all Americans can not just survive but thrive. And we're reaching across the aisle. Already, we are seeing Donald Trump lose support from his own party, including those who know him the best. We are building a broad-based coalition to make sure that voters, regardless of party, know that they have a home in our movement to protect our freedoms and defeat Donald Trump. So this week's programming isn't just a compelling program for us, it is a tool for organizing. We're turning our energy into action. So to kick off the convention, for example, we had a weekend of organizing, of action, weekend of action, with over 2,800 events in battleground states. We had over 10,000 volunteers make nearly 900,000 calls and who knocked on almost 150,000 doors. So that's over 1 million voter contacts in just one weekend leading into convention. Again, it's not simply about the programming that you see on TV, it is about the action on the ground to reach the voters that are going to decide the pathway to 270 electoral votes and why this moment matters for us as a campaign. So our tent is big, it is growing, as Vice President Harris and Governor Walz are leaving nothing to chance. Today, they'll both attend a a rally in Milwaukee to organize and energize Wisconsin voters in the place Donald Trump called a horrible city. So they'll be here, they'll be in Milwaukee right up the road later on today. Tonight in Chicago, America will get to know our future first gentleman, from his middle-class upbringing in Jersey to his successful career as a lawyer and now as a law professor. Doug Emhoff will show America the Kamala Harris only he knows. As America has seen these last few weeks, she's joyful, she's empathetic, and she's tough. That's what differentiates us from the other side, as we have a convicted felon in Donald Trump who runs on chaos, on division, on self-obsession, who's pulling our country backwards instead of bringing us together. Not exactly a unifying message that reaches the voters who will decide this election. And it will make the difference this November. While Trump fights for no one and nothing but Donald Trump, our tent is united, it is energized, and it is laser focused on sending Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. So with that, I will turn it over to Congressman Garcia.
Good morning, everyone. We're obviously here this week to talk about Vice President Harris's vision for the future, and a vision that really focuses and centers Americans and the fundamental freedoms that all Americans care about every single day. And I think what you're also going to see moving forward in tonight is the clear contrast between the Harris-Walz ticket and the backwards-looking Donald Trump with what is now an incredibly unpopular vice presidential pick in J.D. Vance. In fact, the most unpopular VP pick in history. Every time we turn around, we see Vance attacking women, the rights of families, moving back freedoms, ranting about magazine covers that Donald Trump just did about Vice President Harris. We're getting not just weirdness as we see, but a complete just chaotic campaign, a chaotic message. All they're talking about are abortion bans and moving the country backwards. Now, just yesterday, Trump has said he had no regrets about ripping away the reproductive rights of women across the country. That is the kind of message that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are promoting every single day across this country. And as we can see, America is not having it. What's really important to remind us, and we reminded folks of this yesterday and will again tonight, is that Trump is totally unfit for the White House and for the job. He left the worst jobs record since Herbert Hoover. He turned infrastructure week into a punchline. And of course, his failures we saw over and over again displayed, not just last night, but we will do that again today. So why would the American public want to go back to that again? Today, Donald Trump talks about his Project 2025 agenda. That was highlighted yesterday. It will be highlighted throughout the week. He wants to raise middle-class costs by $3,900 a year. He wants to ban abortion nationwide. He wants to repeal the Affordable Care Act. He wants to fire civil servants and destroy the government as we know it today. Now, we know that just earlier, a few months ago, we saw Google searches for Project 2025 surpass even searches for Taylor Swift. So voters are really turning on and tuning in to Project 2025, and you saw that yesterday, and you'll see that continued. And of course, we have Vice President Harris, who is fighting for the American people, who knows what this is all about, which is making people's lives better, and that will be highlighted tonight. Donald Trump, let's be crystal clear, is a convicted felon who wants to make everyone's life worse and only cares about himself and his billionaire friends. So make no mistake, heading into November, we know still to this day that we are the underdog campaign. We are not taking any single day for granted. We're knocking on doors and making phone calls every single day, and we're very clear about what the mission is ahead, and that's what tonight is going to be about. And don't forget, this is a week also of contrasts. It's convicted felon versus a prosecutor who wants to move us forward. And with that, I'm going to turn this back over to Michael.
Thank you, Congressman. With that, we will take a few questions. I know we've got a microphone that's going to go around here. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Oh, sorry. Just wondering if you could speak to the Vice President's plans for listening to the second gentleman's speech.
I don't know if we have programming updates on that quite yet.
Not yet. Stay tuned.
Let's go over here.
Oh, thank you. I was wondering, there were some speakers who were canceled. James Taylor's performance was was pulled. I'm wondering if those will be rescheduled, like James Taylor, will he be performing? And do you have any highlights of performers this evening?
So for in terms of last night, as I mentioned, we had a lot of people who were very excited to talk about Joe Biden's record and Kamala Harris and Tim Walz's vision, and so we made some real-time adjustments to the program. Our program team is working very hard right now to ensure that we can, be on schedule, but also make sure that the program reflects the broad and deep and wide and diverse coalition of support around Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, and so we don't have a specific update for you on specific speakers on specific days, but that's something that we're very focused on right now.
We got Fritz at the front. His hand
up. Will there be a Palestinian speaker at the DNC this week? And if not, why not? And will the vice president be able to fill Fisher Forum like Trump did during the GOP convention last month?
Yeah, listen, in order, I don't know if we have any programmatic updates on the speaking program right now to speak to. Obviously, we've had the panels that have been going on, that have been productive and fruitful conversations throughout the week, this week. I think what you've also seen from this campaign and from this vice president is somebody who understands the goals of many of the people who are showing up to demonstrate here, and frankly, who shares those same goals, right? Somebody who wants an end to the violence, who wants a permanent ceasefire and a just and lasting peace and an end to the violence, and is going to work day in and day out until we resolve that, whether that's as vice president right now or if she has the opportunity to serve as commander-in-chief. And frankly, that is a stark contrast, somebody who approaches situations like this with the seriousness that they deserve in the vice president versus somebody in Donald Trump who approaches issues of national and global security with his own personal self-interest at hand. I think that is going to be the fundamental contrast that the American people see for the remainder of this campaign, and it's a contrast that we are prepared to run on. As it relates to crowds in Milwaukee, I don't know what the actual capacity is, but I think what you've seen over the course of the past few weeks since the vice president kicked off this campaign is a groundswell of enthusiasm, right? You saw 10,000 people show up in Atlanta. You saw, I think, almost like 12,000 people in places like Eau Claire, Wisconsin, 15,000 in Detroit, Michigan, 20,000 in places like Vegas and Phoenix. And so we're excited about the crowds. We're excited about the energy. But I think what we are, frankly, more excited about is the fact that when those people show up to those rallies, we're also signing people up to serve as volunteers, right? You had 10,000 people show up in Atlanta. 1,000 of them signed up to volunteer for this campaign. So as we spoke to earlier, it's not just about the energy. It's about turning the energy into action in moments like that. And like this, that's what the convention week is about. That's what the weekend of action that I referenced earlier is about. It's about making sure that we harness this moment of energy and enthusiasm and turn it into action, because we have less than 80 days to go. And what we as a campaign understand is that this is going to be a margin of error race. This is going to come down to tens of thousands of votes in a handful of states. And so we have to use every single tool at our disposal to make sure that we turn out every possible vote. That is the infrastructure on the ground. That is our paid media apparatus on the airwaves and on digital platforms. It is the principals, the vice president and the governor crisscrossing every single battleground state in the way that they have, leaving absolutely nothing to chance because there's far too much at stake. And so we're going to use every tool that we have at our disposal between now and November 5th. Probably one more over here.
Thank you so much. So this actually is not about the convention, but Congressman Garcia, I was wondering, there's a lot of focus on passage of the Equality Act with the Democratic victory in November. Are there other LGBTQ legislative priorities that would be a focus for you with the Democratic victory in November?
Sure. A couple of things. I think let's first remember that the Biden-Harris administration has been the most pro-LGBTQ plus administration in history, and Vice President Harris is a big part of that. I don't think we've ever had a presidential candidate who understands the LGBTQ plus community or has advocated for that community as much as Vice President Harris. When she was DA in the Bay Area, she was one of the first people in the country to marry same-sex couples and started that whole revolution across the country. And so what we have is an incredible advocate and friend as a candidate. Obviously, the Equality Act, she has said herself, is the top legislative priority. She's spoken to it many times. But I also believe that her administration will be reflective of the diversity of this country, including within the LGBTQ plus community, and also to have someone that is not attacking LGBTQ plus people every single day, like Donald Trump is, who has been incredibly homophobic and has been incredibly, I think, shameful in his attacks on the community, I think will be really important. And so I think you're going to see not just the Equality Act, but to be support of ensuring that we're not banning books and that we're not doing horrible things to attack the community.
I have time for one more question. Go back here. We're going to the back here.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to ask about the DNC platform that was voted on yesterday. Can you give us any reason as to why it was not updated to reflect that Harris is now the nominee? Was it a lack of time? Did you want to give Vice President Harris more runway for her policies?
Yeah, I know, and Alex can speak to this, but obviously the platform was voted on before the switch here, and so it was part of the process as it normally played out. I think what you've seen the vice president do since the top of the ticket is begin to lay out her vision as well. That's what you saw her do in places like North Carolina last week, where she talked about her plans to lower costs for the American people, take on meat processors, lower the price of groceries, build more housing, right? Give first-time home buyers more opportunity here, where you saw her also talk about things like making sure that we have a tax code where middle-class families can actually get ahead, not just get by, where millionaires and billionaires actually pay their fair share, where we don't have what Donald Trump wants to do, which is through his across-the-board tariffs, a middle-class tax increase, but we actually provide a tax cut for middle-class families. So she'll continue to build out her own vision here over the course of the next 80 days, but we feel confident that the American people understand the very stark choice that's in front of them between Kamala Harris, who is fighting for the American people every single day, and Donald Trump, who increasingly is running a campaign that's based off his own personal self-obsession, that is unhinged and that is about serving nobody but Donald Trump. I think when the American people go to the ballot box, they're going to understand who has their back, and that's Kamala Harris. All right, y'all. Thank you so much. We're going to get out of here.
Again, that was a live briefing we were just listening to there at the Democratic National Convention, giving an update on what we can expect for day 2. Here at Live Now, we do like to bring you both sides. So we did want to talk quickly about Project 2025, which you did hear them reference in there, that Trump is supporting Project 2025. But we did want to just give you a little bit background on that, just so we are giving you both sides. The Democrats at the DNC are attempting to tie the former president and his running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, to Project 2025, which is a political initiative published by the Heritage Foundation. It's a conservative think tank based out of Washington, D.C. Elements of the initiative have become controversial, leading Trump to deny attempts to link him to that project. This is according to our partners at Fox News. Trump did say, quote, "I know nothing about Project 2025. I have not seen it, have no idea who's in charge of it, and unlike our very well-received Republican platform, had nothing to do with it." Trump put that on back in June on his Truth Social platform there. So again, we did just want to bring you that side of it as well, just give you former President Donald Trump's side, as the Democrats have mentioned Project 2025 at the DNC last night and may continue to do so throughout the week. We did want to play out a few remarks from last night. A lot of people spoke at the DNC. One of them was Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear. We did want to play out his remarks for you as we await some more live events coming out of the DNC.
Hadley Duvall is one of the bravest people I've ever met. I'm amazed at the courage it takes to share her pain, to share her truth. Yet Donald Trump brags about tearing a constitutional right away from Hadley and every other woman and girl in our country. That's why we must tear away any chance he can ever be president ever again. In 21 states, Trump's actions have resulted in extreme bans on abortion in my state, even in cases of rape, incest, and non-viable pregnancies. That leaves 12-year-old girls like Hadley with no options. That fails any test of humanity, any test of basic decency, any test of whether you have any underlying empathy. Thankfully, this extremism is being soundly rejected all over our country. In Kentucky, we put reproductive freedom on the ballot last November, and I beat Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell's hand-picked candidate by more than 5 percentage points. This November, we're going to beat them again. Elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and protect reproductive freedom. Folks, Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court justices who got us into this mess. His Project 2025 goes even further. Here's the thing. Trump and Vance simply don't believe in your freedom. Trump says people are absolutely thrilled that women had their basic rights eliminated. J.D. Vance says women should stay in violent marriages and that pregnancies resulting from rape are simply inconvenient. Their policies give rapists more rights than their victims. That's not inconvenient, it's just plain wrong. And a woman grieving a non-viable pregnancy shouldn't be required to carry it to term just to listen to her child die or to hear no sound at all. All women should have the freedom to make their own decisions. Freedom over their own bodies. Freedom about whether to pursue IVF. Freedom about whether to have children at all. How we treat people transcends party lines. It goes right to the heart of who we are. My faith teaches me the golden rule that I am to love my neighbor as myself. And the parable of the Good Samaritan says we are all each other's neighbors. So I want anyone watching tonight, Republican, Independent, Democrat, to know that you are welcome here. We believe in an America where we live out our values, end anger politics once and for all, and move beyond this us versus them by remembering we are all Americans. That's how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris lead. They both called to ask how they could help Kentucky in recovering from natural disasters. They helped us improve our roads, our bridges, and invested in our people. They didn't ask me who Kentuckians voted for. They asked me what Kentuckians needed, and folks, they delivered. Kamala Harris gets it. She knows we must move beyond anger, extremism, and division, that everyone has dignity and deserves respect. America, we're going to win. And we're going to win by staying true to our values of compassion, empathy, and doing right by our neighbors. I'm so proud to be all in for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Again, we were just giving you a glimpse into last night's Democratic National Convention, night one. One of those speakers right there, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear. Tonight, what we can expect is former President Barack Obama to speak as well. And of course, we're going to bring that to you in full here tonight on Live Now from Fox. Really quickly here, we did also want to play out one story from our Rebecca Castor at Fox News, and she's going to share what we can expect tonight.
Tonight, this arena will be packed for day 2 of the Democratic National Convention, where organizers say they want voters to get to know Kamala Harris. The vice president is still fine-tuning some of her policy positions, trying to strike the right balance between honoring her boss's legacy or putting some distance between them. a roaring standing ovation for a president passing the torch. Night one of the DNC saw President Joe Biden address his party publicly for the first time since dropping out of the race for the White House last month.
And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down. That's not true.
After an emotional entrance as he hugged his daughter Ashley, Biden stressed the future of democracy is in the hands of voters.
Are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz?
Aides close to the Bidens insist there is no bad blood. And it was clear Monday night the first family is focusing on their graceful exit.
Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage.
With the reins passed over to Harris, the Democratic Party voted Monday night to approve its 2024 platform, calling for tax increases for corporations and the wealthy, as well as addressing climate change, abortion rights, and much more.
We are moving forward.
The Harris-Walz campaign says their ticket supports American families and workers. But during a counter-programming speech in Pennsylvania on Monday, former President Donald Trump said that's a lie.
Kamala puts America last. I put America first.
Today's convention theme is a bold vision for America's future, and there will be more political star power in the room tonight. Former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama will take the stage tonight. In Chicago, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
We are going to continue our coverage of the DNC. We do have to go away for a quick 2-minute break. On the other side, my colleague Mike Page will be taking over. My name's Christy Matino. It's been great being with you here. We hope you stay with us. We'll be right back.
And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to join us all in real time, taking a live look inside of the United Center. Day 2 coming up later tonight for the DNC. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for always joining us worldwide on Live Now from Fox. Well, we will take you out to many of the news conferences that are leading up to tonight's DNC, including from the other side Republicans as Trump allies will be speaking in just moments from Chicago. We'll be bringing that to you. We also have a J.D. Vance rally coming up in about 2 hours. And then in about 4 hours, we got you covered for Donald Trump live in Michigan. So it's going to be a jam-packed couple of hours here on Live Now from Fox. And again, we appreciate all our viewers continuing to be with us. Let's show you some of the coverage from Fox 32 in Chicago, talking to the former Chicago police superintendent on the protests that are happening outside.
Was seen with a sledgehammer breaking down security fences to try to get closer to the United Center. The Chicago chapter of the National Lawyers Guild this morning came out with a statement condemning what they called, and I quote here, the aggressive and at times violent response by the Chicago Police Department toward protesters. So here to weigh in on what happened is former Chicago Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy. I think we could say a friend of the show at this point. Thank you for coming in. What is your initial impression of how police handled that dust-up yesterday?
I think they did a great job. I'm a little bit prejudiced, obviously, but it's very easy to turn a protest into a riot. And we saw that the police did that in Ferguson, Missouri, years ago. And there's lessons learned. We've learned it here in the Chicago Police Department. We certainly executed the lessons learned back in the NATO summit in 2012. And it looks to me like they are mirroring exactly what we did. They're non-confrontational until such time as they have to mix it up a little bit. Let's put it that way.
I was surprised to see during our live coverage yesterday, the superintendent Larry Snelling right there behind them on the front lines, as well as I think the number 1 and 2 guys as far as communication is regarded when we're talking to the police department. Did that surprise you at all that he was right there, backing his officers?
It made me very happy. I did the same thing during NATO. And you know, if you're in charge, if you're responsible for what's happening on the ground, you should be on the ground. You shouldn't be in a command post somewhere hiding. And that's good, aggressive leadership, which is very important to keeping things under control.
The fact that the protesters were able to breach that first line of defense, that surprised a lot of people because it seemed pretty secure.
Yeah, they practice, they are more organized than people realize. You know, and just an example is during the George Floyd riots, Bob Tracy, who came to Chicago with me, was in Wilmington, Delaware, and he was locking up people from Eugene, Oregon. Now, if you're a protester in Eugene, Oregon, wouldn't you go to California or something like that? You don't go to Wilmington, Delaware. So they come in teams. We found that they were coming like 4-man teams. One guy is ginning up the crowd. Another guy is agitating the police. Another guy is breaking windows, and another guy is spray painting. So they're well-funded. They practice these things. We certainly saw it during NATO when they came at us by McCormick Place. They locked arms, and they were coming forward in an organized fashion. It was pretty bizarre.
So, and you make an interesting point, because I think that we should watch the protesters' movements as well as the police. There's so much focus on the police, but watch them, see what they do. One of the things the police did yesterday that was interesting to me, and I'm hoping you can explain why, was when more of them came out to reinforce the officers who were already there, they all had their hands in their pockets. And I was thinking, well, that's interesting. Can you speak to that at all, why they may have been doing that?
Well, the whole thing is you don't want to be confrontational. When I got my first briefing on the NATO summit, they talked about coming out in what everybody terms riot gear. And I said, well, do we want to have a riot? Confrontation begets confrontation. So we came out with the normal police uniform until such time as it ratcheted up, and we had to do things to make sure that our officers were protected. So that's probably a technique that they're using just to be non-confrontational. If you got your arms crossed, that shows a different pose than if you have your hands in your pockets like you're just hanging around. So I would suspect that that's what that is.
Well, we appreciate you hanging around and talking to us this morning. Thanks so much for your insight. We always appreciate it here.
Thanks.
Former Chicago Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy was seen taking the stage during night 2 of the convention.
Anita's live inside of the United Center with much more on what all we can expect to see tonight. Hey, Anita.
Hello. We are hopefully going to see an earlier bedtime for tonight. Let's hope for all the folks who were here so late, really until this morning. Some people I've been speaking to here that left at 12:45, 1 a.m. after a long day one. So day two may have a bit of a slower start, but for sure they are hoping it has a raucous ending to it. This will be another big night of heavy hitters for the Democratic National Convention with none other than, as you said, former President and First Lady Barack and Michelle Obama, who need no formal introduction here in the city of Chicago, but I'm sure they'll still get one anyhow. This evening, they'll be taking the stage as Chicago natives. Apart from the phone call between them and Vice President Kamala Harris last month, you know, they've been noticeably quiet since the Vice President came to the top of the ticket. Remember, they're essentially the bridge between a Biden-Harris campaign, which, of course, was Biden being a former running mate of theirs, to a Harris-Walz ticket, with Harris being a friend for many years to them. We spoke to political experts Tom Serafin and Pat Brady about what and who they should be aiming to reach tonight.
And this comes down to a couple 100,000 votes, literally, and they've got to focus on getting those people out and motivating those people. And that's why, for the life of me, last night I watched them. I'm like, you know, if I'm watching and I'm not a Democrat, I'm not sure that seeing Hillary Clinton talk grievance why she didn't win is necessarily effective.
No, it's all about the youth. If they can get those people from the age, 19, 20, 21, up to 35 to vote, and they weren't voting, they weren't thinking about voting when Joe Biden was the candidate. Without Joe Biden and now with Kamala Harris, they're really kind of energized, and you're seeing some of that.
An energized younger base. So if you're looking to energize a younger base, you're also talking about the future, not just of America, but of course your party. So let me just take you through a few of the names that we are expecting to hear tonight. Of course, that could mean that we're in for a very long night, but let me go over a few. We will hear from our very own Governor J.B. Pritzker. We'll hear from Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. We'll also hear from Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro and Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. If you're kind of thinking along as I'm saying those names that, we've talked a lot about all of those people just recently. Yes, each and every one of them was thought at one point in time to possibly be a running mate for Vice President Kamala Harris with this ticket, ultimately choosing Minnesota Governor Tim Walz to go along for the ride here. So we will see how the night goes. Again, wishful thinking, but maybe it'll be a little bit earlier. But all of those people kind of have a little bit of motive to maybe make this moment their own, as well as really hone in why the Democratic Party should be sticking behind a new Vice President Kamala Harris Tim Walz ticket.
Thank you so much, Anita. Time is now 9.
All right, that was just some of the coverage from Fox 32 in Chicago. We are going to take our first break of the hour. When we come back, we will hear from the Republicans, Trump allies, speaking on how they thought day one of the DNC went. You're watching Live Now from Fox. welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us all worldwide here, bringing you the top stories, headlines, and, of course, when breaking news happens, we have you covered. Well, day one of the DNC is in the books. Day two later tonight. But now we want to go out to see how Republicans thought that how DNC night one went, featuring the keynote speaker as well, Joe Biden. Let's listen. I'm Live Now from Fox, everyone.
The border or public safety. There were many public personal attacks made on President Trump throughout the night. In fact, if you look at the count as we have, the mentions of Donald Trump last night were 147. The mentions of the border, 8. The economy, 27. Inflation, 3. And crime, 6. So obviously their convention is about who they're running against rather than what they're running for. And we're here to remind folks what Donald Trump is running for. And for a party so focused on the future, again, if you look at their primary speakers in prime time, and prime time is a loose term given how disorganized and long-running their convention appears to be. And I'm sure some of you had some fun trying to get into the perimeter yesterday. But for talking about the future, they sure are bringing out a lot of the past. When you look at Hillary Clinton, the Bidens, co-chair of Biden's campaign, Chris Coons, that's not exactly future looking. Today, just a little housekeeping. J.D. Vance is in Kenosha, Wisconsin with law enforcement leaders. He'll be making remarks, doing Q&A, giving interviews. He'll be with a dozen sheriffs and doing gaggles. Tomorrow you see President Trump and Senator Vance together in Asheboro, North Carolina, again making remarks, taking press questions. Thursday and Friday, President Trump will be in Arizona and Nevada, including a trip to the border. So as we've seen yesterday and through the rest of the week, the Trump campaign, President Trump, Senator Vance, our surrogates, we're in the battleground states every day. We're talking to voters and we're talking to the press. Again, a stark contrast to Harris and Walz, who continue to stay away from you all. The theme of today is obviously reminding folks about the commitment President Trump and Senator Vance have made and will continue to make to law enforcement and to public safety. If you look at where crime exists in polling and who they trust to fix crime, the American people said 63% of Americans said in 2023 crime was either extremely or very serious problem in the United States. 77% of Americans believe there's more crime in the U.S. today than there was a year ago. And the vast majority of people believe that Republicans are better suited to fix public safety issues. Meanwhile, Harris supports reimagining the police. She says putting more police on the streets is not necessarily the way to fix crime. She says it's outdated and wrong-headed to think that more policing makes communities safe. She's attacked law enforcement and National Guardsmen for their work to quell protests. She's called federal law enforcement a burden. She compared ICE to the KKK. She has said that federal law enforcement caused horrific injuries to peaceful protesters in protests of the past. So there is a stark contrast to be made between these campaigns and their relationship with law enforcement and how they address public safety. But to continue that theme and talk to you today, again, I'm welcoming Congressman Byron Donalds from Florida. He'll make some remarks, and then we'll do some Q&A with you all. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. Thanks, everybody, for being here. I know that in this presidential cycle, you guys are very accustomed to press conferences from the Trump-Vance campaign and from the vice president and Governor Walz. You really don't hear anything at all. And it's a really unfortunate thing. We're in the middle of one of the more important presidential elections in the history of our country. And what the Republic demands is for the American people to know exactly what the two major campaigns want to do, what their visions are for the United States, and what their plans are. Obviously, you can go to DonaldJTrump.com. You can go to any Donald J. Trump rally. You can go to any press conference that he holds all the time, or even with Senator Vance. He was on the Sunday shows last Sunday, doing 3 different shows. He's made himself readily available. It is not a question about the vision for America that is going to put the American people first. There's no question about the policies that are going to put the American people first, solving very critical things like our border situations, obviously our economy, inflation, foreign policy. Those are the major issues facing our nation. And you've heard very clearly from President Trump and from Senator Vance about their vision to help our country. At the same time, you've heard nothing from Vice President Harris. You've heard nothing from Governor Walz. They interviewed each other. That was pretty cute, Brian. Actually, they had a little interview. That was cool. You know, white guy tacos. I guess that's a thing. Except that Tim Walz even lied about that, because he won Al Franken's cook-off for tacos, actually making good ones with green chilies. The point of it all is that we have to be transparent about what matters in the lives of the American people. I was in South Carolina yesterday, got a chance to hear some of the speeches and the coverage from the day one of the DNC. I didn't hear anything about public policy. I didn't hear anything about what was going to improve the lives of the American people. What I heard was Donald J. Trump and joy. That's all I got. That is not a vision, and those aren't plans for the American people. And one of the things that was definitely not talked about, because the Democrats cannot talk about this, is crime. You see, what you'll have a lot of mayors, Democrat mayors will say around the country is that crime is down. But crime is only down from the horrifically high levels under the Joe Biden, Kamala Harris administration. If you compare murder rates and major crime rates to before the pandemic, when Donald Trump was president of the United States, crime rates are massively up. They're massively up here in the city of Chicago. They're up in New York City. They're up in Philadelphia. They're up in Washington, D.C. So every city where the Democrats, led by Kamala Harris, have basically operational control, crime rates are up massively. Compare that to jurisdictions in our country where Republicans, led by Donald Trump, are in control of those cities and states. Crime rates are actually down. People are safer. People are happier. And this is one of the critical elements that is important for the future of our country. It starts with great schools, it starts with a great economy, but it also starts with public safety. You need all three for people to be able to thrive. And the Democrats do not have a recipe of success for keeping people safe in our communities. As was already stated, Kamala Harris is famously on the record saying that she wants to reimagine policing and public safety. Well, what does that mean? Reimagining means nothing. You might as well just pull out some construction paper and draw a picture of what you might think you want to do. But that's not a plan for success. She has said, and she praised the defund the police movement. She praised it, saying that it was the right movement for our country. She has stated repeatedly that the U.S. needs to reimagine law enforcement, arguing for less police in the streets and redirecting funding from law enforcement to other services. We have seen the result of the defund the police movement. It has been a recipe for disaster. As a United States Senator, she applauded Los Angeles then Mayor Eric Garcetti's move to cut $150 million from the police department in the city of Los Angeles. My sister lives in the city of Los Angeles. She supported that cut. When they did that, what happened? More crime in the streets of Los Angeles. She has supported one of the most sinister policies in criminal justice, cashless bail. I want to tell a little bit of a side story. Because when I was in the Florida legislature, I wrote a couple pieces of legislation around criminal justice reform. So I'm not just a surrogate up here talking on behalf of President Trump. I'm somebody who at the state level actually looked at a lot of criminal justice reform policies. Cashless bail was a policy that came across my desk in 2017. I sat and read the bill. After reading it, I said to myself, there is no way I would sponsor this. This cannot work. And I'm a business guy. I'm a finance guy by trade. I was not a prosecutor. I did not have a career in law enforcement. But I could clearly see that moving to cashless bail would be devastating for communities. She supported that policy. In 2017, when she was in the United States Senate, she introduced a bill to incentivize states to move towards cashless bail. Cities in our country that have used cashless bail, like New York City, my former home city, have realized that all it creates is a turnstile for criminals to be arrested and go right back out on the streets. It decreases morale amongst law enforcement. And when it comes to law enforcement, and this is where I'm going to end. But when it comes to law enforcement, what we have seen is a massive decrease in morale amongst the people who serve every community in America. Law enforcement officers today, they're white, they're black, they're Hispanic. They come from these communities. They want to serve these communities. They truly believe in public safety. The Police Executive Research Forum found that a nationwide decline of 4.8% in police numbers compared to 3 years ago. People are leaving the profession of being a police officer and keeping our communities safe. Why? Because they're not getting the support from people like Kamala Harris and people like Tim Walz. So what happens to these communities if law enforcement isn't getting the support? Their ranks are decreasing. And when the ranks decrease, communities are less safe. More than 2,500 police officers resigned from the New York City Police Department in 2023, a 43% increase over the 2018 number of resignations, 43%. In Washington, D.C., the police force is at its smallest size in 50 years, amongst a staggering rise in carjackings and homicides. And all of us, all we need to do, go to a CVS, go to a Walgreens, go to a Duane Reade, and what you will find is that every common product, from lotion to toothpaste to deodorant to razors, they're all behind plexiglass now. And you have to get an associate. You got to ring the bell in the store. Everybody's seen it. If you go shopping, I go shopping. So I do my own shopping. You ring the little bell. It goes ding, ding, come to aisle, blah, blah, blah. And you got to wait for somebody to come to that aisle. And then they unlock the case for you to get the items that you want to buy. That demonstrates how unsafe these communities are. And they are unsafe because of the radical policies of the Democrat Party led by Kamala Harris. One quick point on Governor Walz. Governor Walz, when the riots occurred in Minneapolis after the death of George Floyd, Tim Walz waited 4 days to call the National Guard. 4. He watched the city of Minneapolis burn. And quite frankly, what was burning, it wasn't the upper class neighborhoods of Minneapolis. It wasn't the suburbs of Minneapolis. What was burning? It was poor areas of Minneapolis, which mostly are inhabited by black people and Hispanic people. That's what was burning. Tim Walz didn't sit there and say, oh my gosh, these communities of color are in a real tragic state. We have to send every resource possible to protect those people who have small businesses, who have homes. He didn't do that. He watched it burn. It was only until the mayor of Minneapolis went public with the fact that he was getting no support from Governor Tim Walz, that's when Tim Walz decided to act. When everything had hit a crisis mode and there was no longer an ability to hide the inaction, that's when Tim Walz decided it was finally time to call for the National Guard. Taking a step back just from crime and public safety, we've seen this before from the Democrat Party. Joe Biden, who finally gave a speech last night, I don't know when he started, 11:30, who knows? It's a shame to do that to somebody. I'm gonna stop there, Brian. I'm not gonna continue. Anyway, I'm gonna move on. Joe Biden's presidency has been one of, there are no actions until there's a crisis point and you, the press, start asking questions. And when you start asking questions, then they finally respond and say they're going to do something, whether it's true action or not. Kamala Harris, nowhere to be seen, whether as vice president or as a member of the Senate, until things hit a crisis point, like what happened with the defund the police movement. You see, the American people need to understand, Democrats today are trying to run away from the movement they embraced a short few years ago. And the only reason they're trying to run away from that movement is because the American people said this is craziness. And they demanded action from local law enforcement to keep them safe. And only when that occurred, then they want to reverse course. This is not leadership. This is putting your finger in the air and in figuring out which way the wind is blowing. Joe Biden has done that as president. Kamala Harris has done that as vice president. Tim Walz did that as governor of Minnesota. And the American people cannot tolerate having Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House doing the same thing for 4 more years. There's a better way. There is a significantly better way. And this is why police benevolent associations nationally and in different pockets around the country have come out and supported Donald J. Trump to be the 47th president of the United States. Because they know he takes public safety seriously. They know that he supports the men and women in blue who serve our communities every single day. They know that obviously our economy will be better, foreign policy will be better, the border will be secured. But at the end of the day, they know communities will be safe. And that is why they support Donald J. Trump. And that is why I'm here in Chicago, of course, to give my support for Donald Trump, but to also lay out the contrast. And it is a stark contrast between Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, who take public safety seriously, and Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who like to play politics with the safety of the American people. With that, I'll stop. We'll take whatever questions you got.
Thanks. Again, just raise your hand. We'll call on you and then identify yourself. I will give one more housekeeping piece. We start again tomorrow at 10 a.m. We'll have Congressman Mike Waltz talking about national security and military affairs. And Thursday, we will have Ambassador Carlos Trujillo and former presidential contender Vivek Ramaswamy to talk about a number of things, including immigration and the border crisis. With that, we'll start.
Congressman Ben Brookbaum, Real American Voice News.
Yeah.
What do you think is worse, Kamala and Joe lying about their record on the border, causing the invasion on our southern border, their support for BLM and the defund the police movement, Walz's open communism, or the mainstream media providing cover for them?
Well, look, I got to be honest with you. I think their record is abysmal. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris undid all of Donald Trump's border security provisions on day one. That's what they did. I mean, what is it now, Brian? 1,306 days ago they did this. They've not done anything to secure the southern border. But what's worse is when the press just doesn't report the facts. Look, I'm from New York City. I remember like the old cartoons growing up as a kid. Just the facts, man, just the facts. Well, just do that. Just lay out the fact of what occurred. They decided that what Donald Trump's provisions on the border, they decided that that was the wrong way to go. What they have created is the largest humanitarian crisis in the history of our country. Well, not the history, because we've had some dark days in our history. Let me rephrase that. But one of the biggest ones, without a doubt. You have young girls who are being raped on the journey towards our southern border by the drug cartels and by the coyotes. That is happening. I thought Kamala Harris stood for women. I thought Joe Biden was compassionate. He's not. They've lost 85,000 kids. HHS has. 85,000 kids have just been lost in the United States. Where is their empathy now? The drug cartels are going to make $13 billion this year trafficking people into the United States. That's just people. That's not narcotics. I thought they cared about public safety. Their policy is abysmal as far as I'm concerned. It is the worst public policy in the history of our country. That is why the American people, no matter your race, no matter your income levels, are all scratching their head and either A, saying, this is nuts, I want Donald J. Trump to be the next president, or B, and this is indicative of a black woman out of Philadelphia who was on with NBC the other day, talking about inflation and talking about how who she really blames is the government. She didn't say who, she just says, I blame the federal government. And so you have two sets of people in our country, people who have looked at this situation and they've said, this is awful, I want to go a different way, or people who don't know who to blame, but they know it's awful. So we know about their agenda, but I think the thing that's more disheartening is the press doesn't want to cover it or decides to cover vibes and joy. Joy and vibes isn't to put food on the table. I don't know what to tell you. You could be happy and you could be hungry all at the same time. Joy and food, joy does not provide security. Joy does not provide an economic vision. Joy does not provide peace on the Middle East. Go take your joy to the mullahs in Iran and see what happens to you. It doesn't work. What is required in this moment is true leadership. And we have that opportunity with Donald Trump. The New York Times, their famous slogan is democracy dies in darkness. Isn't that their slogan? Oops. Oh, is it the Washington Post? I don't know, it doesn't matter. Whichever one. What is more dark than the press, which has special protections under our Constitution, not reporting on one of the major political parties in our country and this administration and what they've done? And when I say not reporting, I know you'll say, oh, well, we did a story. Come on, stop. That's not how this works. Are you going to do a story day in, day out?
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us all worldwide right here. We are going to take a 2-minute break. We'll get you back out a little bit later to the Republicans reacting to day one of the DNC. Live look right now inside of the United Center as they gear up for day 2. We are going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll get some... We'll analyze day one and then also give you the preview of what to expect tonight. Obama coming back to his hometown to be the keynote speaker tonight. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to join us all in real time. Let's get you back out to Republicans speaking right now on how they feel DNC Day 1 went.
Amongst black voters anywhere from 15 to 17%, which is massively up over where it was in 2020, massively up over where it was in 2016, because black voters, in particular black male voters, are looking at the facts. They're not looking at the vibes and the joy. They're saying, okay, this is all cool, but what does this mean for me in building generational wealth and having safe communities and making sure we secure a border and making sure that I have the opportunities to thrive and succeed? You have a lot of black entrepreneurs in the digital asset space. Well, Kamala Harris doesn't even have a position on digital assets. Donald Trump has an ironed out position when it comes to digital assets. That's appealing to a lot of black men in particular, but people writ large. So what I would tell you right now is that the issue I think Kamala Harris is going to come against is that because she's not talking really to anybody, except when the teleprompter screens are up, people are getting skeptical, and they have every right to be skeptical. Because, okay, you want the big job, well, what are you going to do? Because making history, I made this comment to my mom a long time ago. I said, Mom, making history doesn't pay the bills. Making history doesn't keep the lights on. It just doesn't. Making history doesn't educate my kids. And I think that's where you have a lot of black voters starting to look at that. So I'm not concerned about President Trump's support. Now, in terms of what needs to be done, the second half of your question, I think just really locking in, taking time, spending time with business leaders in various cities in our country. The last time the president was in Atlanta, he had a business roundtable with black business owners before the rally started in Atlanta. Great event. They sat there and talked about the economy. They talked about regulation, where if you're a black entrepreneur, regulation's the #1 barrier to entry for you to be successful. And if you're an existing small business owner, those same regulations, which Joe Biden and Kamala Harris increased to the tune of $1.4 trillion in one presidential term, that puts weights on your neck to be able to thrive as a business owner. So I would say, talking with black business owners around the country, engaging with black religious leaders around the country is the way to go to be prosperous, I think, with black people. Hold on, fellas, all put your hands down. Yes, ma'am, because I've asked 3 men questions, and that's just rude. My mama would get me.
Thanks for being here, Congressman. My name is Alexandria Jacobson. I'm with Raw Story.
Hi.
President Trump has a history of not always paying for bills related to security costs provided at campaign events. So I'm curious, since you emphasize President Trump's support of men and women in blue, if you think it's important for presidential campaigns to pay for protection for local police departments who provide security at those events.
That's a very interesting question. I have no idea what you're talking about, but that's okay. I know that the president does support law enforcement 100%, and what you're finding is law enforcement officers all around the country support him. Now, with respect to the campaign pays its bills. I'll leave it at that. Next question. Yes, sir.
Law enforcement officials across the country and business owners tell us that retail theft and other crimes are up. Yet the data, according to some lawmakers at state and federal levels, doesn't support this. What role is underreporting playing? Partly because people don't call in because there's no consequences to crime? And how do we get back on a path toward public safety?
Well, 2 things to that question. Underreporting is a real concern. Because you have low morale amongst police officers around the country. And so people are already seeing that nothing's going to happen. So why even call the police? There's a report, and I don't want to get into too much details because I need to get into it and really understand the details, but there is a report about some cities not reporting all their crime data. Don't know. It's kind of out there in the ether. I think more work needs to be done on that. But when you have a lack of morale in cities surrounding police departments, police officers will be like, well, why would I arrest that guy when the DA is just going to turn around and cut him loose anyway? That doesn't even make any sense. It doesn't help anybody. And this is what's happening. I was with my sheriff in Lee County a couple days ago, and I asked him, how was staffing going? And he goes, I have more officers than I know what to do with. He goes, we keep getting officers in Lee County, Florida. Why is that? Because everybody from President Trump, Governor DeSantis, local leaders like myself, we all support our sheriffs and our local police. Our state attorney she does her job, that when they bring cases to her, she goes and prosecutes them. So when law enforcement officials who are in other parts of the country hear that your service is actually valued and honored, like in a place in Lee County, Florida, Fort Myers, Florida, for the uninitiated about counties around the state of Florida, when you hear that as an officer, you say, man, why am I working in New York? I could be in Florida, and it's just better too. And so that's what people are doing. And so I think that the underreporting is a real phenomenon, because if people don't think their issues are going to get handled in a timely manner, what's the point of even dialing 911? They rather, unfortunately, you don't want people taking the law into their own hands, or people, unfortunately, are victimized, and there is no accountability for the perpetrator. Yes, ma'am, all the way in the back. Yes, ma'am.
So about 800 feet away from the United Center, where President Biden spoke last night, we saw protesters successfully breach the perimeter. And it's just a month ago that an assassin tried to kill President Trump.
Right.
Has there been beefed up Secret Service around the Trump campaign? And given, there's this other report that an agent left duty to breastfeed her infant, shouldn't have been brought to the Trump rally. Has there been ongoing concern about the Trump campaign's personal security?
Well, look, what I'll do is I'll defer most of that to the Trump campaign. What I'll tell you is what I know, that yes, the security perimeter has been beefed up around the president. Listen, what happened in Pennsylvania, I try not to speculate on it, because this is more than just presidential politics. This is one of the core pillars of our nation and the future of our republic. All presidents, regardless if you agree with them or not, they deserve to be protected. All people under Secret Service care, they deserve to be protected. That care has to be handled appropriately. So I know around President Trump that there have been additional measures that have been put into place. I'm gonna stop there, not gonna get into any more detail. With respect to the the gate that was taken down around the DNC, that's a serious concern. And I would say that's partly a security concern of how they're laying out the bubble over there around the United Center. It's also a bigger concern about the radical movement happening within the Democrat Party right now that has such a disdain for Israel and for the Jewish people that they would tear down security barriers around the Democrat nominees convention. That's a major issue for the Democrat Party to answer. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Congressman. Two quick ones. Democrats claim that Harris pocketed the ticket in the abortion issue. There's a lot of the South in play. North Carolina, Georgia, even Texas, and your home state of Florida. What's your reaction to that idea?
My reaction is that's silliness. Look, they can say whatever they want, but I think the polling has been pretty consistent in every state that you're talking about. North Carolina has always been a very interesting state. We've battled over North Carolina, meaning Republicans and Democrats, the last several cycles, but Republicans have pulled it out. It takes work, there's no doubt about that, and we're committed to doing the same work for North Carolina. When it comes to Texas, Texas is going to be just fine. When it comes to Florida, I mean, come on, seriously? Florida is going to be just fine. It's going to come home for President Trump. Yes, sir.
Just quickly, President Trump is being criticized for rallying in Howell, Michigan today. Just last month, they had a couple of groups of pro-Nazi, pro-Hitler, whatever you want to call them, agitprop folks. Why select this town to visit, given the controversy?
I'm going to hand it to Brian, but I'm going to say something first. I don't know anything about some of these, I'm going to use your words, but what are they again?
They had swastika banners and had banners that said, "We love Hitler."
Okay. All those groups whoever did that is distasteful. I denounce them myself. I want nothing to do with them. But let me also tell you this. My brother-in-law lives in Howell. He's not some neo-Nazi. He's just trying to work hard and do the right thing. There are good people who live all across our country. And I'm not going to go down this whole, there are good Americans in every city in our country. So if President Trump decides to go somewhere to see the people who have been struggling under the terrible policies of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and he chooses to rally, that is a decision to support those people who love this country, who love our Constitution, who want all people to thrive and succeed. Any neo-Nazi crazy person that throws up swastikas, I don't want nothing to do with them. And neither does President Trump. I'm going to turn it over to Brian on that one.
I just would add a couple points. One is President Biden has been to Howell in recent years. Second to that, the same framing of the question could go to the Democrats, but of course they're not really taking questions. They're in a city surrounded by anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish protesters. They're going to blue cities and blue states throughout their campaign, talking in the same cities where anti-Semitic protests took over college campuses. So to the congressman's point, if you're not going to hold them accountable with a question, I think their answer would be the same. There are good people in every community in this country, and the community shouldn't be cast aside by a political campaign because of the abhorrent remarks of a selective few.
You've been patient with the bandana. Go ahead, man.
Thank you very much, Matthew Birdie, Breitbart News. Congressman, why is the leftist media so focused on 3 or 4 crazy protesters that no one's paying attention to, but they're ignoring the thousands of leftist protesters that are calling for a shutdown to the DNC?
It's mostly because a lot of the press is in the pocket of the Democrat Party. I wish it weren't the case, but it is. You know, I think, frankly, the press should just report even-handedly. But unfortunately, we have a lot of reporters who have a worldview that comes through in their reporting. It comes through in their questions. It comes through with what they choose to pay attention to. And then I also know a lot of reporters who actually try to do good things, but they have their editors back in main office who have a slanted worldview. And so that's why they choose to harp on 1 or 2, 3 people over there, but not the perimeter surrounding the Democrat National Convention, which is very concerning.
I have one more question.
Sure.
Do you think that Governor Tim Walz needs to apologize to the people of Minneapolis after he let that city burn?
Absolutely he should. You're the man in charge. You're in charge. I mean, look, everybody gets to have their political viewpoints. I'm not going to take away from Tim Walz's political views. I disagree with them. I think they're very radical, but he's entitled to them. But when it talks about taking care of the people who are under your care as a governor of a state, you have a responsibility to put that stuff aside and do what's necessary for the people under your care. So he should apologize to them. Yes, sir.
Congressman, thanks for being here today. Rich Cioli from Talk Radio 1210 with a PhD in Philadelphia.
All right.
Those prosecutors that you talked about earlier. Allowing crime to go up tremendously in our city. I want to talk about food deserts, though, particularly in black neighborhoods, poor neighborhoods, because how much do you think Kamala Harris's price gauging controls are going to lead to scarcity, grocery stores closing, and make it harder on these poor communities to be able to get fresh food?
Oh, it would be devastating for poor families, for poor communities. Look, when you engage in price controls, the first thing that just starts up is you have a shrinking supply. That's the first thing that occurs. And so when I'm going to take my political hat off. I'm going to talk business for a moment, okay? When you're dealing with storefronts who have various levels of profit margins, the stores that typically struggle the most typically are inner city stores. They typically have the lowest profit margins because they typically they don't sell the high-end merchandise. They typically do not, because the community, the target market of that store, doesn't have the money to buy higher-end products. Higher-end products will give you larger profit margins. So if you have price controls, which shrinks supply for a store where they already aren't selling high-dollar merchandise because the people in that community can't afford it, what happens? That store closes. That's what's going to happen. Then you have poor people having to transport themselves to another community to go get food, in this particular case, because she wants to have price controls over food. That's what's going to occur. You're going to see these supermarket chains, in poorer communities will shut down at an even more rapid pace than they have already been shutting down. The other people that it hurts are non-corporate farmers. Black farmers, white farmers. They have 10 acres, 20 acres, 30 acres, and they're just doing whatever they can to make ends meet on their own farm, and they do a great job. But they don't have the volume of crops to be able to withstand the price pressures from Kamala Harris. So what happens? Their land goes out of production. They might have to switch to growing something else, which isn't your basic food stock that goes into any supermarket around the country. So it hurts those farmers who are non-corporate farmers. It hurts inner cities and low socioeconomic areas because they're not buying the high-end products to keep those stores open. So, like, look, if you're rich, yeah, you'll still get food because you buy other products, so your stores will remain open. There'll be a pipeline for you. But if you're poor, yeah, you're going to have bigger food deserts. You're not going to get the basic items that you need to survive. That's how dangerous a policy that is. And that's not me talking as a member of Congress. That's me talking as a guy who worked in finance for 17 years. And that's me talking as a guy who understands the economic history of price gouging controls, price gouging controls, etc. Let me talk quickly about the actual gouging. The only way true price gouging actually occurs is if somebody has a dominant market share, like 60, 70, 80%, or they have a dominant area control, meaning they're the only game in town for like 30 miles. Then you get to gouge. But every state in the country has price gouging laws. Florida has price gouging laws. So what she's trying to do is cover up for the fact that it is her vote in the U.S. Senate that unleashed the greatest inflation in our country in over 40 years. Kamala Harris did that with her vote. And to expound upon that, the reason why I know this is because in the Budget Committee back in 2021, right before the American Rescue Plan went to the floor, it was a budget reconciliation bill that came through the Budget Committee. Shalonda Young, the OMB director for the Biden-Harris White House, came into the Budget Committee. In the Budget Committee, we were examining the American Rescue Plan, and we told Shalonda Young that this plan was going to cause inflation because you're going to pay people to stay home. And when people are paid to stay home, there's not enough workers in the economy. And when that occurs, there's not enough people providing goods and services into the economy. So you have lower supply, but everybody was paid to stay home. So lower supply, but everybody has money. What's going to happen? Prices are going to go up. What happened? Prices went up. Kamala Harris did this to the American people. And now she comes out with a ridiculous economic policy that has failed everywhere it's tried. Yes, sir.
Judge Thompson from the Washington Post. Remember the speakers last night talked about Project 2025, including one who brought up on stage.
Yeah.
Read from it. What do you make of the focus on that? Do you think that's a problem for the president? Why do you think they're talking about that so much?
It's not a problem for the president because the president's already on the record saying he has nothing to do with it. He has nothing to do with it. It's not on the campaign website for Donald J. Trump talking about what he's going to do. And let's be very clear. From the first Trump administration, when he was running in 2016, he laid out a couple of things that he was going to do, and he did them. So their focus on Project 2025 is insanity because they have nothing to run on. So they need to get a new boogeyman. It's unfortunate that campaigns do this, where they rely on boogeymen in order to scare people. But look, you have think tanks all across Washington, D.C. You have the Heritage Foundation. You also have the Center for American Progress. They're a think tank, too. And they come up with policy ideas, too. Just the Center for American Progress, their policy ideas are terrible, and they don't work. But they do it, too. And I'm quite sure that a prospective, because she's going to lose, but a prospective Harris administration will go to the Center of American Progress looking for policy ideas. The reality is, hold on, I'm going to say this. The reality is Project 2025 has no affiliation with the president's campaign or with what the president's ideas are going to be when it comes to getting our economy back on track and fixing our nation. And so the only person who seems to be wanting to rely on outside organizations for policy ideas is Kamala Harris, because she had to take no tax on tips from Donald Trump.
I was talking to some Biden folks yesterday who say they think what polling shows, the more and more people are paying attention to Project 2025, and they think that argument, I guess, is working.
Listen, man, you could try to scare people with a lot of things. That doesn't mean it's a reality. Project 2025 is not going to fix inflation in this country. Donald Trump will. That's my message to the DNC. All right, last question. Yes, ma'am.
More broadly, a little bit on messaging. Obviously, the president is all over the country this week, a number of battlegrounds. Comes as a lot of the newer our polls are super, super tight. What do you think the messaging from the president needs to be on the trail this week? What are you looking for to say, hey, that's the winning message to pull away?
I think this election is really a choice election. It's a contrast election, even more so than some others. We have very stark differences with Kamala Harris. And I think it starts with the fact that Donald Trump has been president. And when he was president, everybody was thriving. By race, by economic category, you were thriving under his presidency. Kamala Harris wants to go back to Soviet-style price control policy, which does not work. It has never worked. Meanwhile, Donald Trump wants to lower regulations and cut taxes so the American people can thrive. Kamala Harris wants a wide open southern border. The reason why I know this is because she's currently the border czar and she's done nothing to secure the southern border. She hasn't even been. She went to El Paso and hung out for about an hour, then got back on Air Force 2 and went on to California. Me, member of Congress, I've been to the border 5 times, the actual border. I've been in one of the gunboats on the Rio Grande, gone up and down the Rio Grande River. I know exactly what's going on, and I'm a second-term member of Congress. The sitting vice president took no initiative to actually get to understand all the dynamics of our border policy. Donald Trump will secure this border because he already did it once. And then foreign policy. There are 2 conflicts on the globe right now that have a true potential of turning into World War III. Who do the American people trust to bring these conflicts to an end? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris has been sitting right next to Joe Biden. She was the last person in the room when we left Afghanistan, one of the worst, if not the worst withdrawal, from a foreign.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We are going to take our final break of the hour right here. Stay with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us. As always, we appreciate you continuing to be with us as we look at some of the highlights from DNC Night 1. Get you ready for Night 2, as always. Coming up in just a little bit, we are going to be getting an update from Chicago Police as well as the Secret Service on how everything went yesterday. We saw some protesters knock down and take down some fencing and walls around the United Center. We'll be getting the latest insight coming up in just moments. In the meantime, I do want to take you out to Fox 32 Chicago coverage, talking with the former Chicago Police Superintendent on how Day 1 went.
Was seen with a sledgehammer breaking down security fences to try to get closer to the United Center. The Chicago chapter of the National Lawyers Guild this morning came out with a statement condemning what they called, and I quote here, the aggressive and at times violent response by the Chicago Police Department toward protesters. So here to weigh in on what happened is former Chicago Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy. I think we could say a friend of the show at this point. Thank you for coming in. What is your initial impression of how police handled that dust-up yesterday?
I think they did a great job. I'm a little bit prejudiced, obviously, but it's very easy to turn a protest into a riot. And we saw that the police did that in Ferguson, Missouri, years ago. And there's lessons learned. We've learned it here in the Chicago Police Department. We certainly executed the lessons learned back in the NATO summit in 2012. And it looks to me like they are mirroring exactly what we did. They're non-confrontational until such time as they have to mix it up a little bit. Let's put it that way.
I was surprised to see during our live coverage yesterday, the superintendent, Larry Snelling, right there behind them on the front lines, as well as I think the number 1 and 2 guys as far as communication is regarded when we're talking to the police department. Did that surprise you at all that he was right there, back in his officers? It
made me very happy. I did the same thing during NATO. And you know, if you're in charge, if you're responsible for what's happening on the ground, you should be on the ground. You shouldn't be in a command post somewhere hiding. And that's good, aggressive leadership, which is very important to keeping things under control.
The fact that the protesters were able to breach that first line of defense, that surprised a lot of people because it seemed pretty secure.
Yeah, they practice, they are more organized than people realize. You know, and just an example is during the George Floyd riots, Bob Tracy, who came to Chicago with me, was in Wilmington, Delaware, and he was locking up people from Eugene, Oregon. Now, if you're a protester in Eugene, Oregon, wouldn't you go to California or something like that? You don't go to Wilmington, Delaware. So they come in teams. We found that they were coming like 4-man teams. One guy is ginning up the crowd. Another guy is agitating the police. Another guy is breaking windows, and another guy is spray painting. So they're well-funded. They practice these things. We certainly saw it during NATO when they came at us by McCormick Place. They locked arms, and they were coming forward in an organized fashion. It was pretty bizarre.
So, and you make an interesting point, because I think that we should watch the protesters' movements as well as the police. There's so much focus on the police, but watch them, see what they do. One of the things the police did yesterday that was interesting to me, and I'm hoping you can explain why, was when more of them came out to reinforce the officers who were already there, they all had their hands in their pockets. And I was thinking, well, that's interesting. Can you speak to that at all, why they may have been doing that?
Well, the whole thing is you don't want to be confrontational. When I got my first briefing on the NATO summit, they talked about coming out in what everybody terms riot gear. And I said, well, do we want to have a riot? Confrontation begets confrontation. So we came out with the normal police uniform until such time as it ratcheted up, and we had to do things to make sure that our officers were protected. So that's probably a technique that they're using, just to be non-confrontational. If you got your arms crossed, that shows a different pose than if you have your hands in your pockets like you're just hanging around. So I would suspect that that's what that is.
Well, we appreciate you hanging around and talking to us this morning. Thanks so much for your insight. We always appreciate it here.
Thanks.
Former Chicago Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy.
All right, that coverage from Fox 32 Chicago. And coming up in just a little bit, of course, we will be having the latest update from Secret Service and Chicago Police on how Day 1 security went and what they are looking at for Day 2 as well. But we want to continue our coverage here of the DNC and continue to get some insight and analysis on what we saw yesterday. So let's bring in our next guest here on Live Now from Fox. This is Ashley Thomas, political strategist. Thanks so much for being with us here, Ashley.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. So let's talk a little bit about what we saw yesterday. And maybe some people didn't even get to see it yesterday for Joe Biden because he was off the primetime clock. he didn't come on till about 11:30 p.m. Eastern.
Absolutely. So it took quite some time before President Biden appeared on stage. That was one of the complaints that a lot of hosts on the media were talking about, and the fact that they had all these speakers come up and talk about their reproductive rights and abortion. And then we had Senator Warnock and then Senator Coons come up and speak as well. And then it just seemed like we were dragging on and on before finally Ashley Biden, President Biden's daughter, introduced him to the stage, and it was an emotional time. You could see that Ashley's definitely proud of her father, and you could tell that President Biden is certainly proud of his daughter. And so it was an emotional time. Then you had him approach the podium, and the crowd just erupted. They say that there was over 20,000 people in attendance. They were all chanting, "We love Joe," and it was just a moment where you could just tell that the people love Joe Biden and Jill Biden. Even Jill, when she came up on stage right before Ashley introduced the president, Jill, you could tell, was just absolutely loved by the crowd. And so I think that this here was a nice kind of farewell send-off, so to speak, of the Biden family as they usher in now a new generation of leadership through Kamala Harris.
Now, a lot of people want to wonder, was Joe Biden getting that much applause and that much praise because he dropped out, or is it because of his history in politics here? Because a lot of people, look back at June, and there was a lot of calls for him to drop out from his own party, and now those same people are applauding him.
That is such a great question. I think it's twofold. I think in part what we're watching and witnessing with the DNC is that there was a lot of pressure to remove President Biden from the ballot, especially when we all witnessed that horrible debate against former President Trump. And when we watched that debate, clearly you could tell something was wrong with President Biden, and he was just not going to be able to beat Trump here in this November election. So the Democrat Party made a switch to where they put Kamala Harris as the candidate. And since she had launched her campaign a month ago, there's been so much momentum and enthusiasm because now they really believe that they have a chance of beating Trump in November. So I think in part of what we witnessed last night was that there's such enthusiasm, and the fact that you have Kamala Harris and this new transition that finally that the party can move forward and potentially beat Trump. At the same time, I think they were also excited in terms of really just trying to show honor towards President Biden for the many years that he's been in politics. Because when you think about it, this is it. I mean, this is his last moment in politics. He's not going to go run for some other seat or other congressional position. He's just going to step down and just go away quietly. And so I think that's where the crowd is wanting to show that honor, but at the same time, also the enthusiasm around the fact that the party can move forward in really attempting to beat Trump in November.
And how hard is it for Democrats to thread that needle? Because like you said there, they have to honor Joe Biden and his legacy, but at the same time really try to elevate Harris. So at sometimes during the course of the night, it felt like almost whiplash. Sometimes, we're talking about Joe Biden, we're talking about him as president, and then we have to really, continue to talk about Harris because she's on the ticket now.
Right. It did feel a little bit like whiplash. It's almost like some of the guest speakers were really focused on Biden and trying to honor him and make the night about him. Meanwhile, they would give their little shout outs to Kamala Harris. So I think how they were able to kind of just weave that web, so to speak, is having President Biden then embrace Kamala Harris on stage at the end of his speech by showing that basically he's passing the baton onto the new generation. So then now moving forward within the DNC, I think what we're going to see now is it's going to be all about Kamala. It's going to be about her policies. It's going to be how do we move forward as a party? What is our messaging moving forward? And how are we going to defeat Trump in November? And I think we're going to hear even more about abortion rights. We're going to hear about the economy. We're going to hear about just the trans movement. We're going to hear probably about some of the foreign policy positions. But I think that they're trying to really build the momentum and the excitement to try and get people out to vote. And so when you look at some of the polls right now, it shows that in the swing states, Trump and Harris, they're 50-50. I mean, they're tied. It's a toss-up in these swing states. You also look at current polls, and right now, if the vote was held today, polls indicate that Kamala Harris is at 51% and Trump is at 48%. So they're neck and neck. And then you also look at in terms of voter turnout, 87% of Democrats are now fired up to turn out to vote in November, while 88% of Republicans are fired up to turn out to November. So I really think this election is going to be a toss-up, but it's about, can you motivate the base to show up and vote? And that's what the DNC is working really hard, is now that we've got Joe out of the way, let's get this older generation out. Let's usher in the new generation. And I think that's what we're witnessing this week.
And talk about tonight, the big keynote speaker, former President Obama, coming back to his city there, Chicago. But of course, Democrats have their best man on the stage there for the teleprompter, right? Because he is the best at reading off the teleprompter.
He is, and he's an excellent orator. So when you look at how his communication skills, he is great in terms of rallying the base. He's very charismatic, and so I think by having him on tonight, talking about the future of the party, kind of still resounding the theme of just our freedoms and that history is in the people's hands. I think by former President Obama being able to articulate that message, it's only going to empower and embolden the base even more. And so again, there's about 20,000 people right now there at the convention. I think they're going to be excited hearing former President Obama. And again, he's really good at just being able to rally the base, which is something that's key for Kamala. When you look at Trump, some people have asked, well, why do we not see the Bushes? Why do we not see some of these other former presidents supporting Trump? But here's the thing. I mean, former President Trump, he doesn't need the rally support of those Republicans. He's got his base of MAGA. Right now, the Democrats are struggling and trying to really show that united front, particularly after removing Joe off the ballot. So right now, by having these former big leaders within the Democrat Party to come out and rally behind Kamala, that's needed to show a united front for the Democrat Party and that they're all in and ready to fight for November.
All right, Ashley Thomas, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. And I have a sneaking suspicion that Obama will have a primetime spot there. I don't think he's going to be pushed off there. Sure. I think he's going to be right dead in prime time.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Yes, you take care. Have a great one. Thanks so much for your input, as always. All right, let's take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we will get you out to Chicago again. You have the Chicago Police as well as the Secret Service coming together to talk about security. back to Live Now from Fox. We take you out live to Chicago. Chicago Police, as well as the Secret Service, coming together to talk about how security went for day one of the DNC and then also prep for tonight.
As you saw, there was a breach of the outer perimeter in the area that was within sight and sound of the United Center, the venue where the DNC is being held. It was a brief breach. There were demonstrated tactics applied to remove some of the locks from the outer perimeter fence and the fencing. Our officers arrived on the scene. We were in immediate contact with our federal partners about it. Some of them breached into the fence, the adjacent fence. They attempted to pull that fencing down. We got in there as quickly as we could. Our officers showed great restraint. The leadership team being out there, making sure that the officers are remembering their training and relying on their training to get this done. Our officers at some point were sprayed with OC spray. We had objects thrown at officers, water bottles, water thrown on officers. No major injuries, but our officers did not overreact. We were able to clear that area up really quickly. Shortly thereafter, having a conversation with the Secret Service, that location was then fortified to make sure that that didn't happen again. We had approximately about 3,500 protesters that started out with that. And I'm not going to tie that event and what happened with the breach with the entirety of the protest. Because within that protest, we had people who simply wanted to exercise their First Amendment rights. Those people broke off and started marching when that group of individuals stayed behind and breached the fence. I'm just happy to say that the coordinated work between CPD and federal partners, nothing happened. We took complete control of it. There were 13 arrests made, but not in relation to that particular event. And what I'd like to say again is just I couldn't be more proud of how the Chicago Police Department responded under those circumstances. We put on display the training and the preparation that we've been engaged in for over a year now. That being said, moving forward, we do expect to see more protests, more demonstrative tactics. Again, we're up to the challenge. The city is up to the challenge, and it's not just CPD, it's everyone. OEMC working together in lockstep with Chicago Police Department, our federal partners, our state, local partners, our mutual aid officers who are helping out. And the collaboration has been excellent along our business corridors, making sure that businesses are protected and safe, but mainly our neighborhoods and our communities, making sure that our officers are available to respond to jobs and prevent violent crimes that are happening in our districts. The arrests that were made range from criminal trespass to state-supported land, to resisting and obstructing, all the way to aggravated battery of police officers. So I've said before, we're not going to tolerate vandalism and violence in our city. And we're ready, willing, and able to respond to those things. So we're going to continue to protect the city. Our officers are going to continue to rely on their training. Our leadership team are going to continue to be out there to lead our men and women to make sure that this city is safe. And with that, I'll now turn it over to Deputy Mayor of Community Safety, Gary Gatewood.
Good morning. As the superintendent mentioned, the city is ready. The city has always been ready. This is what we do. We show up for large events and we coordinate. It's not just CPD, OEMC, and our federal partners. Every city agency understands the assignment that we have here. This is to keep our city safe. From any block that you're on to the DNC, it's our responsibility to keep the city safe. As the superintendent also mentioned, We want people to protest and protest peacefully. We welcome that, we invite that. But what we won't have is people who violate that, people who bring violence and people who cause terror. We won't allow that. We've never allowed that, and we won't start today. We're excited about this day of the DNC and all of that comes with it, but also understand that we're here in collaboration and partnership to keep our city safe, to keep our city strong, and continue to move forward. With that, simple enough, we'll pass it back over to Superintendent Snelling so we can open it up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
We'll begin questioning here. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, David Struitt, Chicago Sun-Times. Superintendent, the National Lawyers Guild is claiming that 2 of the protesters from yesterday were hospitalized after being assaulted by police officers. Can you please respond to that?
Yeah, but it's not being assaulted by police officers. Those police officers responded perfectly, and we've got body cam footage to prove it. They were not hospitalized for injuries. As a police department, anytime we take someone into custody, if they're on medication or they need medication, we make sure they get that. So what we did as a police agency was make sure that they got to the hospital so they could be provided the treatment that they needed when it came to their medication.
Good morning, Superintendent.
Good morning.
Julie Bosman with the New York Times. I have a question about the Behind Enemy Lines protest that's planned for tonight.
Yes.
Has CPD coordinated with this group at all? Has there been communication? And secondly, what are you expecting from this protest tonight, given that the group has invoked 1968 on their social media?
Well, what I can tell you is you never know what to expect from a group like that. But what I can tell you is what I expect from our side, what I expect from our Chicago police officers who are going to be responding to that. And regardless to what they're saying, from the CPD aspect of it, we're going to rely on our training. We're going to stay focused on First Amendment protection, but we're also going to make sure that we protect everyone in this city. It's not one side. We're here to make sure that everyone is safe. And again, we don't have to agree with what one side is saying or what the other side is saying, and they don't have to agree with each other. But what we should be doing is respecting that and respecting people's rights to be protected, number one, and to express their thoughts and opinions. It can't be one-sided. So whatever happens, I can guarantee you this. We're ready to respond and respond in the best way possible. Not at this time, no.
Superintendent Snelling, Rob Hughes here with ABC7. Just to piggyback off of that, the nature of yesterday was that it was planned and permitted. Tonight, you may not be as familiar with the plans of those protesters as you just alluded to. Will you be prepared to respond with the same number of officers and resources devoted to tonight potentially as what we saw yesterday?
So what we have our resources on standby all the time, and we can move resources as needed. And these are plans that we've practiced. We've done this through tabletops. We've looked at situations that rapidly evolve. And how do we respond to those things? Well, we've practiced how we're going to respond, how we're going to move assets around if necessary. So we'll assess the situation as it goes along, and we'll be able to move any type of resources or assets that we need to make sure that we keep that situation under wraps. We are prepared.
Superintendent Martin Costi, NPR. Can you break down, you said 13 arrests, but they're not all of them are from the incident at the fence. How many were at the fence, and where were the others?
You know what? I'm sure we can get that information to you. I don't want to give you any bad information right now, but I know it was at least maybe 10 arrests from that location. But we'll get you the numbers. We'll get you the information.
Nick Blumberg, WTTW. The Lawyers Guild also said that 2 of the protesters who were arrested on Sunday were, held for hours without getting a call and weren't allowed to make a private call in violation of CPD policies and the law. Can you respond to that, please?
Well, what I can tell you is we have things set up. I'm not familiar with that particular case that you're talking about, but we can also get you information on that. We'll follow up with you.
JC Navarrete, NBC Chicago. We've seen more fencing going up there along the perimeter of where the protest happened yesterday. Obviously, I think you said it was 3,500 protesters that were there. Will the number of protests going forward and perhaps even more attempted breaches lead to even more structures going up, being erected to protect the perimeter?
Well, what I can do is have someone from the Secret Service come up and just talk about that for a second.
Thank you, Superintendent Snelling. My name is Jeff Burnside. I'm the Secret Service Coordinator for the 2024 DNC. So this is a national special security event, which means that we take a multi-layered approach to all of our security measures. And we're constantly working with our state, local, and federal partners to evaluate, make improvements, make adjustments. And that's all we're doing. Our plan was in place. Our plan worked. We're taking some lessons learned and making the necessary adjustments. Thank you.
Good morning, Superintendent. Carmen Vargas with Univision. Can you explain in detail what are the measures that you are taking to prevent protesters from getting out of control like yesterday? And if you are planning to change your strategy from tonight on?
No, there's no need to change our strategies. Listen, we go the direction that we see a protest going. If everybody is exercising their First Amendment rights, it's peaceful, no one is violating the law, there's nothing to change. What we saw yesterday was not a peaceful protest at that location where the fence was breached. It started out peacefully, and those people who were engaging in First Amendment activity peacefully left the park. They left that location. The people who decided that they wanted to commit crimes and vandalism stayed behind. We responded to that event with our officers who were properly trained to deal with the situation. And as a result of it, there was no serious breach that could have been worse had we not been prepared for that. So what we've been training for worked. It worked for every situation that could happen. But if we respond to it and we put an end to it before it turns bad, then we've done our jobs. So do we need to change anything? Absolutely not. Our officers responded quickly. They were there in minutes, and they were effective. Just the effectiveness of how our officers responded is what put an end to that situation as quickly as it started. So do we need to change anything? No. Are we looking at things that we can do better? Always.
Buenos días, Superintendent. Jorge de Santiago with Telemundo Chicago. This is a question for your Spanish-speaking officer, Novales.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We'll get you back out to the security update from Chicago Police, but we do want to go out also to Chicago here, where we have Tim Walz speaking right now at the Women's Caucus for Democrats. Let's listen.
Colleagues in Congress, incredible leaders, incredible women, leading the way on so many issues. You've heard from some of them. You see governors across the country. Someone told me, they did a little story, and they said, you know why Governor Walz has been successful in Minnesota? There's two reasons. He surrounds himself with talented women, and he listens to them. Yeah! It's amazing how far you can go just doing that. You can sure stand on shoulders. And I'd like to say amongst this group, if for all of us, to just what we witnessed last night, and to give a hearty thank you to a lifetime of servant leadership, a lifetime of passion, a lifetime of decency to Secretary Hillary Clinton. Unbelievable. If you didn't leave there appreciating it, if you didn't leave there understanding what she did, and if you didn't leave there, and I'm guilty of this, imagining how different things could have been in 2016 had we got the work done. Well, here's the good news. We're not going to make that mistake again. No. We are going to get the work done. Yes. And this energy you're feeling, it's everywhere. It was in Philly. 12,000 people parked and walked for miles to a field in western Wisconsin. They showed up in Phoenix to the largest political rally in Arizona history. Because they know what we've got. We've got a leader of decency, of vision, of compassion, with Kamala Harris being our next president. That's what we've got. And for all of you, I saw it in Nevada. People stood out in 109-degree heat to get there. They were everywhere. Same reason you came here. They love this country, and they know this is our time and our responsibility to do that. Here's the thing you get with Vice President Harris. On Sunday, we were on a bus. Kamala, Doug, Gwen, and I. Trust me, my life is a lot crazier than it was 11 days ago. I never expected to be there. But I'll tell you what, that was exactly the place where things were right because of her leadership. So we were getting into Beaver County. It's an area that's been kind of tough. We have got to win Pennsylvania. We have got to win Pennsylvania. So we're going to these places. Folks who this ticket and this vision of this party will improve their lives. They don't need to make a hard choice. You go with us, we're going to be there for your family. You go with us, we'll help your kids get fed. You go with us, we'll get you an education. You go with us, we'll leave you alone to make your own decisions. But the crowd was there, and it was a big crowd. Supporters, signs. And across the street, there was a different group of people. And that group of people, you could identify who they were. They had red hats on. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Here. And we're walking off that bus. We're walking off that bus. And the vice president turns without blinking because you could see the group across the street that wasn't with her.
All right, everyone. Tim Walz getting interrupted right now by protesters coming and disrupting his speech at this women's caucus here. And you can see that they are Gaza war protesters. Tim Walz a little infuriated right now. Let's see what happens.
We have 77 days to wake up on the 78th and realize what we've done. This group of folks knows it's well past time to put a woman in the White House. It's well past time to make sure that that leadership is strong and compassionate, because don't anyone in this room or anywhere across this country or the world, do not mistake Kamala Harris's kindness for weakness. Because she said it. Strong leaders don't push people down. Strong leaders lift people up. Let's lift her up. Let's go.
All right, Tim Walz making a short speech right there, interrupted by protesters. And now he is getting off the stage here and definitely had his caffeine for the day there. So we'll see what else happens here at this Women's Caucus. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments. Welcome back, everyone. Here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Some would say the most in-demand couple of hours right here, and we always appreciate you joining us as always, bringing you some of the highlights from DNC Night 1, but we try to bring you as many live feeds that are happening because you came here for one reason. It's called Live Now. So you want to see things that are happening now live. Get it? All right, so let's go back out to Chicago Police and the Secret Service, continuing to give their updates, their latest assessments on security and the protesters that continue out in the city of Chicago. Let's listen on Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate everyone being with us as always. Here's a live look at the United Center right now as they gear up for the big Night 2 coming up. But let's go out to Chicago right now. Chicago Police as well as Secret Service.
Violence is popping up during this historically violent part of the year here in Chicago.
So we have our executive management meetings. As you know, Chief Hine had his hands tied up just a little bit with a small thing yesterday. But I am in constant contact with our area deputy chiefs and our district commanders. And we're having daily conversations about how we're deploying resources, how we're responding to jobs in the area, and everything that we can do to keep down crime. So they're being strategic on how they're deploying their resources within their districts now.
Good morning, Superintendent Tarso Veloso with Bloomberg.
How are you?
Sir, you were seen along with your officers yesterday at the protest. I'm just curious to know, you can talk a little bit about why you attended versus directing the coverage from a remote location.
Listen, we ask a lot of our officers. And I can show you some videos of some of the things and the nastiness that they have to endure out there. And we're asking them to be out there on their days off. We're asking them to work extended hours. The least I can do and the least the leadership team can do is be out there with them and show them that we're standing there with them and we're supporting our officers. We're supporting the department. The other thing is, if we want them to respond to the training, we need to be out there to make sure that it's happening. And we have to be out there to reinforce the message. We have to be out there in support of them, explaining to them how this is going to be effective. We have a very young department, and a lot of times these officers just need leadership. They need some guidance, right? They're great human beings, and we cannot forget about the human element of these officers out there and the things that they're facing, the things that they're hearing, seeing on a daily basis from a lot of the protest group. There's a lot of hate-filled rhetoric that's being thrown at them, and the physical attacks. So it's a better message if I'm out there with these officers and standing side by side and letting them know that we're there in support of them. So the one thing that has to be understood, my leadership style is these officers do not work for me. I work for them. My job is to make sure that everyone within this department has what they need to succeed. Now, am I steering the ship? Absolutely. But if we're not taking care of our team, then we're failing. And that's why you saw such a great response, because it was a top-down leadership effort to make sure that our officers are responding the way they need to.
Good morning, Mac Lederman with Block Club Chicago. We were over at Park 578, which I think needs a new name at this point because it's too hard to say. But can you describe, it obviously looks a little different than it did yesterday. So can you describe exactly the additions that were made to the security fence where the breach occurred?
You know what, I can have the Secret Service talk a little bit about that.
So what I can tell you is that the Secret Service, working with our partners in the Chicago Police Department and other state, local, and federal partners, has looked at that area. We've made repairs to the existing fence, and then we've made augmentations in areas that we felt were necessary. It's just an adjustment as these national special security events happen that we make routinely. Well, I don't want to get into our specific means and methods for operational security reasons.
Next question. Good morning, Leah Skeen with AP.
I was wondering if you could clarify what happened with the buses of delegates being delayed yesterday and whether that was because of protest and police activity.
Derek, you want to? Or, sorry.
So there were some very unfortunate delays with delegate buses entering the DNC. There was a cascading effect. There was a bus accident, very minor accident, followed by a mechanical failure that closed one of our entrances, and that compounded traffic delays. We are working to make adjustments to our routes. We are working to make adjustments on our timing for that. Thank you. No.
Oh, thank you. And just a quick question for Secret Service first. Megan Hickey, CBS News, Chicago. Sorry, a quick question for Secret Service, if that's okay. Having to do with the complaints about very long lines getting into the United Center. What are you hoping to change today to get people in more quickly?
So we're working with our partners at the DNCC to make sure that the resources that are necessary to reduce those lines. So there's a kind of a two-layered approach to the access control. The Secret Service is responsible for screening the individuals, but the DNCC is responsible for making sure that those are the people that are admitted. So they're bringing in some additional resources, and so are we. Again, it's a 4-day national special security event, and so on day one, we understand that we're going to have to make some adjustments, and we're prepared to do that.
And if you don't mind, just a quick question for Superintendent Snelling as well. We did speak with 2 protesters, or I guess arrestees, who said they weren't involved in the fence breach. They were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Do you have body camera video of every arrest, and what role does that type of evidence play?
Yes, we do. And sometimes being in the wrong place at the wrong time is indicative of the choices that you make to engage in criminal activity.
Good morning. Reese Debo with the Washington Post. I'm just looking for some more clarification on the arrests. I heard reports from the Lawyers Guild that there were arrests made overnight, and then I understand the arrests made at the breach incident. So could you comment on the overnight arrest and just tell us a little more about what?
I'd have to get information to you about that because I don't have the information. I need to know specifically what it is, but we'll get some information to you on that. Okay.
Good morning. Ben Haberly with NBC Chicago. Superintendent, can you respond to the characterization from the National Lawyers Guild that was violent with protesters? And then to that end, would you consider releasing some of the body camera footage that you've mentioned?
So what I can tell you is this. It's not just the body camera footage that we have. We have other footage, and we will be getting that information out as soon as possible. But right now, we have people who have been placed under arrest. So we want to get through that portion of it first, and anything that we need for transparency, we will make sure that we get that information out.
And your assertion about police being violent?
Well, listen, this is something that we've been hearing as a police department for quite some time. And even with the training, and I can tell you this right now, the officers could have used more force in situations yesterday than they actually did. And those officers showed great restraint. So we're always going to have opposition to our response. There are people out there who don't believe we should even exist. So, of course, we're going to have those who are going to say that we were too aggressive. But what I will say is our officers responded to the training, and I just could not be more proud of how they responded.
Next question right here.
Superintendent Chip Mitchell with WBEZ. You mentioned OC spray that it was used. Could you describe how many officers used the spray? Who were the targets? What prompted it? Were the targets of the spray actively resisting?
The officers were the targets. Those officers did not. No one discharged OC spray from CPD.
Protesters used it.
Protesters used it against our officers.
And that was at the breach site?
That was at the breach site, yes.
Hi, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32. A couple of quick questions. One,
Do you know anything more about the protesters who were arrested that you described as agitators and separate from the group? Are these people who are known to Chicago police already?
Right now, I don't have that information, but what I can tell you is this, you know, you're always going to have people within a group that large who have their own personal agendas. And we can't say that we know all of them. And I'm sure we saw some of that yesterday. So right now, I don't know if these people are known to us, but as we work through this process, we can get information out.
And finally, are there other measures aside from focusing on the fence, security measures that will be different going forward for the next protests?
Well, listen, I think fortifying the fencing right now was one of the most important things that we can do, because we recognize a level of demonstrator tactics within the crowd that led to the breaching of the fencing. So we learned something from that. And what we learned from that is what we'll be using to move forward to make sure that it doesn't happen again. So again, as I've said before, as a police department, we have to be fluid. We have to be flexible and ready to change as the situation changes.
Last question.
Good morning, Emma Barnett with NBC News. Thank you for taking our questions. I just want to know if you're able to share the names of the people who were arrested as well as where they're from. And also, can you describe any injuries that officers experienced yesterday?
So I'm not going to share any names of any of the arrestees at this time.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to be with us here. That was Chicago Police, as well as Secret Service, continuing to talk about the latest in the protesters from yesterday and what they can expect later today. We are going to take another 2-minute break. We do have the shot up here. Coming up in about 15 minutes, J.D. Vance will be out in Battleground State, Wisconsin, holding a rally. We'll have it for you in full as soon as it gets going right here on Live Now. Let's take a 2-minute break. Back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us, as always. We do want to check in with our friends over at Fox 32 in Chicago. They're doing great coverage as the DNC is right in their backyard. Let's go out to some of their coverage right now on Live Now from Fox.
To sit in with us and listen to the security briefing just now from OEMC. Your thoughts?
Well, I think that's very good that he's doing this and that the plan is to do it every day, to have these briefings every day, because that's a sign of transparency.
Yeah.
And that's what you want to have in these cases, because you know that the onus is on the police to make sure that everything goes well and that the police are not aggressive and that things do not get out of hand and that a protest does not turn into a riot. And so this is a very good step. And so I was glad to hear it and see what the police and the Secret Service and OEMC had to say.
I want to recap maybe some of the points, if I can, very quickly here, in case viewers weren't able to listen to the entire briefing. One thing that was noted quite often by the reporters in the room, the Chicago chapter of the National Lawyers Guild this morning came out with a statement, and they were condemning what they called the aggressive and at times violent response by the Chicago Police Department toward protesters yesterday. And we've been showing you that video outside of the United Center, just 2 blocks away from the delegates inside of the protesters or demonstrators tearing down a fence there. In response to that statement, the superintendent said the protesters were not assaulted and they weren't hospitalized for injuries, and peaceful protesters left those who wanted to commit crimes and vandalize property. Those people stayed behind. And he estimated the number of those protesters to be about 3,500 people to start, and they anticipate more today.
Snelling, let me just add to that before we get back to Del Marie. Snelling did say that if someone was hospitalized, it was so that they could get their prescription medication, I believe. So in terms of a physical injury or anything like that, he appeared to deny that and just say police were doing their jobs. If someone was taken into custody and they had prescription meds, perhaps they were hospitalized in that situation. But no reports, no definitive reports of anyone injured from that news conference.
That's correct. And then kind of the juxtaposition of this, because one of the reporters asked about the 3 fatal shootings that happened citywide during the DNC. And I think that's something that Chicago's going to have to look long and hard at, keeping the delegates safe versus keeping the rest of the city safe. Now, not to say that those shootings wouldn't have occurred if the DNC wasn't in town, but that's something they're going to have to own up to, right?
Well, that came up in the planning of what is going to happen to the rest of the city if all the attention is going to be on the 2 venues. And so we were assured by the superintendent that police were going to be throughout the city and that no neighborhood would go unsecured. And so let's hope that that's the case. As you said, you might have had the shootings anyway, but we don't want that to happen because people feel like now they can get away with something because all the attention is on downtown. Sure. And we should have learned our lessons again from other events that have occurred in the city, that you cannot neglect the neighborhoods for the downtown.
Absolutely. So Del Marie, and for those of you who are just joining us this hour, Del Marie Cobb, longtime political consultant, is joining us. You worked on the Hillary Clinton campaign. You worked on Jesse Jackson's 1988 presidential campaign as well. That was major. What were some of your big takeaways from day one of this convention?
Oh, I just thought it was a great rah-rah. I mean, that's what you want from the convention. You want people excited, and especially leading up to the transfer from Joe Biden to Kamala Harris, where everybody was so down and despondent and didn't know which way to go. And to see everybody come together and coalesce, and the energy and the positivity, that's what you want from a convention. And the messaging, I think the messaging was all on the right page. The historic nature of this convention in terms of a black woman, the fact that it's in Chicago, that historic nature, the fact that we've hosted more conventions than any other city. Then when you look at the historic nature in terms of Chicago had the first black congressman in Oscar DePriest. We had the first black president. We had the first black woman senator in Carol Moseley Braun.
That's right.
And we had one of the first black.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. That was just some of the coverage from Fox 32 in Chicago. But I do want to take you out live right now to Wisconsin. J.D. Vance, even ahead of schedule here, some 10 minutes before he was slated to be on the stage. He is way more than before on time. So let's show you his remarks right now. He is with law enforcement for this special event in Battleground State, Wisconsin.
We have a very stark contrast between two approaches to police and two approaches to public safety in this race. We have Vice President Kamala Harris, who's really the acting president, because, you know, we know Joe Biden isn't home, so somebody's calling the shots, and I guess it's Kamala. And what we have in Kamala Harris is a person who has said that she wants to defund the police. Do we want to defund the police out there? This is a person who wants to change the laws around violent criminals so that people who commit sex crimes with minors would not be categorized as violent offenders. Do we think that's a good idea? No, absolutely not. It's not a good idea. Now, by contrast, we have President Donald J. Trump, who supported police, who backed the blue, and who made it easier for police to do their jobs. And remember, this is not just about making it easy on our police. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that when we make it easy on police, we make it so that every child in America has access to a basic right, which is public safety in their neighborhoods. And ladies, you know, ladies and gentlemen, I grew up in a family that did not have a whole lot of money, that often had we had sometimes a rough neighborhood. But we were lucky enough to grow up in a country that believed that public safety was the birthright of every American citizen, rich or poor, and we supported our police in carrying out that mission of public safety. I remember, actually, I think I was probably 11 or 12 years old, and my mom struggled with addiction, and she was having a particularly tough episode, and I called the local police in Middletown, Ohio. And I remember they showed up and they took care of my mom, and they made a little kid who was terrified of what was going on in his home, they made that little kid feel safe. And I think about what situation would I have been in, and what situation our country would be in if we take away every child's right to public safety. And that's unfortunately what the Democratic leadership is proposing in this country. You know how bad it's been the last few years? Have you seen the data on murder rates, on violent crime rates? You know that the gross majority now of violent crimes in this country go unsolved. So if, God forbid, you were assaulted in your own community, it's much more likely today that crime will go unsolved, that they'll never catch the person who did it. That is because of the leadership of our vice president. Now she wants to be promoted to President of the United States, and I think we're all going to say absolutely not. Kamala Harris, we're going to fire Kamala Harris in November, and we're going to bring back Donald J. Trump. Now, before I move on here, I want to bring up a couple of folks, a couple of great public servants here in the state of Wisconsin. And by the way, we're going to win Wisconsin in November. I feel as confident about it as I ever have been. And you guys are going to make it happen. But I want to have just a couple of people say a few things here. And I want to start here with Pete Dietz, the president of the Kenosha Professional Police Association. I'd love, Pete, if you would come and say just a few words about what's going on here today. Where's Pete? There he is. All right, Pete, come on up here. All right, everybody, please give a round of applause for Pete Dietz.
Well, I'm not going to give my speech again. He'll have to check it out on the TV. But the board of directors of the Kenosha Professional Police Association are proud to endorse President Donald Trump and Senator J.D. Vance.
When Pete walked up here, he said, "I just saw you in Milwaukee," and I said, "Yeah, I remember that. I basically live in Wisconsin now. I don't know if you guys figured that out. So you'll be seeing a lot. You'll be seeing a lot of me over the next few months. But Pete, thank you so much for your support. I'd like to have. We'll see about that, sir. I'd like to call up Congressman Brian Stiles. Congressman Brian, where are you at out there? There we are. So Brian, I'm going to give him a round of applause. I appreciate it. But Brian wrote a really, really good article about what happened in Kenosha in 2020. Really opened my eyes. Brian, thank you for your leadership and service.
Senator, thank you.
What happened in Kenosha in 2020 really opened my eyes. Brian, thank you for your leadership and service.
Senator, thank you. Senator Vance,
Thanks for coming to Kenosha today. As we talked about earlier, the importance of standing with the men and women of law enforcement could not be more important than when we're standing here in the city of Kenosha. As we saw 4 years ago this week, what happens when elected leaders refuse to stand with the men and women of law enforcement? And we saw in great contrast what happens when leaders like President Trump answer the call and stand with the men and women of law enforcement and bring public safety to our community, right? And as we look around, I think it's really important that we say thank you once again to all the men and women of law enforcement from the Kenosha Police Department, Kenosha Sheriff's Department, and other law enforcement agencies that are with us here today. Because President Trump, because J.D. Vance, because we back the badge. Senator Vance, thanks for coming to Wisconsin. We still have time to make you a Packers fan. Thank you. God bless. God bless America.
Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, we got some Chicago fans out there too. Wow. All right. We're gonna have some conflict, some civil strife here. Not today. We're all here to support the police, whatever our sports allegiance is. And finally, I want to get a great future colleague in Washington, a guy who built a business in Wisconsin, who has served the people of this state in the private sector, and is now crazy enough to want to serve in the public sector, the great Eric Hovde, the next senator from the state of Wisconsin. Eric, come on up here.
Well, as I walk through, Kamala Harris has failed at every single role that she played, from state AG or DA for San Francisco, or as senator, pushing the dumbest idea, defund the police, and now as vice president and opening our southern border. Look, as I said, we all want to live in safe communities. And you could not get a more distinct difference between these two sides. The radical, leftist, Kamala Harris, Governor Walz, and Senator Tammy Baldwin, or President Trump, J.D. Vance, and Eric Hovde. And we are going to back law enforcement. And let me tell you, anybody that doesn't, my wife has a great line: walk a day in their shoes. They go out every day to defend our communities, defend you, put risk of their own personal safety. So walk a day in their shoes. I support law enforcement. President Trump, J.D. Vance will always have your back. And we will never incorporate such a crazy idea as defund the police. So let's restore our safety, bring back this wonderful country, and thank you, Vice President, soon to be Vice President Vance.
All right, so I want to take a few questions from the press, but before I do, let me just try to bring this home here, because it is very easy and very fun to criticize the record of Kamala Harris, but we also have to remind ourselves that we don't just have a vision on the Trump campaign. We don't just have a bunch of promises on the Trump campaign. We have got 4 years of Donald Trump's successful leadership that brought public safety to our streets, and that is something to celebrate and look forward to. So here is President Trump's solemn promise to our law enforcement community and all of us who benefit from their sacrifices and their public safety. It is simple. We are going to end sanctuary cities in this country. We're going to bring back pro-law enforcement cities. We are going to deport the violent, illegal aliens that have come into this country over the last few years. No more free rides, no more amnesty. We're going to support the death penalty for drug dealers because they kill far more people than some of the most violent and vicious criminals. We have got to have real penalties for people who are killing our kids and poisoning our communities. We're going to protect police from frivolous lawsuits. You hear President Trump talk about that? the reason that it's so hard for the police to do their job sometimes is they know if they do their job, they're going to get sued for it. We're going to protect them from those lawsuits and make it easier for our police to do their jobs. And finally, we're going to stand up to soft on crime prosecutors. If a police officer does their job and brings in a bad guy, we need some prosecutors who actually lock those people up and put them behind bars. It's common sense. All this stuff is just simple common sense. Now, we know what happens when we don't have leadership who support our law enforcement. We saw it in Kenosha just a few years ago. You all know this better than I do, that 4 years ago, Kenosha had terrible riots after a police shooting. And who was it? Who was the president of the United States that promised that he would send in law enforcement if asked? That was Donald Trump. Who was it that pacified the streets of Wisconsin and ensured that those riots didn't spiral out of control and burn down the entire city? That was President Donald J. Trump. And of course, we know the governor didn't initially want the support from President Trump, but after a couple days of those riots, he relented and did the smart thing and allowed President Trump to send federal support. Without that, I really think that Kenosha would still be recovering from those terrible riots today. But today, look, we're in a beautiful place, and it's a beautiful town, and we can thank President Trump's leadership and also the law enforcement who did their jobs and did it well. God bless you guys. Thank you so much. Now, I will always have the back of law enforcement. Let's bring up our reporters here to ask some questions. I will always have the backs of law enforcement. I will always support our police officers because I know what it's like, again, to be a kid who can't even believe and can't even rely on public safety. I want every single child in this country, whether they're rich or poor, whether they grow up on the right side of the tracks or the wrong side of the tracks, every child deserves to have public safety, and that's what we're going to do when Donald J. Trump is president. God bless you guys. Thank you all for coming out. Semper Fi, thank you to these great public servants. Let's get Eric Humphrey across the finish line, and let's make this country great again. God bless you guys. And what I'll do here is I'd love to start out. Thank you, ma'am. I'd love to start out with local Wisconsin reporters and take a few questions from the local reporters. And then if we've got time afterwards, we'll take some questions from the national folks. So if you're a local reporter, please raise your hand. Ma'am?
Hi, Senator. Thank you for your time. It's Mary Jo Ola with TMJ4 News here in Milwaukee. You were just in Milwaukee a few days ago, now in Kenosha. Can you just talk about how much of a priority Wisconsin is to the Trump campaign and where are you headed next in Wisconsin?
Well, look, I just like Wisconsin a lot, right? So I'm going to spend a lot of time with you fine people. But obviously, politically, Wisconsin may be very well the most important state in the country come November. And we believe that. We know that. All the polling says it. But most of all, you feel it on the ground. Look, Wisconsin is a state that I think has really suffered from two failures of the Kamala Harris presidency, vice presidency. The first is Wisconsin is a great and proud manufacturing state with a lot of skilled craftsmen and a lot of people who work with their own hands, make things with their own hands. And they know that with Kamala Harris's policies that raise the cost of energy, you're shipping a lot of good manufacturing jobs off to China. President Trump and I believe we ought to keep those manufacturing jobs right here in Wisconsin. Let's do it with Wisconsin workers, and let's produce prosperity for the whole country. And the second thing is, you saw it with the riots in Kenosha in the summer of 2020. Wisconsin has suffered when you don't have good, smart, pro-public safety leadership. And that's what Donald Trump and I want to bring back to the White House is back in the blue, supporting our police officers and making sure that public safety is the birthright of every American citizen. I think that message, that shared economic and public safety message, is going to bring Wisconsin home to Republicans in 2024, and it's going to make Donald Trump the president of the United States again. So, yes, it's very important. I also say, when my kids came up here for the RNC convention 4 or 5 weeks ago, the one place they really wanted to go was the Cheese Castle. So, how many of you have been to the Cheese Castle? All right, good. So my kids have been to the Cheese Castle. The first time I ever came to Wisconsin was 12 years ago with my then girlfriend, now my wife. We made our stop at the Wisconsin Cheese Castle. So every time we come back, we got to stop at the Wisconsin Cheese Castle. But it's good to be here, and we love this state. Other local reporters, ma'am.
Hi, Megan Marshall with Spectrum News. This is the second endorsement from a local law enforcement here in Wisconsin. Tell me why that's so important to you and your campaign.
Well, I think it speaks to the fact that law enforcement knows who's on their side, right? Donald Trump has been endorsed by so many law enforcement organizations across the country, but now 2 in the state of Wisconsin just the past week, because they know that Donald Trump is the one who's actually going to stand up for them and support them. I mean, look, we have got real problems in law enforcement recruitment in this country, and certainly right here in the state of Wisconsin. A lot of our police departments are underfunded and under-resourced. We don't have enough cops to do the job of keeping us safe. And then on top of that, we've got Mexican drug cartels operating as far north as Kenosha, Wisconsin, because we have a border czar, Kamala Harris, who refuses to do her job. These guys just want common sense back, right? Some of them are Democrats, some of them are Republicans. Maybe they agree or disagree with us on tax policy, but they agree with us that we've got to have common sense public safety. And if we don't have public safety, we don't have anything. You can't build a business. You can't go to work. You can't take your kids on a walk in your neighborhood without public safety. Public safety is the foundation of having a good country, and the police of Wisconsin know Donald Trump is the public safety candidate. A few more locals, ma'am, yes.
Yeah, I'm Hannah Hilliard with Channel 12 from up in Milwaukee. Obviously, there is a big event happening not too far away from here over in Chicago. Did you catch any of the DNC tonight, or last night? If you did, what were your immediate thoughts?
Well, my immediate thoughts were all the people booing. I agree with them. That was my response to it, was boo. I watched little bits and pieces of it. We were out campaigning yesterday, so I got home to Cincinnati a little on the later side yesterday. So I watched some of it. I will say just the contrast between the public safety policies of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump is really striking. And it's almost a joke to me that they held it in Chicago, which has become the murder capital of the United States of America, thanks to very failed Democrat leadership. I mean, I believe last weekend in the city of Chicago, you had something like 40 shootings and 17 people who lost their lives. That is something that we would not accept in a third world country, much less in one of our beautiful, great American cities like Chicago. And my little theory about why they decided to have the convention in Chicago is, Tim Walz has been going around saying that he served in war, and maybe they did it in Chicago so that he could actually accurately say that he visited a combat zone. Because Chicago, I mean, look, Chicago has violent crime statistics that actually mirror, again, third world, highly violent countries. Again, public safety is the birthright of every citizen in this country. Poor or rich, black or white, nobody should be growing up in a community where you have a murder rate like that. And I think it is a good contrast between the policies of Kamala Harris that promote violent crime and the criminals who do it, and the policies of Donald J. Trump who promote peace, who promote prosperity, and want to throw the violent criminals behind bars. That's what Donald J. Trump wants to do, and I share that. What? Anybody else here? Ma'am? Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, this is Stephanie Quirk with Fox 6 News in Milwaukee. Kind of going off the DNC, Vice President Kamala Harris is paying a visit to Milwaukee tonight, holding a rally. Do you have any response to that?
No response. Look, I mean, Kamala Harris is going to run the campaign that she runs. I would say that I wish that she would do what I'm doing right now, which is talk to the media and actually answer some tough questions. I mean, if you think what I'm doing here right now, what am I asking? The question I'm asking is for the fine people gathered to vote for me to be their vice president of the United States. What an awesome responsibility, and what an incredible thing that I'm asking them to do. Now, Kamala Harris is going around asking people to be their president of the United States, but she won't answer a single tough question, and she won't interact with the American people unless there's a teleprompter standing between them and her. And I think that's crazy. And I think that what the media has got to start doing is it's got to start saying, look, if Kamala Harris is not going to stand and answer some tough questions, we're going to stop giving her this fake fawning coverage. Demand that she do what any president has had to do, which is answer some tough questions. But look, her argument, I can't get over this, because you watch her rallies, and Kamala's argument is something that I could not stay with a straight face. She stands there and says on day one, she's going to tackle the housing affordability crisis in our country. On day one, she's going to tackle the grocery affordability crisis in our country, and they are crises. Well, Kamala, day one was 3.5 years ago. You've been the vice president for 3.5 years. What the hell have you been doing for all that time? So for the people in Milwaukee who are going to go to her rally or going to listen to what she says, I just asked them if she has such good ideas for how to bring down the cost of food and groceries and housing, why doesn't she do it now? She's the vice president. Not talk about what she's going to do in 6 months. Do it now, because she's got the power right now. Thank you. Any other locals? Okay, we'll do a couple nationals, and then we got to hit the road. Go ahead, ma'am.
Senator Merrill Cornfield from the Washington Post. I have a policy question for
Great.
you. We don't want to talk about policy? So my question is, before you were in the Senate, there was the vote on the Violence Against Women Act. And one of the hiccups with negotiating that bill was, should people who are convicted of stalking be able to possess firearms? What do you think about that?
Well, look, I think that we certainly don't want violent criminals to have access to weapons. And that includes people, I think, who have been convicted of stalking. But I think it's important to say convicted. And what a lot of those of us who are pro-Second Amendment, what we don't want is, we don't want somebody to have their gun rights taken away when they haven't actually been in a court of law, right? Whether it's a First Amendment right, a Second Amendment right, any right, you are entitled to due process in this country. And so the criticisms that I've seen of that are not that certainly people who are convicted of a crime, they should not be able to carry a firearm. But people who have not gone through due process, they still have their rights, whether First Amendment, Second Amendment, whether walking around liberty or other rights. And I think that's an important distinction here between our approach and the Democrats' approach. We don't believe in the Republican Party that you should take people's rights away unless they've gone through a court of law.
Hi, Senator. Kit Maher, CNN. I know Donald Trump has been reported.
She's one of the good CNN reporters. There's like two of them. She's okay.
Back to my question. So Donald Trump has enlisted the help of Tulsi Gabbard to prep for his debate. I'd like to know how you were prepping for a debate with Tim Walz, who has described himself as a bad debater. Who's helping you, and how are you prepping?
Well, I found a good friend from back home who embellishes and lies a lot, and I'm having him stand in for Tim Walz. That's what we're doing during our debate. But look, all kidding aside, what we're going to do is we're going to focus a lot on policy, right? The way that I'm trying to prepare is to try to make sure that we're prepared to answer the American people's questions on how we're going to make their lives better, how we're going to make their communities safer, how we're going to bring back prosperity and low prices to the American economy. And we're going to focus on policy. And then obviously we're going to answer whatever questions the moderators have. That's how we're focusing. And by the way, just on President Trump, we have to remember Tulsi Gabbard was a Democratic congresswoman just a few years ago. She ran against Kamala Harris back in 2020, and now she is firmly behind the Trump-Vance ticket. We're actually the ticket that is supported by common sense people across the spectrum. I think Tulsi Gabbard, you saw her. I mean, she basically ended Kamala's campaign on the debate stage, so she's a hell of a debater. But she's also one of these people who believes in some common sense things, like we shouldn't send America's sons and daughters off to fight in stupid wars, right? Amen to that, Tulsi. And I think it's really telling that the campaign that has brought a lot of Democrats and Republicans and independents together, it's the campaign of Donald J. Trump. And that's very important. We'll do one more question. Sir.
Hey, Senator Zach Kalishak, Washington Examiner. I had a question. Last year, you got a lot of attention for visiting striking UAW members in Ohio. Last night, Sean Fain attacked you at the DNC and Donald Trump. Do you believe the party's going to attract more union voters this cycle? And kind of what's the strategy to do that?
Look, I think that my message to Sean Fain and any other leader of the labor movement would be, who is the campaign? Which campaign is actually going to protect the jobs of American workers, union and non-union alike? It's the campaign of Donald J. Trump. So sign up, get involved, and support the candidate that's actually going to protect your jobs. Now, Sean Fain, he'll go on TV and say that a majority of his membership is going to actually back Donald Trump. Why are a majority of auto workers going to back Donald Trump? The same reason a majority of American manufacturers across the spectrum are going to back Donald Trump, because he's the one who wants to protect their job. He's the one who's saying if the Chinese want to use slave labor and then import stuff into our country, we're going to put tariffs on the stuff they make with slave labor, and we're going to protect the jobs of American workers. When Kamala Harris says she stands for the United Auto Workers, and yet she supports EV mandates that's going to have every single one of their jobs destroyed and shipped to China because it's China that's making most of the EVs. In America, we're still making a lot of gas-powered cars. I think people ought to be able to drive whatever the hell they want because this is the United States of America. We don't tell people what to do. But importantly, if we don't tell people what to do, they're going to be able to buy cars that are made in America with American workers doing the jobs. And that is why I think we're going to win the majority of union and non-union workers in this country. Whatever Sean Fain says, if he listens to his membership, they're behind Donald J. Trump. And of course, there are a lot of other workers who aren't just auto workers who are exactly the same position. All right. What I'll say here finally to wrap up, thanks to the media for asking a few questions, is just God bless you guys. Thank you for coming out. I get so much joy and so much energy out of being here and meeting people and getting to talk to people and seeing what's going on in this country. We're going to win this race in November, and it's going to start right here in Wisconsin. So what I'd ask all of you is, look, we've got 76 days to this campaign, and early voting probably starts, 30 days early in Wisconsin? Get out there. Get your neighbors to the polls. Get your family members to the polls. Knock on doors. Make phone calls. We are going to win this race if we get out there and vote. So God bless you all. Thank you for being here. Let's go vote, Wisconsin. Let's go win in November, and let's take this country back and do it the right way. God bless you all. Thank you so much for being here.
J.D. Vance campaigning in battleground state Wisconsin in Kenosha there. So he is, of course, taking questions from the media as well as talking to fans as well. And as J.D. Vance was campaigning, we did see, and we put it up in a box here for you when it was happening live, we did see Donald Trump arrive in Detroit. He will be in a neighboring town coming up in about 90 minutes here. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Just like J.D. Vance, we will play his remarks from the beginning all the way to the end. You will not miss anything right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take our first break of the hour, and we'll be right back. And just like that, everyone, we are back here for you on Live Now from Fox, a live look inside of the United Center as they are gearing up for day 2 of the DNC. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much again for joining us, as always, on Live Now from Fox. We do want to go back out to our friends over at Fox 32 Chicago, doing such great coverage as the DNC is in their own backyard right now. Let's take to some of their coverage here on Live Now.
To sit in with us and listen to the security briefing just now from OEMC. Your thoughts?
Well, I think that's very good that he's doing this and that the plan is to do it every day, to have these briefings every day, because that's a sign of transparency.
Yeah.
And that's what you want to have in these cases, because you know that the onus is on the police to make sure that everything goes well and that the police are not aggressive and that things do not get out of hand and that a protest does not turn into a riot. And so this is a very good step. And so I was glad to hear it and see what the police and the Secret Service and OEMC had to say.
I want to recap maybe some of the points, if I can, very quickly here, in case viewers weren't able to listen to the entire briefing. One thing that was noted quite often by the reporters in the room, the Chicago chapter of the National Lawyers Guild this morning came out with a statement, and they were condemning what they called the aggressive and at times violent response by the Chicago Police Department toward protesters yesterday. And we've been showing you that video outside of the United Center, just 2 blocks away from the delegates inside of the protesters or demonstrators tearing down a fence there. In response to that statement, the superintendent said the protesters were not assaulted and they weren't hospitalized for injuries, and peaceful protesters left those who wanted to commit crimes and vandalize property. Those people stayed behind. And he estimated the number of those protesters to be about 3,500 people to start, and they anticipate more today.
Snelling, let me just add to that before we get back to Del Marie. Snelling did say that if someone was hospitalized, it was so that they could get their prescription medication, I believe. So in terms of a physical injury or anything like that, he appeared to deny that and just say police were doing their jobs. If someone was taken into custody and they had prescription meds, perhaps they were hospitalized in that situation. But no reports, no definitive reports of anyone injured from that news conference.
That's correct. And then kind of the juxtaposition of this, because one of the reporters asked about the 3 fatal shootings that happened citywide during the DNC. And I think that's something that Chicago's going to have to look long and hard at, keeping the delegates safe versus keeping the rest of the city safe. Now, not to say that those shootings wouldn't have occurred if the DNC wasn't in town, but that's something they're going to have to own up to, right?
Well, that came up in the planning of what is going to happen to the rest of the city if all the attention is going to be on the 2 venues. And so we were assured by the superintendent that police were going to be throughout the city and that no neighborhood would go unsecured. And so let's hope that that's the case. As you said, you might have had the shootings anyway, but we don't want that to happen because people feel like now they can get away with something because all the attention is on downtown.
Sure.
And we should have learned our lessons again from other events that have occurred in the city, that you cannot neglect the neighborhoods for the downtown.
Absolutely. So Del Marie, and for those of you who are just joining us this hour, Del Marie Cobb, longtime political consultant, is joining us. You worked on the Hillary Clinton campaign. You worked on Jesse Jackson's 1988 presidential campaign as well. That was major. What were some of your big takeaways from day 1 of this convention?
Oh, I just thought it was a great rah-rah. I mean, that's what you want from the convention. You want people excited, and especially leading up to the transfer from Joe Biden to Kamala Harris, where everybody was so down and despondent and didn't know which way to go. And to see everybody come together and coalesce, and the energy and the positivity, that's what you want from a convention. And the messaging, I think the messaging was all on the right page. The historic nature of this convention in terms of a black woman, the fact that it's in Chicago, that historic nature, the fact that we've hosted more conventions than any other city. Then when you look at the historic nature in terms of Chicago had the first black congressman in Oscar DePriest. We had the first black president. We had the first black woman senator in Carol Moseley Braun.
That's right.
And we had one of the first black women to ever run for a political office in Ida B. Wells. And so when you look at the historical nature of the Black history, the city's history, and this history with Kamala Harris being the nominee, this is really the best place it could have happened.
Full circle. Thanks for bringing all that home. I want to go back to what it was like for the delegates, because you have experience at these conventions. You were at the 1996 convention, and one of the big complaints was that it took hours to get past security, and in addition, some of the delegates just jumped off the buses, the shuttle buses, and they tried to get into the convention on foot because it was a mess. And there was some clarification provided today by Secret Service. They were saying that there was a minor bus accident that slowed things down, another bus malfunction. In terms of comparing it to the 1996 convention, how does it look?
Well, you know, we had one of the more successful conventions in 1996, and I heard that from reporters. That's not me saying it. But we did, I mean, everything just went right. And so 96 was very good. But I was in Denver at the convention there, too, in 2008. And we had a lot of snafus in terms of transportation there, and long wait lines, and we had to wait for hours to get the bus to go back to the hotels. So that happens, especially happens in the first couple of days, and by the second or third day, everything works out because you see what went wrong and what you should do differently. And so I don't think anybody I've done 6 conventions and I've gone to.
Wow, 6.
And so if anybody has ever been a part of a convention in the past, then they know that some of this is expected.
Okay.
Yeah. If you're watching us right now, that means you're online or you're on Fox Local. Real quick, open a new tab. Keep us on, but open a new tab and chime in on our Insta poll. The question is, it's a star rating today. Rate how the Chicago police, there it is, are handling the protest so far. This is out of 5 stars, and so far the average is 3.1. But yeah, open a new tab if you have a web browser open and give us your thoughts. We want to tally up these results and report them a little bit later today. Again, 13 arrests yesterday, no reported injuries, although some of the folks in that news conference were wondering about allegations of brutality, which and being overly aggressive. That's how a couple of the reporters characterized it. Superintendent Larry Snelling denied that.
Yeah.
Del Marie, let's get to day 2. We're in day 2. It's about to kick off. What are you expecting or looking to see?
I just think you're going to have a continuation of the messaging that this is joy. We're joyful compared to our opponent in the Republican Party, which has painted a very dark, sinister America. And the Democrats are painting a very joyous, hopeful, opportunistic America where everybody has an opportunity to succeed if we do the right things in terms of public policy. And that's what the messaging is going to be. So you're going to have Barack Obama speaking tonight. And so he, again, is going to talk about some of the things that he did and how Joe Biden maybe improved on those things, especially when you talk about the Affordable Care Act. We have more people enrolled in the Affordable Care Act now than ever before. And so Kamala Harris will build on that, and she will improve. And so I think you're just going to lay the groundwork. Every day is going to build to a crescendo for Kamala Harris.
A lot of those plans that Vice President Harris has put into place or said this is what we want to do, not going to happen unless they've got Congress on their side. Do you think they're doing enough to highlight some of the down ticket races during this convention to make sure that people not only go to the ballot box to vote for president, but also vote for those races?
Well, we know that's actually why Joe Biden decided not to run and not to seek re-election, because he was worried about even if he won and he didn't have control, then nothing would get done. And he would have obstructionists every step of the way. And so I think it's implicit in everything that the Democrats are doing and everything that the campaign is doing to make sure that the down ballot races also are successful, because we have to have control of Congress in order to make some of the changes that we know we need to make.
Del Marie, as we look ahead to Wednesday and Thursday of this convention, most of the folks tuning in right now probably don't have tickets or don't have access to the convention itself. I know you've got some plans for Thursday night, at least. Can you speak to what other options, watch parties and that kind of thing, if you really want to observe this thing? I mean, obviously folks are tuning into us right now on the web, but what's your expert advice on how to take in this convention if you can't be at the United Center?
Well, you know, I think there's a lot of organizations that are having events, and there are churches that are having events. I know this weekend there were several churches that had major panels that people attended. There were several organizations that had breakfast meetings and brunches and things like that. So you have to do a little bit of homework, but you can find places to go. But on Thursday, Higher Heights, which is a national PAC, that specifically supports progressive African-American women candidates. They're having a watch party at the Epiphany Center. And so that's going to be a really great place to go because you'll have everybody rooting for the same person, and you know that it's you know, you won't have any doubters who are sitting on the sideline. This will be everybody who's all in.
It's like going to a sports bar to watch the Bears or something.
Exactly.
I know that Choose Chicago came in last week, the city's tourism bureau, and they were talking about that Demapalooza. Have you been out to that yet, Del Marie? I guess it's at McCormick Place, and it's free to the public during the convention days. During the convention, you can't show up at, like, you know, 9 o'clock at night, but that's something also people can get involved with.
The problem is it's just very hard access.
You are right. You are right. Yes.
Del Marie, you've been around Chicago so much. You're a Bronzeville resident. We were talking during one of the breaks that, you know, when you're little, Nat, and your parents have company coming over, and you can always tell they spruce up the house.
Yes.
Same thing happening with Chicago. I've kind of been noticing some spruce ups. Your assessment of the condition of your beloved Chicago for this week, where all eyes are on our great city.
Well, I think one example was this morning, because I took the train here just to avoid the traffic because I didn't know what to expect. And for the first time in my life, I was on the train and I had the smell of Clorox.
Oh, well, there you go.
On the CTA.
On the
That's
CTA.
a first. Mark it. This is a red letter day for the banner day for the city of Chicago.
It's not a scent you usually smell.
Right.
I guess
Just some of the coverage there from Fox 32 in Chicago. We are going to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We do have some breaking news that we want to bring to you from Chicago and the DNC. There are several hotels in Chicago right now that have received bomb threats. Chicago police are investigating, as well as with federal authorities. Let's go into some of the coverage from Fox 32 Chicago covering this breaking news.
haven't been evacuated. They don't think that this threat is serious enough at this point to do that. Again, they are in there with canines checking it out. This email came from an address called kid.sniffers@mail.ru, basically talking about the support for, quote, genocidal apartheid regime in Israel. They say, quote, we place bombs in your hotels. F you and all the DNC bastards. You will understand what they are going through. Kid Sniffers was the name of this. We don't know if this is some kind of hoax or not. Obviously, cops are checking this out. But we did talk to a few cops that say they do expect protests across the city to be bigger than yesterday. They were told by the commanders to expect larger demonstrations, and that folks have said they want to shut the entire city down. Whether they want to mislead people or lead folks on a goose chase, we don't know, but we did hear from police that they are expecting and preparing for perhaps bigger or more unruly protests today. Yesterday's were fairly organized, other than the fence being breached near the United Center. By the way, there is new fencing there and more of a police presence where that fence was breached. So that's what we know here outside the Nobu Hotel in the West Loop. We'll bring you any updates as we get them. And now back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Paris, for that update on some of the bomb threats that we're seeing so far on this day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. Again, we are on day 2. We've got team coverage for you with everything you need to know about the DNC. But first, let's start with our Roseanne Tellez. She has more from police. They're talking about some of the security changes in place for today following what we saw yesterday.
That's right. I'm fresh out of the OEMC news briefing that they will be having daily this week. And Superintendent Snelling had high praise for his officers' handling of the police protests yesterday. But one lawyer group is calling the police response aggressive and violent. Now, by the numbers, we learned today that there were 13 arrests connected to the DNC yesterday, 10 of them related to that breaching of the fence that allowed protesters to spill into a restricted area. Now, to put that in perspective, Snelling says there were an estimated 3,400 protesters out yesterday. He said those arrested were separate from the main groups, more interested in agitating. He said his officers responded perfectly, and they have the body camera video to prove it.
Some of them breached into the fence, the adjacent fence. They attempted to pull that fencing down. We got in there as quickly as we could. Our officers showed great restraint. The leadership team being out there, making sure that the officers are remembering their training and relying on their training to get this done. Our officers at some point were sprayed with OC spray. We had objects thrown at officers, water bottles, water thrown on officers. No major injuries, but our officers did not overreact. We were able to clear that area up really quickly. Shortly thereafter, having a conversation with the Secret Service, that location was then fortified.
Well, some of the charges those protesters face range from criminal trespass to resisting arrest and also aggravated battery to police officers. Once again, it was the National Lawyers Guild that sent that news release that called the police response aggressive and violent. They claim 2 protesters wound up in the hospital with injuries. Now, for more on some of the changes to make the area safer today, we go to Joni Lum. Back to you now, Joni.
Hi, Roseanne. We're on Washington at Wood Street in the area of where that breach happened, where also the fencing has been fortified today. There was work done here on the fences. This is the exterior fence that extends from Wood Street all the way to Damon. And beyond that, you can see a second fence that they've put in. Also, they strengthened the outer fences by putting brackets up. This is where protesters were able to take out sections of the security fence. That's what caused an elevated police response in this area. Fox 32 News cameras were right in the action when protesters took out tools to break the fences on Washington near Walcott. They were able to lift part of the metal fence out of the slots. Dozens of police in riot gear lined up to keep those demonstrators out, pushing them back. It was tense and physical, but no one got close to United Center. Now, this morning, crews built a second wall of iron fencing behind the original wall. They also locked the parts together with brackets. The fence work extends from Wood Street all the way to Damon. These fences are used all around the UC perimeter. The Secret Service has been in charge of overall security.
This is a national special security event, which means that we take a multi-layered approach to all of our security measures, and we're constantly working with our state, local, and federal partners to evaluate, make improvements, make adjustments, and that's all we're doing. Our plan was in place. Our plan worked. We're taking some lessons learned and making the necessary adjustments.
This appears to be one of those adjustments, an extension of the fence to make it even taller to discourage fence jumping. It also appears that police reallocated their resources. Chicago police were seen throughout this neighborhood yesterday. Now those squad cars have moved between here and Union Park. You can see more marked squads, and the bike officers, they have been riding around checking alleys and the perimeter on this side of the United Center. Reporting live at United Center, I'm Joni Lum. Now back to you.
Just some of the coverage there from Fox 32 in Chicago. We are going to take another 2-minute break. When we come back, we will hear from Republicans on their reaction from day one of the DNC. That's coming up next on Live Now. Back out here on Live Now from Fox, we take you out to Republicans reacting to day one of the DNC. Let's listen on Live Now.
The pandemic, when Donald Trump was president of the United States, crime rates are massively up. They're massively up here in the city of Chicago. They're up in New York City. They're up in Philadelphia. They're up in Washington, D.C. So every city where the Democrats, led by Kamala Harris, have basically operational control, crime rates are up massively. Compare that to jurisdictions in our country where Republicans, led by Donald Trump, are in control of those cities and states. Crime rates are actually down. People are safer. People are happier. And this is one of the critical elements that is important for the future of our country. It starts with great schools, it starts with a great economy, but it also starts with public safety. You need all three for people to be able to thrive. And the Democrats do not have a recipe of success for keeping people safe in our communities. As was already stated, Kamala Harris is famously on the record saying that she wants to reimagine policing and public safety. Well, what does that mean? Reimagining means nothing. You might as well just pull out some construction paper and draw a picture of what you might think you want to do. But that's not a plan for success. She has said, and she praised the defund the police movement. She praised it, saying that it was the right movement for our country. She has stated repeatedly that the U.S. needs to reimagine law enforcement, arguing for less police in the streets and redirecting funding from law enforcement to other services. We have seen the result of the defund the police movement. It has been a recipe for disaster. As a United States Senator, she applauded Los Angeles then Mayor Eric Garcetti's move to cut $150 million from the police department in the city of Los Angeles. My sister lives in the city of Los Angeles. She supported that cut. When they did that, what happened? More crime in the streets of Los Angeles. She has supported one of the most sinister policies in criminal justice, cashless bail. I want to tell a little bit of a side story. Because when I was in the Florida legislature, I wrote a couple pieces of legislation around criminal justice reform. So I'm not just a surrogate up here talking on behalf of President Trump. I'm somebody who at the state level actually looked at a lot of criminal justice reform policies. Cashless bail was a policy that came across my desk in 2017. I sat and read the bill. After reading it, I said to myself, there is no way I would sponsor this. This cannot work. And I'm a business guy. I'm a finance guy by trade. I was not a prosecutor. I did not have a career in law enforcement. But I could clearly see that moving to cashless bail would be devastating for communities. She supported that policy. In 2017, when she was in the United States Senate, she introduced a bill to incentivize states to move towards cashless bail. Cities in our country that have used cashless bail, like New York City, my former home city, have realized that all it creates is a turnstile for criminals to be arrested and go right back out on the streets. It decreases morale amongst law enforcement. And when it comes to law enforcement, and this is where I'm going to end, but when it comes to law enforcement, what we have seen is a massive decrease in morale amongst the people who serve every community in America. Law enforcement officers today, they're white, they're black, they're Hispanic. They come from these communities, they want to serve these communities, they truly believe in public safety. The Police Executive Research Forum found that a nationwide decline of 4.8% in police numbers compared to 3 years ago. People are leaving the profession of being a police officer and keeping our communities safe. Why? Because they're not getting the support from people like Kamala Harris and people like Tim Walz. So what happens to these communities if law enforcement isn't getting the support? Their ranks are decreasing. And when the ranks decrease, communities are less safe. More than 2,500 police officers resigned from the New York City Police Department in 2023, a 43% increase over the 2018 number of resignations, 43%. In Washington, D.C., the police force is at its smallest size in 50 years, amongst a staggering rise in carjackings and homicides. And all of us, all we need to do, go to a CVS, go to a Walgreens, go to a Duane Reade, and what you will find is that every common product, from lotion to toothpaste to deodorant to razors, they're all behind plexiglass now. And you have to get an associate. You got to ring the bell in the store. Everybody's seen it. If you go shopping, I go shopping. So I do my own shopping. You ring the little bell. It goes ding, ding, come to aisle, blah, blah, blah. And you got to wait for somebody to come to that aisle. And then they unlock the case for you to get the items that you want to buy. That demonstrates how unsafe these communities are. And they are unsafe because of the radical policies of the Democrat Party led by Kamala Harris. One quick point on Governor Walz. Governor Walz, when the riots occurred in Minneapolis after the death of George Floyd, Tim Walz waited 4 days to call the National Guard. 4. He watched the city of Minneapolis burn. And quite frankly, what was burning, it wasn't the upper class neighborhoods of Minneapolis. It wasn't the suburbs of Minneapolis. What was burning? It was poor areas of Minneapolis, which mostly are inhabited by black people and Hispanic people. That's what was burning. Tim Walz didn't sit there and say, oh my gosh, these communities of color are in a real tragic state. We have to send every resource possible to protect those people who have small businesses, who have homes. He didn't do that. He watched it burn. It was only until the mayor of Minneapolis went public with the fact that he was getting no support from Governor Tim Walz, that's when Tim Walz decided to act. When everything had hit a crisis mode and there was no longer an ability to hide the inaction, that's when Tim Walz decided it was finally time to call for the National Guard. Taking a step back just from crime and public safety, we've seen this before from the Democrat Party. Joe Biden, who finally gave a speech last night, I don't know when he started, 11:30, who knows? It's a shame to do that to somebody. I'm gonna stop there, Brian, I'm not gonna continue. Anyway, I'm gonna move on. Joe Biden's presidency has been one of, there are no actions until there's a crisis point and you, the press, start asking questions. And when you start asking questions, then they finally respond and say they're going to do something, whether it's true action or not. Kamala Harris, nowhere to be seen, whether as vice president or as a member of the Senate, until things hit a crisis point, like what happened with the defund the police movement. You see,
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. That was Representative Donalds out of the state of Florida talking about what he saw from the DNC in night one. Well, that is going to do it for my time here on the desk, everyone. But my colleague, after this break, my colleague Stephanie Quinn will be with you for the next couple of hours, including this big event out of Michigan, where we will have Donald Trump with law enforcement talking about law and order and also crime statistics in America there. So we'll be breaking that all down for you. Stephanie will be with you in the next 2 minutes here on Live Now from Fox.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a live look from Chicago, Illinois at the United Center. This, as today now marks day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 1:56 Eastern, 10:56 Pacific, and we do want to continue our coverage of the Democratic National Convention. I was showing you the outside of the United Center. Well, this is the interior, as we are expecting a number of notable speakers, and you can see the podium right there in the middle of your screen. The theme today, a bold vision for America's future. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker will kick off tonight's events to welcome those in attendance. And scheduled speakers tonight include former President Barack Obama, former First Lady Michelle Obama, and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff. The Harris campaign also issued new details today, saying it will spotlight quote, trusted messengers from key battleground states over the convention's 3 remaining days, as well as some prominent Republicans, including former U.S. Representative Adam Kinzinger of Illinois and former Georgia Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan, both now critics of former President Trump. Meanwhile, last night was an emotional night as President Biden delivered the keynote address. First Lady Jill Biden and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton were also among the ones who spoke. And it was, as I mentioned, an emotional day for many, including President Biden, as he told the crowd, quote, "I gave you my best." President Biden giving a lively speech to mark the end of the first day of the Democratic National Convention last night. And now with the stage set for day 2, the Democratic Party is keeping an eye out on the future. Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor is in Chicago with the very latest on what voters can expect.
Tonight, this arena will be packed for day 2 of the Democratic National Convention, where organizers say they want voters to get to know Kamala Harris. The vice president is still fine-tuning some of her policy positions, trying to strike the right balance between honoring her boss's legacy or putting some distance between them.
A roaring standing ovation for a president passing the torch. Night 1 of the DNC saw President Joe Biden address his party publicly for the first time since dropping out of the race for the White House last month.
And all this talk about how I'm angry with all those people who said I should step down. That's not true.
After an emotional entrance as he hugged his daughter Ashley, Biden stressed the future of democracy is in the hands of voters.
Are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz?
Aides close to the Bidens insist there is no bad blood. And it was clear Monday night the first family is focusing on their graceful exit.
Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage.
With the reins passed over to Harris, the Democratic Party voted Monday night to approve its 2024 platform, calling for tax increases for corporations and the wealthy, as well as addressing climate change, abortion rights, and much more.
We are moving forward.
The Harris-Walz campaign says their ticket supports American families and workers. But during a counter-programming speech in Pennsylvania on Monday, former President Donald Trump said that's a lie.
In Chicago, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
All right, and we thank Rebecca for that report. And speaking of which, we have a poll for our Live Now from Fox viewers, as Rebecca was discussing a number of notable speakers expected to take the stage tonight on day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. So the question we pose to you is this: which DNC speaker are you most excited about? Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, former First Lady Michelle Obama, or former President Barack Obama? And you can see that there is a QR code right there on the upper right-hand side of your screen. We invite you to cast your vote. This is live, and we actually see that we do have now a vote for former First Lady Michelle Obama right there. So we're going to leave it up on the screen for just a little bit. This isn't going to go away. What we're going to do is we're going to keep this up for a few moments to give our viewers time to actually cast their ballot. We're going to put this up periodically. So if you don't have a chance and you can't find your phone and you're trying to scan that QR code, not to worry, we're going to put this back up. There's also another way. You can actually log on to livenowfox.com/connect. and cast your vote that way if you really don't feel comfortable, you just don't want to use the QR code, or you can't find your phone in time. So you're taking a look at live results coming in right now, raw and unfiltered, into our Live Now from Fox studios. You can see those percentages going up and down as it now looks like maybe, you know, again, this is neck and neck with former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama. So we're going to leave this up for maybe another 20 seconds. Don't worry, I'm going to bring it up in just a number of minutes as well. But we did want to invite you to participate. We love being interactive with our Live Now from Fox viewers, engaging. You know, that's a unique aspect that we do enjoy doing. So we're going to now actually pivot to a number of other stories, but we're going to put this up again, so don't worry about that. But for those folks who have voted, we do appreciate you taking the time to do so, and we will be getting back to that in just a little bit. Meantime, I also wanted to show this live look out of Michigan for you. This is where former President Trump is set to talk about crime and safety. This is specifically in Livingston County at the sheriff's office right there. This is closed to the general public, and you can see a number of sheriff's vehicles right there. That is expected to start at 3 p.m. Eastern time. And as we do right here on Live Now from Fox, we're going to bring you his remarks live and uninterrupted, meaning no commercial breaks. As soon as he takes to the podium, we will bring you that coverage. And you could actually see some Secret Service officers right there in the background going through that door. And speaking of former President Trump, he was in Pennsylvania yesterday holding his own rally on the first day of the Democratic National Convention. And we do want to share some of that with a very latest report from a Fox Business reporter. And we're going to play that for you right now. Let's listen in.
Former President Trump and his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, are on the road, providing counter-programming to this week's DNC. 2 weeks after Vice President Harris and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz barnstormed battleground states, the Republican candidates are doing the same, hitting the Rust Belt and East Coast before a swing out west. After a rally in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania this weekend, Trump is back in the make-or-break Keystone State at a manufacturing facility.
Our plan will massively cut taxes, unlock American energy, slash regulations, and bring back those beautiful words, made in the USA.
The former president largely focused on economic policy in his roughly 50-minute speech, discussing plans to reintroduce tariffs to boost domestic manufacturing and increase U.S. energy production, a critical industry in Pennsylvania. Trump did at times deviate from his prepared remarks, attacking Harris and Walz.
Between his movement and her laugh, there's a lot of craziness. I'd say a step further than weird. Weird is a nice word by comparison.
Pennsylvania saw a 1-2 punch from the GOP candidates, with Vance visiting Philadelphia today. Both men criticizing Harris's newly unveiled plan to go after companies for price gouging and offer government assistance for new homeowners.
We don't need lectures on the economy from a candidate pushing communist price controls. Kamala has no idea what the hell she's doing.
In an interview after the event, Trump told David Shepardson with Reuters that if he's elected, he would tap Tesla CEO Elon Musk for a cabinet position or advisory role if Musk would do it. In York, Pennsylvania, Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
All right, and we do thank Grady for that report. And we did once again want to let you know that former President Trump will be speaking at 3 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to bring you that live as it happens. Meantime, we continue our coverage of day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. And as we mentioned, the theme, a bold vision for America's future. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker is going to provide the welcome tonight for those in attendance. And scheduled speakers also include former President Barack Obama, former First Lady Michelle Obama, and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff. Last night, truly an emotional night as President Biden delivered the keynote address. First Lady Jill Biden and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton were also among those who spoke. And to speak more about it, I do want to bring in Richard Gordon, who is a Democratic governor's board member, also in Chicago right now for the DNC. Richard, thank you for taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And I did want to start off with this. There are a number of notable speakers tonight, including former President Barack Obama, former First Lady Michelle Obama, second gentleman Doug Emhoff. What do you anticipate tonight? Yesterday, it really seemed that it was celebrating President Biden's service to the country, his accomplishments, but also passing the torch now onto Vice President Harris. What do you anticipate from tonight's speeches?
Well, I think you have it exactly right. I think last night was all about Joe Biden, and it should have been about Joe Biden. He's done an amazing job as president and did a selfless thing to step away for the good of the country. Tonight, I think you're going to see the real pivot. I think you're going to see, especially President Obama, really talk about the future and really talk about how Kamala Harris can move this country forward. I mean, no one has a better perspective, of course, than he does as a former president and someone who's known her for a very long time, to talk about how she is the future, just as he was the future in 2008. And I think you're going to see support of that from the former First Lady, from the second gentleman, but the real focus will be former President Obama. He will make the case for why she needs to be the next president of the United States.
And what do you think that case will be? Do you think that it will be similar to maybe last night's speeches with former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton and others? Or do you think he's going to put a unique stamp on it that only he can do?
Well, he is Barack Obama, so he will put his own stamp on it. And I think he will make the argument that just like in 2008, it's a time for a change. America needs to move forward. We are a country that always moves forward. We don't go back. I know that's become a slogan this year, but it's true. We don't go back. And I think he will make the argument that he was the change agent in 2008. We now have an election that was, to be fair, between two old men. That's completely changed, and the feeling has changed. And now it's an election between an old man with old ideas and a young woman with new ideas. And it couldn't be starker. And I think the President Obama, is going to set out a case about why the urgency for Kamala Harris is so great. And I'm sure he'll talk about the economy, but he'll also talk, I think, in broader terms. And I think America is hungry for that. Broader terms of community, broader terms of hope and future and family. And I think you're going to see a much lighter convention with the president and others than we saw last month at the Republican convention.
So let's talk about yesterday, because there were a number of speeches, very emotional, when President Biden's daughter introduced him. You could see him actually visibly tear up, but there were also a number of other speeches. What really stuck out to you the most from yesterday?
Well, look, anytime, first of all, anything dealing with the Biden family was incredibly emotional, and everyone was there ready to show their love and support of his family and what that man has done for this country over 50 years. It's amazing. Raphael Warnock, Senator Warnock, that speech was unbelievably beautiful. And the way he has an ability to lift us up and to talk about community and to talk about family and to talk about what his family went through. And, you know, some of the lines in the speech about, you know, the hand that picked cotton for others, picked her son for Senate, I mean, was so powerful. And I think it really got the crowd riled up and excited. Secretary Clinton's speech was a tour de force. There was a lot of, you know, sarcasm in there about things that could have gone differently in 2016. It was a terrific speech. It was electrifying in the room. But for me, Senator Warnock's speech was so emotional because it was so incredibly personal about his own journey and where he is today. And if I could say in a larger sense, the need for this country to start forgetting that, we're Democrats, we're Republicans, we're conservative, we're liberal. The country needs to come together. I mean, this has gone on way too long, the division, the fighting, the different camps. And he really set out a case, perhaps only as a reverend could, about why we are one people. We are Americans, and we need to act like Americans and disagree, and that's okay. But we need to come together. I thought his speech was magnificent.
Going beyond the speeches, because that really is the highlight, but there are so many more events that happen during the daytime. And I'm curious, because you're at the DNC, you're there on the floor. What is the discussion like? What are the issues that delegates and other folks are talking about the most? Is it a wide variety, or is it really centered around a few certain key issues?
Well, I should tell you, I don't know if I should be embarrassed about this or not, but this is my 11th consecutive convention. So I've been to quite a few, and I have a lot of perspective on this one. There are two things going on. Let's break it down politically and substantively. Politically, people just overjoyed. People didn't think they could win. Now there's a tremendous sense of potential victory. And that is a major discussion. On the substantive side, I have to tell you, I've done a number of events with the Democratic mayors. I went to a bunch of events with them both yesterday and today. Energy is a massive issue. Housing is a subject that people are really talking about, the lack of housing and the need to create housing for people. And the third, which actually is the one that is talked about the most, I think, is that the economy, the Biden economy is going terrifically well for some people, and it's not going well for other people. And there's a lot of discussion, I find, mostly amongst elected officials, about how do we make this economy work for everybody? And that is a topic that people talk about publicly, but they really talk about it privately, because it is a massive concern, and it spills into absolutely positively everything else you talk about. There are so many Americans that have been left behind for years. It's not a Democratic thing, it's not a Republican thing necessarily, but it is something that they are addressing, that they're deeply concerned about. And there is a growing feeling amongst people here that the economy has to lift everyone up. And it's not good enough to just say the economy is doing great, the stock market's doing great, jobs are doing great. There are a lot of people who are hurting. And I think that was something that I think Reverend Warnock talked about also, which is that as long as people are hurting, we need to do stuff to help everybody. That is a major theme of the convention. You hear it constantly.
And like you said, job security, having a decent paycheck, being able to live in a home that you can afford and be able to provide for your family, those are necessities. I'm curious in terms of when that is being discussed, when the economy is being talked about in those private conversations and not the delivered speeches, and there is concern. What is the sentiment looking ahead if Vice President Harris were to be elected? Because as you mentioned, everyone wants an economy that works for everybody and not just for certain pockets of people. Is there hope? Is there also concern because, there might be an unknown factor?
Well, there is a massive unknown factor. The massive unknown factor is what's the Congress going to look like? What's the phrase? The president proposes and Congress disposes. We have a problem here where you have a House of Representatives, which is a killing field and has killed everything in the last 2 years that President Biden has proposed, including the greatest immigration reform package possibly in American history. So there's tremendous concern about that. But when you're standing around talking to a group of mayors, which I've spent a lot of time doing, and when you stand around talking with governors, which I've also done a lot of the last couple of days, there is a sense, first people start talking about how excited they are, and then the pivot is really pretty quick to this group of issues, the economy in a broad sense, but, it all fits together. It's the housing of people who need our help. It's the healthcare for people who need it. So it's a much broader thing. There's a sense of hope that the work of Joe Biden will be continued by Kamala Harris should she be elected. But there's also a sense of trepidation. There's a sense of trepidation that our country is so deeply divided that there are people who are willing to, as Mitch McConnell said famously in 2009, my job is to make sure that Barack Obama is a one-term president. Who has ever said that before? I mean, and you kill an immigration bill. It is the feeling you have here is that we are our own worst enemy, and by we I mean we Americans. That in years past, members of the Senate of both parties would come together to do what's good for the country. There's a massive, massive frustration here that we need teammates. We need people who are willing to put the country first. And it's frustrating when you don't see it. I spoke to a Republican governor last night. I know you'll find that funny, but there was a Republican governor on the floor of the convention, and we know each other well, and we stopped and we talked, who is not voting for Trump. And we talked about why. And it was all about leadership. But I got to tell you, I deal with a lot of these people, and when I speak to them privately to me, they will tell me how much they dislike the former president and wish the party could move forward, but publicly will say something else. There is a feeling here of, can't we just, one, be honest with the American people, but two, can't we be bipartisan? Can't we find a way to just do what's in the country's best interest? There is an immigration solution out there that both parties could find. There's a healthcare solution. There's a housing solution. But unless we work together, we can't do that. But if one side is unwilling for its own political purposes to do it, well, nothing's going to get done. I think there's a hope now that if Vice President Harris wins, the Democrats take the House. Hopefully the Senate is relatively close, pretty close. It's hard to see how the Democrats hold it, but let's assume it's relatively close. Can they work together to do monumental things? The country needs it. And that's the sense that that I find people here are really, really looking for. It's really a sense of, can we create some sense of bipartisanship moving forward? And there's hope that maybe that's the case.
Richard, you actually brought up immigration, and I was curious, where does that fit into the discussion in regards to the priorities for the Democratic Party? Is that, at the top of the list? Obviously, the economy, as you mentioned, really seems to be the priority. But where does immigration, in terms of those candid conversations, where does that fit in?
Extremely high. Very, very, very high. I think if we were all candid about this, and especially when you speak to people privately, I don't think anyone's happy with the immigration policy of the former president or even the current president. There was a lot of things that could have been done that unfortunately were not. He tried to remedy things near the end. People talk about immigration all the time. And the reason they talk about it is because it is an open sore to the American people. There's some issues in America that are so easy to understand. Look, explaining to people inflation, explaining to people why President Biden put billions of dollars into the economy to save the economy when he became president, to make sure that, so many businesses did not go out of business, and he saved them. People don't remember that, but that's what leads to inflation. Well, try to explain that to someone. But it is very easy to explain to someone, why, there are migrants sleeping on the streets in Chicago, right? They just have to see that for themselves. This is not something that takes a lot of explanation. There's a lot about immigration that is just blown out of proportion. But there's a lot about immigration we have to fix. And people understand it. Forget the people here for a minute. But when you go home, when you talk to people, when you talk to your friends, this is an issue that everyone understands because it is literally in your face. And it is a problem for the governors. It's a problem for the mayors. I don't think anyone thinks it was handled the way it should have been handled. And it is clearly one of the top issues. And again, how do you say it doesn't fit into our whole larger economic discussion? Clearly it does. I'm hopeful that in the next session of Congress, that President Harris will put forward a comprehensive immigration proposal, probably very similar to the one that was just defeated by former President Trump, which frankly was an extraordinarily conservative measure that no Democrat 2, 3, 4 years ago would have supported, but they support it now. Immigration has changed the landscape of the political discussion. It truly has. And it has changed it because the American people understand the issue because it is so in the forefront for them.
Richard, before we let you go, what are you particularly excited about in the hours to come as we really get to the major portion of the second day of the Democratic National Convention?
Well, I mean, on a personal level, I've done this so darn long. It's just a delight to see friends. I mean, I just bumped into the former governor of Colorado, who I haven't seen in 20 years. And that was just, for me, very exciting because we're old friends. I'm excited to see President Obama. I mean, the way he has an ability to hold, since the 2004 keynote, the way he has a way of holding an audience in the palm of his hand and spinning out a vision of America is something I'm really looking forward to tonight. I'm really looking forward to seeing President Clinton. You know, you probably remember when he made the case for candidate Obama. He also has an amazing ability to hold us in the palm of his hand as he spins out this larger discussion. It's exciting just talking to people and feeling the absolute palpable excitement about the future of this country. People are talking about the future, and that is exciting.
Richard, thank you so much for taking the time. I know that you were battling traffic to get to your hotel to be a part of this interview. We appreciate it. And, you know, your insight is invaluable. 11 Democratic national conventions. I'd love to pick your brain another time on how the Democratic Party has evolved. And I know, you know, you have things to do, but we appreciate you taking the time.
Well, thank you for having me on. I would be delighted to have that conversation. You know, I think there are people like myself who have been doing this for a very, very long time and have seen the country change, have clearly seen the party change. And there's a lot of implications of why that has happened. It's I'd love to have that conversation with you. It is a fascinating discussion. Part of it's legal, part of it's political. But
absolutely. We're going to set that up, Richard. So for our Live Now from Fox viewers, if you're interested on how the Democratic Party has changed over the last 11 Democratic national conventions, we're going to have Richard back on in the next couple of days to have that discussion, because you're right. I mean, both parties have evolved over the decades, and it's really interesting to see where the Republican parties once were and where they are today. It's fascinating, it's interesting, and it's important to understand that historical and political context. So, Richard, thank you. We appreciate it.
It's a delight. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. And we did have this poll that we wanted to share with you, where we asked you, the viewer, which DNC speaker you are most excited about. And Richard, he was excited about former President Barack Obama. It does seem as though the former president is the top contender in this live poll. If you haven't voted yet, we do invite you to do so. There is that QR code on the upper right-hand side of your screen. You can just scan it, cast your vote there. If you don't have your phone handy, you can actually log on to livenowfox.com/connect and be part of that. We are going to just leave that up for a few more minutes. But former President Barack Obama is set to speak tonight. A lot of folks very excited about what he has to say and the message that he is going to be sending out to the public right there. And once again, we also wanted to share this live look with you. This is a live look from inside the United Center. You can actually see the word keynote right there on the screen. That is where all the speakers will deliver their remarks tonight. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We're going to be back with much more coverage after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 2:27 Eastern, 11:27 Pacific. And I do want to also branch out to some international news. You're taking a live look at the border between Israel and Gaza. Israel's military says its forces recovered 6 bodies in an overnight operation in southern Gaza without saying when or how they died. These are the bodies of 6 hostages kidnapped by Hamas. Now, Hamas says some captives have been killed and wounded in Israeli airstrikes, though returning hostages have talked about difficult conditions, including lack of food or medications. The recovery of the remains is also a blow to Hamas, which hopes to exchange hostages for Palestinian prisoners, an Israeli withdrawal, and a lasting ceasefire. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, quote, "Our hearts ache for the terrible loss." There were no immediate reports of any casualties among Israelis or Palestinians in the recovery operation. Hamas is still believed to be holding around 110 hostages captured on October 7th. Israeli authorities estimate around a third are dead. Now, this comes as U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met with fellow mediators in Egypt and Qatar today to continue working towards a ceasefire in the war in Gaza, despite resistance from Hamas and Israel. In a new statement, Hamas called the latest proposal a, quote, reversal of what it agreed to previously and accused the U.S. of accepting what it called, quote, new conditions from Israel. There was no immediate U.S. response. Netanyahu, meanwhile, told relatives of hostages in Gaza that a key goal is to preserve our strategic security assets in the face of great pressures from home and abroad. He noted the capture of a narrow buffer zone along the Gaza-Egypt border that Israel calls the Philadelphia corridor. Neither Hamas nor Egypt wants an Israeli presence there. And so we did want to share the very latest out of the Middle East as we continue to cover all developments, as Israel's military says its forces have recovered the bodies of 6 hostages in an overnight operation in southern Gaza, not saying, though, when or how they died. We are going to step away for another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Much more after this. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 2:32 Eastern, 11:32 Pacific, and we continue to monitor an event that is expected to start in just less than half an hour. You're taking a live look from Michigan right here, Livingston County Sheriff's Office specifically, where we are expecting to hear from former President Trump to discuss crime and safety right there. He is expected to speak at 3 p.m. Eastern time, so in less than 30 minutes. As soon as he takes to the podium, we will bring you his remarks live, raw, and unfiltered, without interruption. No commercial breaks for the duration of his remarks. So we did want to share that look with you. Meantime, we also wanted to share this new update. This is from a reporter right there saying that Trump will announce today in Howell, Michigan, that he will ask for the death penalty for child rapists and child traffickers. Former President Trump, again, expecting to talk about crime and safety at the sheriff's office. So we are expecting this update from this reporter right there saying that he will ask for the death penalty for child rapists and child traffickers. So once again, we did want to share this with you. We're going to put this video in a box. And so as soon as he steps up to the podium, we will take that live. We're also anticipating another live event. You're taking a live look from the Pentagon briefing room, where we are expecting an update. This comes amid the ongoing ceasefire negotiations in the Middle East between Israel and Hamas, and that is expected to start any moment now. So we do have a number of live events that we are going to get to. But speaking of the Middle East, I did want to play out the very latest Israeli government briefing as the ceasefire negotiations continue. And as soon as one of these live events take place, we will pivot to that. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Shalom. I'm David Mensa, Israeli government spokesman. So for this press briefing, a quick update from me, and then to your questions, which you should put in the chat, all of which will take this Tuesday, the 20th of August, day 319 of the October 7th war. Dreadfully sad news to share regarding our fallen soldiers and the recovery of hostages killed by Hamas. We start today with the sad news of our fallen IDF soldiers, 694. Since the start of the war, Chief Warrant Officer Mahmoud Amaria was aged 45 from the northern Bedouin village of Ibtin. He was a soldier in the Bedouin Trackers Unit. He fell in combat in northern Israel from Hezbollah fire. Lieutenant Shachar Ben Nun was aged 21 from Petach Tikva. He fell in combat in southern Gaza. These are both devastating losses. All of us here in Israel send condolences to these dear families of our heroic fighters who fell in combat from the terror attacks, and also our civilians. There are no words of mine that can assuage the terrible pain of their families and their friends. We embrace these bereaved families in their most difficult hour. We are committed to the testament of the fallen to continue to absolute victory over Hamas, but also Hezbollah. May the memories of our fallen soldiers be a blessing forever. Now, on our recovery of the bodies of our hostages. Firstly, the families of our dear hostages were informed. Then the Prime Minister shared that overnight our brave forces returned the bodies of 6 of our hostages that have been held by the murderous Hamas terrorists. Avram Munda, age 79. Alex Danzig, age 76. Chaim Peri, age 79. Yagev Buchstav, age 34. Yoram Metzger,